bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the wok fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry Coleman, top of the hour. People Were Sports Podcast. Talk Orioles Ravens with him. Anything else on his mind? Always has a lot to say. Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick will be joining us. Talk about the Orioles. Actually got a win last night on the road against a tough pitcher in a first-place team. Gunnar Henderson and Jackson Holiday go deep. Leody Tavares, he gets a big triple there. That scores a run that they desperately needed. And Kyle Bradish, that's the story of the game. 7 2/3, 5 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 12 strikeouts, a career high. He gets the heave-ho with 2 outs in the 8th. Cano comes in, gets out of that jam there, if you want to call it one. Then healthy return, gives up 2 home runs, and bombs for sure, Young and Canzone. But then he settled down and got out of the jam. And his last pitch, which to me was the encouraging thing, 101 miles an hour. And that's his first pitch since late April in a major league game. So Halsey's back, and now maybe get Rico Garcia straightened out with Cano and Aiken. I don't know about Wolfram so much, but you get the point. Get things rolling here, try to settle down. But the key would be Boz gives him quality tonight. Brandon Young's giving him quality. Bradish, outside of a couple of rough outings in his first 2 starts in June, he's been outstanding. There's no Bassett, Trey Gibson's. Yeah, exactly. But either way, win last night. So we'll celebrate it. Coming up at 4:10, Game 3. Orioles trying to win this series. First one on the road of a 9-game trip that goes through the Dodgers and the Angels after that, with no Grayson Rodriguez, as we talked about earlier this week, already placed on the IL for them. Now, Ravens, getting back to them as we head into the top. Vinny Serrano talked about the wide receivers. Could the Ravens bring in a veteran receiver? And we talked about Diggs, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, et cetera, et cetera. But the tight end room, it's Mark Andrews, Pro Bowl proven commodity, just got a contract extension.
Yeah.
But coming off a year in which he averaged 8 yards of reception. Then you bring in Smythe, who was, for all intents and purposes, the 3rd tight end?
For Chicago?
In Chicago.
Yep.
Behind Loveland and Kmet. And now 2 rookies. And I guess if you look at the free agent list for tight ends, there's no Diggs. There's no Deebo Samuel.
No.
There's no one of that ilk that could be brought into, air quotes, save the day. All the tight ends worth of salt have been signed, sealed, and delivered, whether it's with the team they reside with or moving on to another destination like Isaiah Likely and Kolar did last year.
Yeah. And Bob, I mean, Hibner and Cuevas, they got to come fast. I mean, that's a problem. I mean, because like you said, Smythe's a third tight end. He's a blocking tight end, basically. And Andrews is downside guy. So where's that guy? Where's that explosiveness? Where's that guy that on fourth down is going to make the play like Likely makes? And, and Bob, what happens if Andrews misses a couple games? Andrews misses, who can start? Hibner cannot block you or me. I mean, he's a move guy. He's a receiver. And Cuevas kind of can do both things, but neither one. And probably because they're thinking a lot out there, they're not quick or explosive. I mean, Hibner's got speed, build-up speed down the field. He ran 4.52 or something like that. But, I mean, he was at Michigan for 4 years and, was a special team guy.
Yeah, so showed out at the SMU last year.
So, I mean, tight end room makes me a little nervous, Bob, especially when, you're looking at Chicago with the targets that their tight ends had, and Loveland, the rookie for them, ended up, I think, with the most targets or second most targets on the team, and Komet, they had a lot of tight end targets and big plays from the tight ends. Where are they coming? That's, we talk, there's a lot of question marks. And to me, tight end, because it's a big part of the offense, they're going to keep 4. Who's making those plays?
And at Andrew's advanced age, and he's not an ancient guy in chronological years, but in football years, he seems to be someone that's been slowing down here.
Yeah, 8.8.
As of late, but he did play 17 games last year. So we're looking at his career stats. He had the injury against Cincinnati back in 2023 where he missed the final 7 games of the regular season, did return for the playoffs. But his last 2 years, Vinny's played both 17 games. So he's hit the post.
Yeah.
And he's usually been a reliable contributor. So he's not a dude who misses time for whatever reason.
All right. Bob, Smythe, we're talking about Smythe. He had 4 catches for the Bears, 6 targets.
In one game?
For the year.
Wow.
Yeah. And like Komet averaged 11.6. Loveland averaged 12.3. They're 2 starting tight ends, all right, with 82 targets and roughly 50 targets. Who's doing that for the Ravens? I don't know. And that's why, I'm anxious. I mean, when they get a chance to practice against the preseason games, I mean, we're going to see what these rookie tight ends look like because who was it that gave the 2026 all the rookies,
Jeff Zrebiec.
Zrebiec.
All risers. Because there's opportunities for a lot of these players, the receivers and the tight ends.
They're going to have to. Even Jesse Minter about the receivers, one of them's got to play. And with the tight ends, more than likely both have to play. And maybe Hibner, they both got to play special teams. Otherwise, they can't dress. They're going to dress 4 on game day. If they're not playing special teams, that'll be interesting. But I mean, The point I'm making is where the offense, Chicago's offense, and they have 2 tight ends averaging 12, and roughly Komet's 11.6, so 12. 2 guys averaging 12, and Andrews averaged 8.8, so he averaged 9, and Smythe averaged 6. So, I mean, where are they getting the plays? The rookies? I mean, training camp is going to be huge for a lot of these. They're going to have to come fast for these rookies. The rookies got to look good. I mean, Bob, because I've talked about it the last 2 times, where's the offense when I'm out there? I mean, the offense wasn't looking. And that's all these rookies, So they got to come and they got to come fast.
Yeah, and what we just talked about, too, There aren't any reinforcements waiting for employment right now, at least in regards to free agency. Who knows what the training camp process will lead to if veteran players might be released. But right now, the Ravens tight end room has one guy who's been a stud, 2 rookies, and a guy who was
a guy.
Yeah, had 4 catches last year for the season in Chicago. When we come back, Jerry Coleman, he's not a guy. He's the guy from the Be More Sports podcast. And Will Clark on their podcast. Will the Thrill, talk about a guy that likes to talk. He'll talk about Will the Thrill, what he had to say. Whip around 11:15. And then Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick talks about the Birds' win last night, trying to win the series this afternoon at Seattle. And then we're going to hear more from Nolan McGraw here on this Total Request Thursday.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
The sports card market can feel overwhelming, but Baltimore Sports Cards makes it simple. Whether you're buying, selling, or trading, they're your trusted source. No games, just great deals. Visit BaltimoreSportsCards.com and get started today.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 $1,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson has displayed his frustration with his lackluster results all season, which makes moments like last night's two-run homer feel even more cathartic. He jump-started a quality offensive effort for the Orioles by going yard off of George Kirby in the third inning. It was just his second home run in his last 19 games.
You know, they have really good pitching on that side. It doesn't matter who they throw. It's real stuff, and they attack the strike zone. So, especially with 2 outs at the time and Gunnar being able to put the ball in the seats, yeah, that was awesome. It was a great swing by Gunnar. As we talked about pregame, he has to get the results that he wanted, but it's good to see him get a result.
There's Craig Albernaz on the big swing from Gunnar. Jackson Holliday also picked up a homer in the ninth for some much-needed insurance, since Ryan Helsley would go on to make things a little more interesting than anticipated in the bottom half of the inning. He surrendered back-to-back blasts that cut the lead in half, but managed to recover and lock up a 5-3 win. The season series between these two teams is tied at 3 games apiece heading into this afternoon's finale. Shane Baz will go for Baltimore, while Brian Wu gets the call for Seattle. First pitch a little after 4. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Jockey Club. Bring Dad to the races this Father's Day at Laurel Park. Treat Dad to live thoroughbred racing, a Father's Day buffet, and a complimentary old-fashioned, all for $77. Reserve today at laurelpark.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Total Request Thursday. So Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. You want to hear a song? We got you covered. We're here until 2 o'clock. Orioles win last night. 5-3 of the Mariners, break that 3-game skid. Gunnar Henderson, Jackson Holliday with home runs. Leody Taveras, he had an RBI triple. But Kyle Bradish, story of the day, 7 2/3, 5 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, career high, 12 strikeouts. So the Orioles getting the win column for the first time since last Friday. Can they win this series? Because they haven't won a series in a while, because they lost to San Diego, split with Seattle, lost 2 out of since Boston. Where if you're a fan of Scotland soccer, they're going to drink all your beer. Didn't they drink up all the beer?
In Boston, yes.
From Boston. Let's get out to the phones. Joining us now, as he does every Thursday. He's on the Window Nation Guest Hotline. It's the Be More Sports Podcast. He's got other thoughts on his mind as well. He's the one and only Jerry Coleman. Jerry, first of all, good morning. How you feeling, man?
Well, Mother Nature precluded any tennis today, Bob, but we're getting by. And regarding Boston, I think it was just one particular brand, which I don't know is a sponsor or not, but hopefully they're not completely dry of alcohol in that town, because that would be shameful.
Yeah, I prefer, remember the old Dave Chappelle skit, Samuel Jackson beer? Where he's cussing people out for drinking that. Before we get to the Orioles win last night and training camp starting on the 29th, and could Lamar's contract be a problem? And I don't think so, but who really knows? You had Will Clark on the Be More Sports Podcast, you and Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, who we're going to talk to in about 25 minutes or so. And Jerry, real quick, I was working at the Camden Club in 93 when he came in for his free agent visit. He was leaving the Giants. and they had his name in the lineup, and they pulled out the red carpet, did the full court press, the Lefty Drizel, John Calipari recruiting and all this good stuff. And then he wound up signing with Texas. And then they circled back to Rafael Palmeiro. But Will Clark is a guy who eventually came to Baltimore, but he's an opinionated dude. Is that safe to say?
Absolutely. This is an R-rated podcast.
Nice.
We couldn't edit out every F-bomb and S-bomb, but he had plenty to say, whether it be about Sid Thrift or today's celebrations. He does his own podcast with Eric Burns. And I just let him know, Eric Burns is on my television as much as the Orioles. And, I wondered if Eric gets paid by the commercial, because I'm sure he can't walk down any street in America right now without being known, because wasn't known much of being a ball player. So we had a lot of fun with Will. He is a lot to say, I can tell you that. And, a little corny at times, but definitely a guy that has no filter whatsoever. I'll just leave it at that.
Hey, Jer, one question to that. What do you say about analytics?
Hates it, Vinny. And, it's a lot of the former players. They come on. He talks about a guy who, he's a hitting instructor, a special advisor for the Giants. So he deals with a lot of these kids at the minor league level. And he just tells us these stories, a lot on the record, a few off the record, of how crappy these guys are and just don't get it and would never survive when he played. And they questioned the guys that he faced. They questioned the fact that there wasn't velocity back when Will Clark played. And he's like, hey, dummy, you ever hear Roger Clemens or Pedro Martinez or Mike Scott or so-and-so? I mean, these guys threw as fast as the guys do today, Nolan Ryan included.
Now, Jared, what do you think, switching subject to the Ravens, what do you think about training camp starting 29th? And it sounds like the start time is either 10 or 11. So Lamar must have okayed that.
Did he? I don't know that. Maybe, again, my biggest takeaway is, of course, the time change, which I intentionally asked Coach Minter about that last week, Vinny, to see if he was going to bend over to accommodate Lamar. And for those unaware, the Ravens practice in the middle of the day, in the middle of the summer and regular season, to help out one player. And they have a leadership council. Lamar was on that leadership council. Not everyone was on board with practicing in the middle of the day on that council. So I think Jesse Minter not only asked Lamar's opinion, but got a team-wide opinion and said, hey, it makes more sense to go at it earlier in the morning. A couple other takeaways, guys, for the media, for less than a dozen people listening. That means more parking for us, but also because they're making them take a shuttle bus. But also, people are complaining, and I understand why, there's no stadium practice. They're still renovating the upper deck and other parts of that stadium. So I don't know if the construction, but I think the renovations are impacting whether or not they have time to throw a practice at the stadium.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a zoo with all those buses coming and going, Jerry. You know that.
Well, at least there'll be some walking space, and they're going to have 2,000 people in there, so they're going to accommodate more people, and I think up to 4 people can go with the group, so that'll be nice. But it was getting too claustrophobic in that parking lot.
Now, Jer, I was telling Bob earlier, I can't wait for camp to start because there's so many questions that are going to get answered with pads on that can't get answered now.
Absolutely. I mean, number one, I want to know about Matabike. Number two is the center position. Are they going to bring in a veteran, whether it be with the center, at wide receiver, maybe another pass rusher? So there's a lot that's going to happen between now and then. And most notably, Lamar's contract, which he's going to be asked about repeatedly until it gets done. That's the way it works.
And Jared, we were just talking about that a little bit earlier. I don't think, because Lamar's been involved and been around and everything, it doesn't seem like the contract is that big. I think he realizes that, if I'm Lamar, I'm not expecting more than Mahomes. So, snuggle me up next to Mahomes, and I'm good.
I agree. One side is anxious to get this deal done, and it's not Lamar. It's clearly not Lamar because they couldn't get it done during these OTAs, which it was well attended by him. They had many encounters. He and the GM, Eric DaCosta, wasn't done. If he comes back and gets it done during training camp, perhaps, but once training camp is over, that goes out the window. I can't see it getting done during the regular season, and I'll be skeptical if it does get done before the regular season.
Jared, what would your opinion be if they signed Diggs?
I don't know how he would mesh inside the Ravens locker room. He hasn't worked inside almost any locker room long term. Maybe for 1 year. I know the team down the road was interested in him as well because of his College Park ties. I wouldn't be totally adverse to it because, I don't trust Bateman, so I think they need someone else to help Zay Flowers. And I'm not sure about a lot of these rookies and even Tez.
Hey, Jared, I mean, you're preaching to the choir because I've been saying the same thing, because we haven't seen Bateman, when the practices we've been at, we didn't see Bateman. And the rookies.
Yeah, the fact.
I don't, and even Jesse Minter said we need one of them to step up, and then is Wester going to be the other guy, and Tez Walker, he's got to make a huge step. If he doesn't, then, worst case for the Ravens is he doesn't take that next step and Bateman is last year's Bateman.
Yeah, they can't afford that. I don't know what's going on with Rashad. Listen, I know he welcomed in a new baby girl to the family, but that was in late February. Maybe there's some personal issues that are going on that we're not privy to, so I'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt. But it has been disappointing for him not to be out there with the new offensive system that's going. And a guy who's a first-round pick, you expect more. Zay needs some help out there. He just can't be the only guy. Isaiah Likely leaving was a big departure. I think people are going to see that once the season goes on.
Jerry Coleman, Be More Sports Podcast, joining us here. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. He does it every Thursday. Jerry, last take for you. Let's get to the Orioles. Disappointing, I would think. Gunnar Henderson's season in totality did go deep last night, which was great because he helped give the Orioles a lead they never relinquished. But talk about taking the next step for him personally and for the Orioles as a team. They haven't snipped 500 in 2 months here. When are they going to take a new approach here? Like win 4 in a row as opposed to losing 4 in a row.
I wish I knew. I was very encouraged by Kyle Bradish last night. I want to start off and say he's a bona fide ace. But I said that I thought that, Trevor Rogers was going to make that next step. Bradish is that guy, though. I do believe that. As far as Gunnar, hopefully he gets going. We have this conversation every week where they can't string together 4 wins. And until then, I don't think it's even, a point talking about playoffs, even getting to 500 until then. And there's no point in discussing that. I'm encouraged by Blaze Alexander. I didn't realize there's only 3 guys in the American League batting 300. Is that true? I mean, that's.
Well, I don't think he doesn't qualify yet for the batting title, but he's one of the 3.
175 plate appearances is what the requirement is of these, at least 3 hitters. I think it's Alvarez, Diaz, and him, but, they brought him in as a defensive guy. But, the defense still scares me, Bob and Vinny, and so does the fact that they can't come through with runners in scoring position, still strike out a whole lot. So we'll see if they can win the series this afternoon. That would be encouraging.
Last time the Orioles were 500, by the way, everybody, was on April the 30th. They were 15-15 after beating the Houston Astros. He's Jerry Coleman. What's going on that Be More Sports podcast outside of Will Clark and everybody else there?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say the last time they were at 500, Will Clark was an Oriole, but it wasn't that long ago.
I don't think they were 500 when he played for the Orioles.
Yeah, they weren't. They were awful, and he talks about how terrible they were, but the great times he had with Brady and Cal. But Mike Bordick really unleashes on retaliation in the way it's become more dangerous than ever. These pitchers don't know what they're doing when they're throwing at batters intentionally. I think it took them 3 times to finally drill Gunnar. So we got a Bordick ran out of that. And again, Will Clark unfiltered. You can see it or hear it at Be More Sports Pod,
where it's unparalleled access to the Orioles and Ravens. What, over 35 years? Is that what it is, Jerry? Is that where we're going now? 30.
Going on 37 right now, and over 25,000 followers. Yeah, it's at Sports with Coleman on Facebook. It is growing.
Jerry, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next Thursday.
Thanks, you guys too. Thank you.
There's Jerry Coleman. Everybody will come back. It's the whip around what happened in the world of sports last night. Well, we got the World Club College World Series. The championship round is set. We'll get into all of that. A couple of things happening on this day in Orioles history, both good. While we bring up a loss, we could do that on a Tuesday here in 2026. And Trey Young, you heard it during one of Nolan's updates. he's going to decline his almost $49 million option with the Wizards to hit free agency. Brett Windhorst thinks he's going to sign a massive deal to stick around in Washington.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll have heavy O's talk in the first half of the show and then keep you updated on the series finale against the Mariners in the second half. Also, could the Ravens starting center actually be on the roster right now? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You know, it's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. And my buddies at Pete Cycle Company, John Leach, the owner, my neighbor, my good buddy, have you covered this summer. Now, so get out and cool off with that new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. They have the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a two-seater to the luxury of a three-seat model, and those are really cool looking. And they even have fishing models, which I'm a fisherman, and I like that one too. I liked them all when I was looking at them. Save up to $2,500 now on selected models. Financing rates as low as 3.99%. They have the area's largest selection of jet skis and have some fantastic deals now through the 4th of July. So get on out to one of two Pete Cycle showrooms on Bel Air Road in Baltimore. That's the one I go to right off 695 in Overley. And they have a lot of stuff in that room. And they have a huge selection of jet skis. Or 800 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, and Kawasaki. So visit Pete Cycle Company. 2 locations on Bel Air Road in Baltimore, Ritchie Highway in Severna Park. Or visit online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com and see for yourself the 2026 lineup jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. Pete Cycle. Making memories since 1938. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
Yeah, I know a little bit about leaving the yard, the backyard. Every time I swing that wiffle bat and the ball whistles over the shed into the neighbor's garden, and I touch the frisbees at first and second base and the flattened cardboard box we use as third, I know I've cemented my place in history.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Total Request Thursday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send your request, Plot Sport text line, 410-583-1057. Orioles win last night, 5-3 over the Mariners. Even the series at a game apiece. Kyle Bradish was outstanding. Mike Bordick Oriole Hall of Famer, and our colleague here on The Fan. He'll be joining us in a few minutes to get into that. Got Trae Young. Will decline, not official yet, but will decline a $48.97 million option with the Wizards to become a free agent. Apparently, the Miami Heat are one of the teams very interested in possibly bringing Trae Young to Miami. Wizards traded Corey Kispert and C.J. McCollum to the Hawks, and they actually helped Atlanta get to the playoffs. Remember, they were up 2-1 on New York in the first round of the NBA postseason, but, we all know how that turned out for them and everyone else that got in New York's path. But Brian Windhorst, ESPN, thinks that he will re-sign with Washington to a multi-bazillion-dollar deal and stick around. Wizards do have the first pick in next week's NBA draft, which we'll talk about next week. A.J. Devonta, Darren Peterson appear to be the top 2 picks. Who knows what's going to happen with that? They are the Wizards, keep in mind. And I know the GM's got Oklahoma City stock in him, et cetera, et cetera. They traded a boatload for Anthony Davis. The guy gets hurt a lot. Alex Sarr, who's the second pick in the draft a couple years ago, broke his foot. Should be ready. Just had foot surgery Monday. Should be ready, they think, for the start of training camp, which would be in a couple of months, but who knows. But Trae Young will hit free agency. It would be a very Wizards thing for him to sign with somebody else, though, or sign and trade, because that's what Miami wants the Wizards to sign him and then swing a deal here. But who really knows? I mean, Trae Young's a good player and a really good player at best, but he's a high-volume shooter for a point guard, even though he's led the league in assists. I don't know how he and Anthony Peterson can coexist, and how do the young players kind of vibe with these two dudes?
Now, Bob, what is, because they were saying, like a 3-year deal? What, I'm guessing he probably wants 60, 70 million, right? He's making 49.
I mean, these are numbers that make your head spin. Yeah. And Trae Young, for crying out.
5 games for the Wizards?
Yeah. And Atlanta didn't take off till they got hurt for them. And they brought in McCollum, who brought the veteran leadership and, made them kind of scary. And that Johnson kid blossomed into one of the stars of the league. But anyway, keep an eye on that. Free agency begins, 30th, I believe, right, for NBA. But he's got till Monday to decide whether or not he wants to pick up his option. College World Series. We now have a championship round set in Utah because these 2 results took place last night in Omaha.
Hit well, right field. French backs up onto the track to make the catch. And Carolina is championship bound. On the ground, here's Willits up with it. And the Boomer Sooner train behind 5 homers has moved on to the World Series Finals to face North Carolina.
That's ESPN on the call for both games. Oklahoma 11-4 over Georgia. Georgia was the much higher seed coming into the tournament. They get sent packing, and North Carolina sends the old fun bunch from West Virginia back to Morgantown. College World Series, Omaha, Nebraska starts Saturday. Oklahoma, UNC. This is like a multiple, best of 3.
2 out of 3, yeah. And North Carolina, Bob, hadn't lost. They're the only team with no losses so far. So they seem like they're scoring there's a lot of ting going on with those bats.
Good aluminum. By the way, the number 1 seed going into the College World Series was UCLA, and they didn't make it out of the sub-regional. Yeah. So championship round is set, Oklahoma against Carolina. Now, World Cup. Portugal and Congo tied at 1. And we were here on the air when both goals took place. But apparently this, what's the guy's name? Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo, who's a global superstar. And I don't know anything. I know who he is, but I don't know what his strengths or weaknesses are as a player. But he's not even getting shots on goal. And he's going to score less in his World Cup rounds. And they're talking on ESPN, or Fox, I guess it was, about trying to it's like they're talking about LeBron James being 38 years old and trying to bench this guy. And I'm thinking that Portugal tying the Congo is a bad thing.
Yes.
Yeah, they need to be winning these games because now you get into tiebreakers, you're accumulating points. So Cristiano Ronaldo, as Messi had the hat trick and Mbappe had 2, he laid an egg.
And he hadn't had a shot in 6
I think he laid an egg.
games.
I think it hatched. Yeah, and I think that's the problem that they have with him. Austria, they beat Jordan 3-1. Not Michael Jordan. England over Croatia 4-2. Ghana over Panama 1-0. And Colombia beats Uzbekistan 3-1. U.S. back in the pitch tomorrow against Australia.
Yeah, and listening to ESPN, Bob, they said that this will be a lot tougher match for U.S. than the last one was.
It's the Whip Around Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. On this day in Orioles history, today is the 18th of June, 2016, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. 10 years ago, Jonathan Scope, 1 yard. Manny Machado, 3 for 4 with a ribby. And Ivani Gallardo got the win. Zach Britton, who was brilliant that year, picked up his 21st save. 4-2 Orioles over the Blue Jays. They would meet again in the wild card round. We all know how that turned out. And then the good old days of 3 years ago at Wrigley Field. I was there for the first 2 games of this series.
I remember when you went.
They lost the first 2 games. So I get on a plane, fly back to old Baltimore or Glen Burnie. And the Orioles win 6-3. Tony Tater's 1 yard. Ramon Arias had 2 ribbies. Dean Kramer picked up his 8th win. And the Mountain, his 19th save. So the Orioles salvage one at Wrigley Field on this day 3 years ago, 6-3. The current day Orioles win last night 5-3 in Seattle. Joining us next to talk about that is Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer. We'll talk to Nolan McGraw. We got NFL lunch. News from the Nets coming up at noon. Vinny's going to be going to enjoy his 3-day weekend, which is all good. Josh Tolentino, columnist for The Sun, coming up at 12:30. A lot to get to. The Orioles won last night. Where is everybody? Wait, you only call when they lose?
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, my buddy, the sales director, for a great sales experience. Save with 0.99%, 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. And come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon. And gas today was sitting at $3.79. And make no payments till September 2026 on every new Hyundai. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin Brammer is going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones, for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes. I definitely do need my car washed. And an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I've purchased 17 cars over the years, and I've been to every department, sales, service, parts, collision. I've been to them all. Every survey I've done, 10 out of 10. Get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, Rachel.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection, like GMC CR pickups, priced thousands below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat.
That's ethos.com/beat.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
It's Rob Long with Vinny Steele, your home sold guaranteed realty. Seems like everyone knows a real estate agent and they'll say just about anything to get your business.
Any agent can talk about selling your home. We guarantee it. I'll guarantee upfront and in writing to sell your home for 100% of your price, or I'll pay you the difference. No gimmicks, just a simple guarantee.
Vinny Steele is the only agent I would trust to sell my own home. Call or text Vinny right now, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801 or VinnySteele.com.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish emptied the tank in last night's start against Seattle by working his way into the 8th inning and striking out a career-high 12 along the way. An RBI single by Dominic Canzone was the only blemish on his line as he delivered a dominant enough effort to outduel Mariners starter George Kirby and help the O's pick up a 5-3 win.
I think I was just on attack all day. If I fell behind in count, I was getting back in zone. Wasn't going to let the last 2 outings kind of affect me going into today. And just really challenging guys. We've been working on that.
There's Bradish with a self-assessment after the game. Shane Baz will try to make it 4 straight quality starts for the Baltimore rotation this afternoon. Seattle will send out Brian Wu. First pitch coming up at 4:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Start me up. Kyle Bradish, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Kyle Bradish, brilliant last night as he outduels George Kirby and the Seattle Mariners as the Orioles finally get themselves in the win column. First win since last Friday when they won the opener against the San Diego Padres. But Kyle Bradish, after 2 shaky June starts, his most dominant performance maybe of his career. Got some home run support from Gunnar and Jackson Holiday here to talk about that and more. Oriole Hall of Famer, he's our colleague on Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services here on 105.7 The Fan. He is our buddy and yours, Mike Bordick. Bordy, good morning. How you feeling, dude?
Hey, Bob, I'm feeling great, man. What a game the O's played last night. I can't wait to talk about it.
Well, let's do it. And look, Brandon Young was acceptable in game one in the opener against Gilbert, who was just, I'm going to say otherworldly. That's too much hyperbole, but dominant for sure. But last night, Kyle Bradish had to match zeros. And that's exactly what he did with Kirby. Orioles benefited from the home runs. But let's start with Bradish first, Mike. After two great May, rocky start so far in June. But what was working for him last night where he had them flailing away like they were playing cricket in Seattle last night?
I know. You know what, Bob? Especially coming off what I think might have been one of his worst performances, his last outing. Just no command or anything of the baseball. So it was nice to see a good bounce back. Now, I know the curveball was definitely the plus pitch because everybody's swinging at it in the dirt. But what makes them swing at that pitch? And in my opinion, it's the dominant fastball. So they were trying to gear up to get to that fastball, and they were overcommitting so early. So it tells you a lot of good things were happening. First of all, every pitch was looking like a power fastball coming out of his hand because he was getting those early swings and balls were bouncing 55 feet, man, even with the slider. So, yeah, he had it going on. Great game plan. And his defense was playing great behind him. I thought Adley was exceptional in the game. And the team sometimes feeds off these great performances. I think all in all, this might have been one of the Orioles' best games. Defensively, clutch hitting finally, and an awesome, dominant ace performance.
Now, Gunnar Henderson is a guy we talk about a lot because he's the best player on the team, inch for inch, pound for pound. And he had been in the throes of a slump. Of the 75 games Mike the Orioles have played, he's been hitless in 30 of them, which is incredible. Yeah, not good. And but when he makes it count, he makes it count. Last night, the two-run jack gave the Orioles the lead that they made hold up. He made some plays defensively at shortstop, threw the guy out of third. He was trying to stretch the Joe, I believe it was, the misplay in center for a triple. But here we are now, 75 games in, Mike. You're watching Gunnar at the plate. Assess his performance right now, and he's behind. He's constantly behind in the counts. It's been a crazy year for him, but he's on pace for 30 bombs plus.
Right, there you go. You said it. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the young Oriole hitters are just thinking about that, hitting home runs, and Jackson Holiday is in that same kind of mode right now. And we have all seen these guys, even Jackson Holiday in his brief major league career, but especially Gunnar and Adley. He's guilty of it too. Forgetting about the other side of and they're all so good when they think strong to the middle. But I think Gunnar, more this year than I've ever seen, is just constantly trying to hit a home run. Does he want to be the team leader in home runs and just battle Pete Alonso all season long? Is that what it's going to be about? Because I think he has the potential to just be a great hitter. And Jackson Holiday, too. I hope today, going into this game, they both say to themselves, all right, let's start this game off with a base hit the other way, and then, it'll free up the field, and then go ahead and go for it. But it looks like many times that's all they're trying to do. Listen, I don't mind the home run, but, man, I just think they can offer so much more offensively.
Yeah. By the way, for a guy that's played the Alonso Gunnar homering in the same game parlay all year long, which they haven't done, it would be nice if that actually became part of a thing. Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, joining us here, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Now, speaking of Gunnar, something we've talked about this week, and we're going to talk about later with Josh Tolentino from the Baltimore Sun. Saturday's game. I was there. Gibson brains Bogarts. Unintentional, but a headshot nonetheless. We know retribution's coming. But they threw at Gunnar 3 times. Missed the first 2, then finally got him. And then Alvarez, after the game, they did it the right way. Gunnar was cool with it. I saw a guy kind of cussing at the Padres dugout on his way to first, so I don't think he felt it was the right way at the time. Albie basically not condoning what the Padres did, but saying you knew it was coming, so this was the best way to do it. You played for La Russa, you played for Davey Johnson, among others. How would they have handled that after the fact with the media explaining away what went down with your best player?
Yeah, interesting. First of all, yeah, this handled by everybody involved. And I think that the umpire, first and foremost, I mean, I don't understand what they were thinking about, not issuing a warning after the second ball almost hit Gunnar Henderson. That might have solved that problem for that game. Now, I'm sure somebody would have got drilled the next day.
Right.
Well, you mentioned Tony La Russa, and I want to share this with you. Tony La Russa was the only manager I ever had that said, nobody will drill anybody unless I say so. So he took complete responsibility away from players making those decisions, and he decided whether or not their team was going to drill guys. And every time there was a brawl, somebody would scream at La Russa saying it was his fault. But he took responsibility for that action. I think it gets really dangerous when guys start getting hit, and this is my interpretation, because this is what I believe happened in the Padres dugout. Manny got knocked down first, and then Bogarts wore one in the ear flap. Somebody said, somebody better go down. Now, I don't know that it was the manager, because I think the manager, as a pitcher himself, realized, man, this poor young kid cannot command the baseball right now. But it's the Orioles' problem. How are you going to have a major league pitcher not having enough command and making it dangerous for the hitters to go up there? So, that was a concern as well. But I guarantee you there was some pressure on retaliation. So they tried to hit him twice. And that, like I said, that's when the umpire should have stepped in. The third time they get Gunnar, that's when I felt Alvarez should have lost his mind and not just gone after, helping Gunnar get down the first base line, but it just gone after the Padres. You know what I'm saying? And said, this is ridiculous. What are you guys doing? So I think that wasn't handled very well, but the whole situation should have been controlled by the umpires in the first place.
All right, Bordy, fundamental from last night's game. Orioles first and third, Holiday on third. 1 out or no outs. Was it? One?
Nah.
Whatever. But ground ball to third. Do you go home to Holiday running home, or you do the double play like they did last night? Because Palmer was talking about it last night too.
Yeah, I personally thought it was a great play. So they had the lead 3-1. Why run into an out at home? I think the Mariners initially, if it would have been a contact play, Holiday would have been dead to rights, and there goes an extra tack on run. So I think it was really smart base running, to be honest with you. To get that run is so important, especially at the end of a ball game, to get that tack on run. And, the Mariners in their mind thinking, okay, whatever, we'll take the 2 outs and trade for the run. Well, it hurt them ultimately. So I think the Orioles played that the right way for sure.
He's Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, a colleague on Baltimore Baseball Tonight, among other things that he does. That's pretty awesome. But we just talked to Jerry Coleman a few minutes ago, Bordy, real quick. Will Clark was on the program.
He talked about the podcast? I can't believe it.
Yes, he did. Well, he says you never talk about it, but you were here when Clark signed right in 99, correct?
Yeah.
So what was he like as a teammate? Because Will the Thrill... he provides thrilling moments on the field, but boy, he runs his yapper a little bit, doesn't he?
Oh, my gosh. Listen, man, he was one of my all-time favorites, and I'll tell you why. When I was coming up with the A's over on the other coast, he was the king for the Giants. So they would have SI covers with McGuire and Will Clark on there, and Will was just amazing. His hitting, his swing, Ken Griffey swings on all the hats and everything like that, but Will Clark's swing was one of the most amazing, purest baseball swings I've ever seen, and I loved it. So I was always just captivated by him because he was in part of the Bay Area. And then when I started playing against him, when he went to the Rangers, I didn't like him one bit. He was a hard-nosed player. He would slap tags on you, like, stay out of here, this and that. I didn't like him, and he was always chirping with a high-pitched voice. And then when we became teammates, almost automatically he became one of my favorite teammates of all time. I mean, I just loved how he played the game. He's just a pure baseball guy, and and wasn't afraid to talk, against the other team or anybody. I mean, he spoke his mind freely. We just had a blast, man, and I really enjoyed playing with the Thrill.
Yeah, I believe his first hit ever was a home run off Nolan Ryan, as a matter of fact, way back when. He's Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. Bordy, we appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend. I'll see you next Friday down at Pickles.
Thanks, Bordy.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There's Mike Bordick, everyone. Orioles trying to win the series. You got Seattle coming up later on this afternoon. We'll get into that. But when we come back, we'll talk to Nolan McGraw. Got news from the Nest coming up top of the hour. Going to hear from one of the Ravens' rookie receivers, Jacoby Lane. Lots going to be put on his plate because Surratt was in, a walking boot last week? Walking sleeve. So Jacoby Lane, maybe it's time for you to take front and center.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll have heavy O's talk in the first half of the show and then keep you updated on the series finale against the Mariners in the second half. Also, could the Ravens starting center actually be on the roster right now? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. I was Saturday out on the lake, and my buddies at Pete Cycle, John Leach, the owner, my neighbor, they got you covered this summer. So get out and cool off with a new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki on those 90-degree days. You know how cool it is out there? Water blowing in your face, cooling you off. They have the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a two-seater to the luxury of a three-seat model. They even have fishing models. Save up to $2,500 now on selected models. Financing rates, they got them as low as 3.99%, and they have the area's largest selection of jet skis and some fantastic deals now through the 4th of July. So get on out to one of two Pete Cycle showrooms on Bel Air Road in Baltimore, just off 695 in Overley. Now, that's the one I've been to, and they have a lot of jet skis. So they have a lot to choose from. So go check it out. They have motorcycles. They have a lot of things. But the jet skis, this is the time of the year to go get one. Or the other stores at 800 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. So visit Pete Cycle Company, 2 locations on Bel Air Road in Baltimore, Ritchie Highway in Severna Park, or visit online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com. And see for yourself the 2026 lineup jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki. Pete Cycle, making memories since 1938. Tell them Vinny sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. What's your beef? Joe Burrow knows a lot is on the line in Cincinnati this year, and he's acting like it, comparing this year's Bengals team to his 2019 national champion LSU squad. Count me amongst those that are buying the hype and expecting Cincy to at least return to the playoffs. But if they don't, you have to wonder if the wholesale changes wouldn't stop at Zach Taylor and would lead to Burrow questioning his future in Cincinnati. I'm Chris Mack.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's smiles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's only one Ozempic. Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
This Father's Day, celebrate Dad differently at Laurel Park. Bring the family together for live thoroughbred racing, a chef-crafted Father's Day buffet, and a complimentary old-fashioned for just $77 per person. Enjoy great food, exciting racing, and a memorable afternoon at the track. Skip the tie and give Dad an experience he'll remember. Seating is limited, so reserve your Father's Day tickets today at laurelpark.com. That's laurelpark.com.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's only one Ozempic. Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest coming up top of the hour. I hear from Jacoby Lane, Ravens rookie receiver. Impressions of him at OTA's minicamp or what?
Inconsistent, Bob, is, the thing that I didn't like was every practice I saw him, he had a drop going across the middle.
Okay.
I liked his ability to go up and get the ball. He can run. He's still got to work on his routes, getting in and out. 6'4", when you're a taller receiver, those are the things you got to work on because he is not quick enough in and out of his cuts right now.
Bring Nolan McGraw in. Nolan, what's happening on this Total Request Thursday?
Not a lot of time here. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to keep this short and keep this brief. I got a mixed bag of emotions here today, right? Work with me. Happy for the Orioles, right? I'm a little confused, but I'll get to that in a second. Well, I think mostly I'm scared here today, Bob. I'm scared because something's going on and I don't know how to stop it. I can't stop sneezing, man. I swear to God, since I woke up this morning, I'm not even exaggerating. It's been at least 60, 70 times today. Damn. And it will not stop. During like the entire day over here, it was like a dozen times in the car. Got here trying to work, trying to write, record the updates. They probably sound terrible. I sound really nasally. It's a mess here today, man. I'm confused because I'm thinking in my head, well, this is egregious. This has got to be some kind of record, right? Nobody sneezes this much. What's the Guinness World Record? You're the preeminent official record book for all this sort of thing. Longest sneezing fit. And I'm calling BS. This is why I'm confused. There's no way this is real. It claims Donna Griffiths of the UK holds the record for the longest sneezing fit ever recorded, over 976 days. Started on January 13th, 1981, to surpass the previous record of only 194 days. How modest. Sneezed an estimated 1 million times in 365 days.
Damn.
There's no shot.
Well, who the hell counts it is what I want to know.
Exactly.
There's not an official score going 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. But I told Nolan off the air weeks ago, I didn't start getting allergy problems until the last few years. And they just pop up out of nowhere where you're just sitting there and all of a sudden you sneeze and you sneeze and you sneeze. I had a fit like 3 hours ago, as a matter of fact. Sneezing and sneezing. You don't know where it comes. It's not one of the days where your car's green, where that's hitting you like a ton of bricks.
Right.
Just everything's great. It's kind of overcast, a little on the humid side, and then you just lose your bleep. So, Nolan, are you predisposed to allergies, or is this something that you're going to have to deal with as you get older, like everything else?
Did you?
Now my nose is running now that you talk about it.
I'm sure, it's like yawning, right?
Yeah.
It's contagious that way. No, I mean, I've had it since I was a kid. I think it was worse when I was younger. I mean, I used to set my watch to it. Springtime, fall time, guarantee it. I was going to be all jammed up. But Bob's right. I mean, there's not like the pollen's been crazy. I don't know why today. Today of all days.
Sneak attack, like wrestling. You get a folding chair upside the head.
Nolan, the only place I sneeze is here.
Well, it's definitely, that room over there is not the cleanest, I'll say that. Mm-hmm. There is definitely some dust caked in there from at least a decade ago.
There's a Pringles here that's been since
that's still good.
Trump's first term.
I need to get my contractor Rich in here to take care of, clean this place out.
By the way, if Donna Griffiths here, whoever's tracking this honor system for this record, there's just simply no way. 1 million times in a year, if she never slept, that'd be over 100 times in an hour. There's simply no way.
Yeah, so you're calling BS, like Will Chamberlain's bagged 20,000 women in his life. Even he said it's mathematic. Well, he said it, but they're like, it's mathematically impossible for you to do that.
Not if you set your mind to it.
Sure. Set goals. Try to achieve. Vinny, what are you doing this weekend?
Really got nothing. Bob, be totally honest. Father's Day, Sunday, just me. You know what I asked her for, Bob? To make homemade bolognese sauce for me on Sunday.
There you go. Well, hope you get that. Vinny, have a great weekend.
You too. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, no doubt. That's coming up on Sunday. Me and Nolan will be back. Got news from the Nest. Buy or sell. Josh Tolentino, Baltimore Sun. He's written columns this week about Gunnar Henderson and Craig Albanese. Stick around for that. If you want to join us, you can do that same thing. Orioles win last night, 5-3, going for the series win coming up tonight or this afternoon at 4:10 as Shane Boss. Not that Kyle Bradish set the bar high, but see if he, again, goals.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Congratulations! Your closet is 80% hoodies and regret. Time to fix that. Clothier exclusive menswear gets you looking sharp for anything. Work, weddings, or finally impressing your in-laws. Upgrade today. Visit clothierexclusivemenswear.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes tomatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable... It's the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Ryan Helsley's return to the majors came with some drama last night. Craig Albernaz threw him out there for the ninth inning with a 4-run cushion to work with, but Dominic Canzone and Cole Young hit back-to-back homers on consecutive pitches to instantly change the tone of the game. To his credit, Helsley was still able to recover and escape the inning with a pair of punch-outs. So should we just chalk this up to rust as he comes off the IL? Craig Albernaz was asked that after the game.
Yeah, I don't think it was rust. I mean, he threw 9 pitches, all strikes. You know, they were on the first pitch heater, the first 2 guys, and they did a great job of putting swings on and getting to it. But it was great to see Helsley back out there. He was efficient. Slider looked great. Split looked great, and he was throwing strikes.
Meanwhile, in some NBA news, Trae Young will reportedly decline his $48 million player option for the upcoming season, making him a free agent for the first time in his career. Reports are that Washington will still make a strong push to keep him on a new deal after he played just 5 games for them after being traded midseason. NBA free agency will begin on June 30th. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan. News from the Nest is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
News for the Nest here on this Total Request Thursday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw talking to you for the next couple of hours. Ravens Training Camp 2026 starts on July the 29th out at One Winning Drive. Jesse Minter's first go-around here. Also have Declan Doyle, first year as offensive coordinator. And we've talked a lot about the Ravens, maybe the need for a veteran wide receiver. You have Zay Flowers, stud, who's about to get paid like one when it's all said and done. We have Rashad Bateman, plays like a stud, but last year not so much. Disappointing 2025. So the Ravens go into the draft pool, and they take Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt. Jacoby Lane, 21 years old, drafted out of USC, 6'4", 200 pounds. He was the 80th overall pick in said draft. So unless you watch USC football on a regular basis, and they're more accessible now because they play in the Big Ten. But, back in the olden days, we'd see them all the time on ABC because they were a prominent team, or on Channel 11, NBC our time, because they were always in the Rose Bowl. Then it got to the ESPN, 10:30 at night. If you're sticking around on a Saturday, have fun with that. But you've seen USC, point being, as a matter of fact, they lost to Maryland 2 years ago in College Park. But Jacoby Lane comes in. He was on the Lounge podcast, and he comes in, as we said, with Elijah Surratt. And here's Jacoby talking about he and his fellow rookie working together and pushing each other.
Yeah, 100%. I've been in very competitive receiver rooms as long as I've been playing, and I think that's one of those things that you can either see as a competition or a chance to grow as a whole. And I think once you add Zay Flowers into the mix, you know that he's one of those guys that anytime he touches the ball, it could be a touchdown. So I think being able to, not only see it as a competition and bring my best every day, but bring my best every day to push the guys around me, that's what I've always seen it as. And I think being able to bring that, there's always a competition that's added to that, and the guys around as far as in the receiver room, it's just next level. And I'm so glad that I'm coming in with Elijah. He fresh off a national championship. It's not like he's a guy that can't go at any time. We're the same people, and I think we realize that, and we want nothing but the best for each other. So that competition is just as much of a love, and we want the best for each other.
And look, that's great. Oh, and as he competes with Elijah Surratt, who, as Vinny said, was in a sleeve last week. Remember the highlight throw of the entirety of the mandatory minicamp was Lamar's, running to his arm side and throwing that 60-yard laser beam that Surratt caught and then missed practice the next day. But with Lane, he's not a burner, but he's 40-inch vertical, and he's 6'4". So maybe he becomes somewhat of a red zone threat. But, Nolan, we look at a Ravens receiving group. That's why we've been talking since last week about them possibly bringing in a veteran guy. There's always a dude that comes out of, Anquan Bolden was a second-round pick who was slow as molasses, who became a borderline Hall of Fame receiver and helped the Ravens win the championship when he was in Baltimore. I don't know yet, without really getting a gander at him on a regular basis. And Vinny said he's had the dropsies on a couple of occasions through OTAs and mandatory camp. I don't want to say I'm skeptical, but I don't know what to think of him, or Surratt for that matter, going into this season.
Ravens franchise history says you're right to be skeptical about a non-first-round wide receiver rookie contributing with this team. I understand it's a different era, right? You got a different head coach at the top, different play caller in this offense, so things should be different. But at the same time, at least recently here, names like Miles Boykin and Devin Duvernay, topping out at 200 yards and just a couple touchdowns in their rookie year. That's the best contributions they've gotten from someone not named Zay Flowers, who was a first-round pick, or a Rashad Bateman as a first-round pick. So, again, Surratt, Jacoby Lane as third, fourth-round picks, right, to come in and contribute. The depth chart as it stands right now says, yeah, they should. At least one of them, if not both. But I'm going to have to believe it when I see it. I still believe that, there's a way to get at least one of those guys decently involved and add a veteran wide receiver, right, and have that person be more of your typical three. I think they can have both actually come to fruition in this new look offense. But if you're sitting here saying, yeah, I feel really good about Jacoby Lane or Elijah Surratt being a sure thing as our number 3 wide receiver, I just can't go there. I would love for it to happen, but it's never happened at any point for this franchise.
And as you just said, and we've talked about, we're not sure what Rashad Bateman as the number 2 receiver is going to bring to the equation here. But On the Lounge podcast, produced by the Ravens, here's Jacoby Lane. He's got an ability to catch the football with one hand, and he talks about that unique skill.
Being able to do it on Saturdays and going to do it on Sundays pretty soon, it's one of those things that you kind of used to it. And with social media, they see it as like a highlight moment, but in practices and in times where I'm on the jugs machine for countless hours or juggling 3 balls or catching tennis balls, like those are the times where it's like I'm putting in the work. So that's just a product of what I do throughout the week. So I've been catching the ball one-handed throughout my life since I was knee high. So I think being able to have bigger hands, be able to trust myself to go up and make a one-handed catch, or and that's one of the main things. I'm never trying to make a one-handed catch. I think it turns into one of those things where I trust myself enough to go up with one hand and box somebody out and be able to make a play.
10.5-inch hands, by the way, for Jacoby Lane. Nolan, can you catch a football thrown by an NFL quarterback with one hand?
If I got lucky. Again, anything's possible. I mean, you set your mind to it.
These mitts right here, that's not happening. I mean, I could barely throw a football with one hand, much less catch it. So it is a skill. And Chris Carter used to be kind of the dude that did it as well as anyone, and Odell Beckham Jr. famously made his. But if you have that to your repertoire, and he said he's been doing it since he was a little kid, I'm not going to call him a liar, but sure, if you can add it to the arsenal and helps you become, again, maybe a sideline or red zone threat, use it to your advantage. Because we talked yesterday about Zay Flowers' touchdown total. His high is 5 in his 3 years. He's done it twice in the NFL. Maybe because once they get into the red zone, he becomes smaller physically and harder to see. But a guy like Jacoby Lane could become more of an asset there, because that's what I thought, Isaiah Likely always brought at the height of his powers. Mm-hmm. And Andrews, obviously. Where's the receiver that wide receiver Lamar can count on, given the fact that your tight end room is, just as inexperienced as your wide receiver room for the most part?
Well, that might be their best shot, Lane and Surratt for that matter, because, Lane's talking about he's got the one-handed catch ability. I don't know if Surratt's got the same thing or if he'd be willing to brag about it, but height-wise, range-wise, long arms, that's kind of the similar trait that both of them displayed, that when they double-dipped at wide receiver at the position in the draft, people were saying, well, at least they have a different skill set, or they have a different physique, a different makeup that gives them a chance to actually stand out in this depth chart. Because you're right, Zay Flowers is your one, but when the field gets condensed, there's ways to maybe utilize his speed, but he's not a go up and bully a guy type of receiver. And unless Andrews is going to get back to what he was 2 years ago and be a double-digit touchdown guy, even if he is, you still need another source. So I think the best shot that a Lane or Surratt has to contribute right out the gate as a rookie would be in the red zone.
Speaking of Zay Flowers, as we had to buy or sell here on the Starter Request Thursday, the Orioles will be giving away a Zay Flowers jersey in September. And you go to Orioles.com, get yourself some tickets for that game. It's white, Orioles script in purple on the front with purple sleeves. So September 4th is the weekend before the Ravens open their regular season. So, hey, look, if you're still 1.5 games out of the wild card, you still have postseason hopes, but you want to get asses in the stands, give away stuff. And Ravens stuff in September, probably a smart move for the Orioles there in their PR department.
Well, do the Orioles know something we don't? Zay Flowers going to stay here long term?
Well, at least through September,
would this coincide? I mean, I know he has the whole other, the fifth-year option and everything, so it's not like the jersey's going to be immediately obsolete, but I don't know. Maybe wishful thinking here.
Yeah, but anyway, Zay Flowers giving away the jersey there, and we assume that the Ravens will be giving him a big old healthy paycheck, making him one of the highest paid receivers. Not the highest paid. He'll probably be more in line with Drake London, what he got. But you get the gist of it. We're sitting here talking about uncertainty at 2, rookies 3, 4, Tez Walker entering his 3rd year. It would behoove them to keep Zay Flowers around, a guy who wants to be here. So, and he's buddies with Lamar Jackson. I mean, I'm not Don Shula, but I think even I can figure that out. When we come back, speaking of money, let's count some of our own with buy or sell. Talk about the sports subjects of the day. Josh Tolentino from the Baltimore Sun, columnist, wrote about Craig Albanese and Jackson Holiday, Gunnar Henderson over the last couple of days. We'll get into all of that and more. NFL Lunch, 1 o'clock. American League East report at 1:15. Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, talk about what's going on in his world and beyond. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. It's Starter Request Thursday here on 105.7 The Fan.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly. Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
BetMGM Sportsbook is making the world's game more exciting than ever before. Win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. team scores during the tournament. It's easy. Log in to your BetMGM Sportsbook account to receive a Gold Rush Grand Prize qualifying token. Then place a pregame straight bet of at least $5 on the U.S. team's match with your token attached. For every goal the U.S. team scores in that match, you'll earn a share of $500K in bonus bets. That's right, $500,000 in bonus bets per goal. Get in on tournament action with BetMGM and win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. men's team scores. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Fellas, stop playing defense against your own energy. If your version of summer fever is just a regular fever or worse, you're too wiped out to even notice the season changed. Low testosterone might be turning you from a cleanup hitter into a bench warmer. Less energy, brain fog, zero motivation. That's not aging, that's fixable. Lifeman Institute specializes in TRT, designed to get you feeling like yourself again. More drive, better performance, and the energy to actually enjoy the summer season. Call Lifeman Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemaninstitute.com today. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-559-4141. That's 800-559-4141. 800-559-4141.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not going to buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel-Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Twitter Quest Thursday here on The Fan. Got the U.S. Open golf going on as we speak up in Long Island. I know slightly more about golf than I know about soccer, which isn't much. But that's still one of the 4 majors, so I'm down with that. And we'll talk about that with Nolan McGraw later on in the program. Orioles in Seattle trying to win the series coming up later on this afternoon. Shane Baz against Brian Wu, who's great at home. Orioles win last night 5-3. Ravens start training camp July the 29th. And a lot of other things going on. World Cup, College World Series is set. Carolina versus Oklahoma. But right now, let's count some money here. Buy or sell.
All right. Stock report today. NASDAQ is up 357. S&P 500 up 70. Dow Jones up 150. Under Armour up 25 cents. Can we do it? No. DraftKings down 6 cents today. We'll start our sports topics with the Orioles. Really the rookie class overall in Major League Baseball. Sam Basayo gets a mention here. This year's rookie class, it's loaded. That's the best way to put it. You don't have a full crop here that are the typical rookie age, right? You get some guys coming over from Japan, international players. They still count as rookies. But all of that means that this crop here this year is bursting with more talent than really I think we've seen in any recent season. Dan Perry of CBS Sports has a current rookie rankings that combines talent from both the American and National League all into one. And Detroit's Kevin McGonigal is your top dog for now. Hard to argue against it. 21-year-old has been fantastic all season long. The following players in the rankings: Parker Messick of Cleveland, 2. Munetaka Murakami of the White Sox at 3. And St. Louis infielder J.J. Weatherholt at 4. Then your Sam Basayo of the Baltimore Orioles comes in at number 5. Scorching hot month of May puts him there in the rankings. 262 average, 10 homers, 30 RBIs. We love him. He's been fantastic so far. But Bob, are you buying or selling his placement at number 5 on this list?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and buy it. June's kind of cooled off for him a little bit. He had 2 knocks yesterday and got thrown out at second trying to stretch a single into a double. But McGonigal went deep. The Tigers lost yesterday to Houston, but he went opposite field with a home run. And your boy in Chicago, right now, he's on the shelf, which is going to hurt him, probably hurts his all-star candidacy as well. But old Samuel Basayo at 5, I'll buy it in. The Cleveland guy's the one that was throwing a no-hitter against the Orioles into the 8th inning, right?
Yeah. And then our friend Tolley in Boston, he was a little bit farther down the rankings.
Wow.
Your new favorite Red Sox.
I hate them all.
Right. The mustache guy, a little pudgy. Yeah.
Hey, well, he looks like a beer drinker and a hellraiser, but when he pitches against Baltimore, you go believe himself.
Let's see. We go over to the NFL here. Baker Mayfield, that search for a new contract has come with some twists and turns along the way. And right now, I think we're in that organization publicly blasting the player stage of the contract negotiations. For some reason, this is always the strategy that teams seem to go with. Does it ever work? I don't know, especially for an established, proven player like Baker, but that's a different argument. Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Times reporting this week that the organization has concerns over Baker's durability. Doesn't protect himself the way he should on the field, throwing the ball away, sliding, running out of bounds, stuff like that. Todd Bowles even said the same thing publicly, and that's the kind of thing, the little thing, that could help Tampa Bay get back to the Super Bowl. Mayfield was asked about it. Hey, what do you think about the comments or the report? Quickly pointed out the fact that he has never missed a game since joining Tampa Bay. Bob, are you buying or selling these concerns that the organization has with Mayfield?
Nah, I'm selling it. As he said, he hits the post. Has he been inconsistent at times? Sure. Now he's minus Mike Evans, too. Now in San Francisco, which might be a bigger deal when it's all said and done. But questioning Baker Mayfield's toughness and durability, and I guess football IQ by taking unnecessary punishment, I would think he would view as an affront. Hey, look, they missed the playoffs again this year. Todd Bowles is going to get fired. So I would keep Baker around. And who was it? Either Eric Edholm or Vic Carucci, Nolan, I apologize, said that Tampa could be one of these teams making taking a look at Sorsby here in the supplemental draft.
Yeah, they're in the crop for sure. I think there's, the obvious ones on the surface, like the Cardinals, right? A team that just doesn't have a clear-cut option. But, I mean, hey, how about somebody for just looking for a backup role? Yeah. That might be most ideal for him. Move a couple years past this whole, gambling drama thing and then, ease your way into the NFL.
Yeah, because Sheriff Goodell is going to drop the hammer on him. He's going to miss games.
That's probably more realistic, yeah. Let's see. We'll do another baseball topic here. Vlad Guerrero Jr. going through quite the down year, I should say, in terms of power. Numbers overall are fine. They passed the smell test, but through 70 games, just 3 home runs. That is not Vlad Guerrero Jr. like at all. As I said, average and on-base percentage, wouldn't really bat an eye at that. He's getting on base, but whatever's plaguing him here, he says he doesn't feel quite right, doesn't feel quite like himself. It hasn't been enough to prevent him from hitting the field, but maybe something nagging, kind of like Gunnar Henderson last year, that prevented the power. Quick rundown of his career homer totals. He tied for the league lead with 48 in 2021, had 32 the following year, and then it started to take a bit of a downturn. The 3 years that followed that, 26, 30, and just 23 a year ago. Even if he goes on some sort of crazy run in the second half, it's going to come up short of that 23. So buy or sell, Bob. Vlad's dip in power, only temporary. He will still be a 30 to 35 homer guy in the future.
I'll buy that. But you do have to wonder where all the home runs have gone. He has as many home runs as Taylor Ward does, who hit 30-plus last year for the Angels, now at the top spot for the Birds of Baltimore. But Vlad Jr. has been a proven commodity, and he only has 12 doubles, too. Not like he's raking his slugging percentage is .362. Which is lower than his on-base percentage, which is not what they're giving him that crazy contract for. And yet he's still, isn't he the leading vote getter in the American League All-Star, or he's second to Rice or vice versa? But the power dip, 15 extra base hits in 70 games, I think that's extremely concerning for this year. If it's a health issue, we'll get it. But I would assume when he's at optimum health, he'll get back to the 30 home run guy, or at least the prolific slugging percentage OPS guy that he's been.
I mean, he's not alone in that. I mean, you mentioned Taylor Ward, but he's even a little bit smaller scale. Like we talked about it with Tatis earlier this year.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not what he once was power-wise, but still offering more than what he had to start the year with that crazy drought. There's been quite a few notable players around the league that I think Acuna got off to maybe a slower start. He's hurt now. But, yeah, guys that you expect to be bashing just weren't for whatever reason.
Yeah, and Vlad's still a dude, and he needs to be a dude if Toronto wants to maintain their spot. They're a game out of the wild card, or a game and a half. But
I think they probably banked on a little bit more of a power contribution from an Anthony Santander, that maybe that would have helped kind of get past a bit of a drought or a bit of a slow power streak for Vlad, but they don't have him at all.
Yeah, and it won't, if they have him at all, until what, September? Piñano, Valenzuela, Sanchez, Springer, Varsho, Jimenez, and your boy, the Oak, Clement, among others, all have more homers. David Schneider has as many as Vlad Jr. Not on their bingo card, I'm assuming, coming into this season. When we come back, Gunnar Henderson has 15 homers, which is good. But other things, the other aspects of his offense, not so much. And Craig Alvarez tells it like it is. It's good for the sound bite. It's good for us to debate all of those sorts of things. Josh Tolentino, Baltimore Sun, talked to him because he shares his opinions this week in the paper. Reset coming up around 12:45. NFL lunch at 1. American League East report coming up at 1:15. And then Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, talked to him about this Sorsby drama that ends with him going to the NFL supplemental draft and his White Sox still clanking around in the American League Central, even though the Yankees are kind of giving them a reality check the last couple of days.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Getting ready to host friends and family this summer? You need a great setup, so check out Town Appliance. Whether you want the everyday reliability of Whirlpool, the iconic design of KitchenAid, or the high-end luxury of Jen Air, they have exactly what you need and more. Plus, they carry outdoor grills, beverage centers, and air conditioners to beat the heat, all with flexible financing. Head to their showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, where Mayor will take great care of you. Visit, call, or text. Go to townappliance.com today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson has displayed his frustration with his lackluster results all season, which makes moments like last night's 2-run homer feel even more cathartic. He jump-started a quality offensive effort for the Orioles by going yard off of George Kirby in the third inning. It was just his second home run in his last 19 games.
You know, they have really good pitching on that side. It doesn't matter who they throw. It's real stuff, and they attack the strike zone. So, especially with 2 outs at the time and Gunnar being able to put the ball in the seats, yeah, that was awesome. It was a great swing by Gunnar. We talked about pregame. He has to get the results he wanted, but it's good to see him get a result.
There's Craig Albernaz on the big swing from Gunnar. Jackson Holliday also picked up a homer in the 9th for some much-needed insurance, since Ryan Helsley would go on to make things a little more interesting than anticipated in the bottom half of the inning. He surrendered back-to-back blasts that cut the lead in half, but managed to recover and lock up a 5-3 win. The season series between these two teams is tied at 3 games apiece heading into this afternoon's finale. Shane Baz will go for Baltimore, while Brian Wu gets the call for Seattle. First pitch a little after 4. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Start request Thursday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send a request plus for text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw with you. NFL lunch, 1 o'clock. American League East report coming up at 1:15. Then Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio at 1:30. Orioles and Mariners series finale coming up today at 4:10. Still waiting on the line-ups. Got Baz against Wu. We know that. Brian Wu, by the way, 4-0, 237. Pitching at home, but we get out at 2. It's a 4:10. We'll probably get the lineup, Nolan, within the hour. I would assume, certainly by 2 o'clock, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Joining us now to talk about the Orioles a little bit, because he's written a couple of columns about them in the Baltimore Sun this week. Columnist for the Sun, of course. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show Josh Tolentino. Josh, good afternoon. How you feeling today?
Bob, always a pleasure. I'm wondering, I'm thinking that we're going to get some more sleep tonight with the earlier first pitch. These last couple of nights, you know, testing the bed clock time with the late starts over on the West Coast. But I'm always happy to enjoy it with you guys.
Well, Josh, full disclosure, since we're off tomorrow, I'll probably be partying later on tonight, not get my sleep, which I should do because I got a lot of stuff I got to do around the house tomorrow. But let's start with Craig Albernaz, because you wrote the column about him, and we'll get to Gunnar in a second. And you and I were both there last Wednesday when he met with the media out in the hallway outside of the clubhouse, and a lot of the conversation was about he and Samuel Basallo and their relationship, where he basically, on a couple of occasions, questioned his toughness, and then it seemed Josh put him in timeout, where he was healthy enough to play, but didn't. Got a couple of pitch hitting opportunities and then caught at the end of a game. And then, you know, didn't even play in one. Keep in mind, this was when Adley, coincidentally enough, was not part of the equation because of his hamstring tweakage. So Albernaz calling out a player publicly for his lack of toughness. You wrote about it for people that didn't read it. I wouldn't know why they would not, of course. Explain what you're trying to say, defending Albie, but understanding maybe why fans could have got a little bent there.
Yeah, I tell you what, Bob, and certainly the optics were pretty tough, given that the team was riding a losing streak during that time. You mentioned the Adley factor. You know, heck, they had Sam Huff start 3 straight games. Who would have predicted that at the start of the season, knowing that you have a healthy Samuel Basallo right there on your bench? But you know, just getting back to the larger point surrounding Craig Albernaz, and, you know, I've written this a couple times now over the past couple of weeks, but he's brutally honest, you know, outside of really his avoidance in discussing injury timelines. You know, when you catch him, especially after a game, you know, when he's riding the emotions of the result, he'll shoot it straightforward. He's pretty blunt. There are times when, reporters are interacting with him, and he'll even, test your knowledge on the team and fire right back at you a question. So, you got to be ready with follow-ups and obviously answers and insight on whatever you're trying to ask about. But again, getting back to the larger point, I've enjoyed his honesty, his candor. I think the involvement with Gunnar and, getting thrown at, I think that's a different conversation there. I also think his quote got misinterpreted a bit, but overall, I mean, there are going to be growing pains with a new staff, with a new manager, but, Albie's trying to set a precedent here. And even in speaking with people who have worked with him throughout his previous coaching career, first time being a big league manager, but has worked on multiple staffs. The scouting report is that this guy's going to set his precedent, and, it's going to be early on. So, none of these interactions necessarily surprised me, but you can certainly get the frustrations a bit from the fan base, again, given the optics and that the team was at a losing streak at the time.
But was there any clarity at all as to why Basayo wasn't playing? Because we know that, and I know Basayo pushed back in regards to whether or not he can play through pain or whatever it was, but why didn't he play? Did Craig Alvarez ever really explain that fully?
Yeah, not necessarily, but when you read through the tea leaves, the hints that were dropped, I mean, you see that. I'm not sure if you guys caught the Masson clip of Craig Alvarez's pregame from that day, but none of the Basayo questions were included on there. So, right. That points to, some issues of them trying to brush it away quickly. And I think the best part about all of this is that, Samuel Basayo speaks for himself. And, Matt Wyrick, who a friend of the program, who you guys have on, my colleague, sure. He was the one that, started that part of the conversation to give Samuel Basayo a voice. And, a few days after that, after the back and forth, Samuel Basayo, he puts it to bed. But, he says what happened. So he's not necessarily disregarding it completely, but more so putting it behind them. And, he's a 21-year-old catcher. You guys, you mentioned partying, Bob. How many years have we been partying? It's his first year of being able to legally party, let alone navigate his first big league season. So a lot of ups and downs to navigate for him personally. And also the Orioles are learning his body. I mean, that's a big body there behind the dish and, learning his pain tolerance and the like. So I think both parties are learning about each other as they go through this season.
Yeah, I've been partying longer than you and Basayo have been alive combined, but that's another story for another day. Josh Tolentino, columnist for the Baltimore Sun. Let's get to Gunnar Henderson, and you wrote about this. It came out yesterday, but I read the print edition. I'm one of these old dinosaurs. Came out this morning, and we were actually talking about Gunnar, the amount of hit-less games that he's had when he had 11 hits in 10 games. Yeah, but, the other 4, he had no hits. And he had, now counting last night, 30 of the 75, Josh, Gunnar Henderson is not scratched in the hit column. Now, he had the big 2-run homer yesterday, but the point of your column was he needs to play like a superstar, and he certainly does, because the Orioles need a guy with their inconsistent offense to maybe carry them through a series when everyone else is kind of cold. So assess Gunnar's play and these crazy numbers that he has where he's on pace to hit over 30 homers, but they feel empty for some reason. Does that make sense, I guess?
It does, and it just brings up such a great point throughout the entire season that there's no doubt that Gunnar has helped this team to a certain.
Oh, called strike 3, I guess. Josh Tolentino. Yeah, we lost him, and I was looking forward to that, too. Maybe we can reconvene. I mean, we are coming up on clock integrity.
No, I know exactly what happened. Okay. It's our favorite thing again.
Oh, my God. So Josh Tolentino wrote a column today, Baltimore Sun. Go check it out. Get your print edition, or if you're on the online, which I do. I still like the ink on my fingers, but I don't like it that much. So I read the print version, which costs like $30. Maybe we'll talk to Josh about why that thing's out of control. But anyway, we'll reset the program for you. But Gunnar Henderson was big yesterday. provided the big 2-run homer that got them off and running, a game in which they broke a 3-game skid. But he needs to play like a superstar, and he has not been that guy. Anyone who follows the team certainly recognizes that.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll have heavy O's talk in the first half of the show and then keep you updated on the series finale against the Mariners in the second half. Also, could the Ravens starting center actually be on the roster right now? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The PR push being put on to reclaim Brendan Sorsby's reputation started in earnest yesterday, with his agent reiterating that Sorsby's mistakes were made years ago by a kid who now knows better. We'll get more of that in the run-up to the NFL supplemental draft as GMs try to decide just how much they're willing to risk in a league that's always starved to find the next great quarterback. I'm Chris Mack.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Sun's out, so dads are too. This Father's Day at Lowe's, shop the gear that'll make his summer. Get 2 free Select DeWalt power tools when you buy a Select 5 amp-hour battery kit for weekends in the garage. Plus, get a free Blackstone 6-piece stainless steel griddle kit when you buy a Select Blackstone griddle. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Popeye's $20 family meal is so good to your people and your budget. This Bowl Louisiana feast has, count them, 11 hand-breaded tenders or 9 pieces of our Shatter Crunch signature chicken. Then we're looking at a large side and 4 biscuits. And did I mention it's all for $20? It's time to gather your crew and make them all happy. Order for your whole fam today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Sun's out, so dads are too. This Father's Day at Lowe's, shop the gear that'll make his summer. Get 2 free Select DeWalt power tools when you buy a Select 5 amp-hour battery kit for weekends in the garage. Plus, get a free Blackstone 6-piece stainless steel griddle kit when you buy a Select Blackstone griddle. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
So our request Thursday, pick a song, we'll play it. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Off tomorrow. Company holiday. We'll be back on Monday. Juneteenth is tomorrow. So we'll be back Monday, hopefully talking about the Orioles having a successful weekend in L.A. against the Dodgers. Call me a cynic, which I am by nature, but we'll see how they do. Got to win today, though, taking on Seattle. And Kyle Bradish, brilliant start for him. Now can Shane Baz follow it up? And Nolan, I'm not really worried about him as an individual, especially given the injuries now that Seattle has to its lineup. Yeah, they got Kyle Raleigh back and J.P. Crawford, but Arozarena is going to be out for a while, it seems. Josh Naylor, he's been hurt. And we saw last night Julio Rodriguez, their all-star center fielder. If you watched the game, I guess you saw it. If you didn't or fell asleep, he made a nice running catch from the center field to the left center field portion and tweaked his hammy. It stayed in the game, struck out, and 12 Mariners struck out against Kyle Bradish last night and left in the 6th. And Dan Wilson, skipper of the Seattle Ball Club, said, what was it? The spasm in his hamstring. So will he be in today's lineup? And I keep hitting refresh. What is it? 12:51 our time, which is 10:51 or 9:51. Was it? Oh, it's 11:51. Yeah, 9:51 their time. They're 3 hours behind. But we'll see if he's not there. So I'm cool with Baz against that lineup minus contributors. The question is, can the Orioles do what they did to Brian Wu last week at Oriole Park at Camden Yards? And I know it's easy. We teed off on him. Let's kick his ass. We did it before. He's a different guy at home. He's undefeated in Seattle. And he was an all-star last year. And I'm guessing whatever lessons he learned the hard way against this Baltimore lineup. So I'm expecting he'll perform better than he did at Camden Yards. I guess my point is, in a long-winded way, where's the offense coming from in this game? And can they win a pitcher's duel, kind of 3-2, 4-3 ball game against the Mariners?
I think they can. I know that's been an issue at times this year for Shane Baz starts, whether he didn't get the proper run support or even like a crazy Ernie Clement play and that the tag that wasn't, that was one of his starts, and there were so many other errors in that game that resulted in, there's 5 runs on his line, but only 1 was earned. You don't see that very often. So he's been let down at times, but has usually held up his end of the bargain. Feel pretty good about him. Depleted lineup on the other side or not, I still feel pretty good about Baz. And Brian Wu, they don't need to get 7 off him today, right? But get something, right? And maybe chase him out of there early and get to the pen. I think that's the bigger thing for me. Like, don't let him look like Logan Gilbert. Now, Gilbert dominated a week ago and he dominated this week. So that was one where it's like, okay, that just makes sense, right? He's got the Orioles number, has for pretty much his entire career. But Brian Wu, as good as he's been, I think this Orioles lineup is anticipating a matchup like this today. This should be excitement them. Big dominant performances like they had off of him last week have been hard to come by. They should be salivating, I would think.
Were you surprised that Kalser was not in the lineup last night against a right-hander? And I'm guessing that's a one-day reprieve for him, and he'll get himself back out there. Because after that great stretch where he had the home runs and the walk-offs and et cetera, he's been in the throes of a pretty significant slump here.
Nothing really surprises me anymore. That's probably the best way to talk about Orioles lineup decisions. I am not surprised by anything. Somebody's going to be left out, whether they deserve to be in there or not. It's just the way it is. So I think, Cowser's been contributing, but it's been in bigger moments. It hasn't been in the bigger picture, like you said. So for that reason, I don't have a huge issue with him taking a day on the bench. Now, if he's out of there again today, then maybe we can have a conversation.
Yeah, and O'Neill did make the catch, robbed a home run from Cal Raleigh last night. So that was a contributing factor for him. But as we've talked about 1,000 times with O'Neill and old muscles there, he was brought in to provide power, right-handed power in particular, and he's not doing it. And I think unless something changes dramatically here over the next few weeks, months, this is going to look to be a pretty bad decision on Mike Elias's part to give him a 3-year deal. And everyone assumed last year, Nolan, he was going to come in and bash because he had 31 home runs for Boston the year before, even though he was on IL 3 times. And he was just going to wear out left-handed pitching. He's worse against lefties than he is right-handers. And he's not good against anybody so far in 2026. And he was brought in to replace Anthony Santander. Now, in all fairness, Santander has been a non-entity for Toronto, especially this year. But Tyler O'Neill has been one of the more disappointing free agent signings we've seen in a long, long time. And they're not going to be able to get out from under it unless he improves his play or they just decide they're going to have to eat a big old turd burger that is his contract. Because you can't afford to throw him out there with the bloopers and the dribblers and all of that nonsense when he's supposed to have an OPS over 800.
Yeah, there's no saving the contract. And that's so demoralizing to say with still a year and a half remaining on it. But let's be honest about it. It's going to be the conversation again this offseason. Do you bite the bullet and, like you said, just move on? They didn't see fit to do that. I would have done it after 1 year. I can understand the organization saying, okay, we got to at least try to get something out of this. But if 2 straight years it's not there, and if the injuries start piling up like they did last year, then it's an easy decision at that point. I know this organization isn't in the business of just throwing money away, but at a certain point, you got to see when the writing's on the wall. And this is clear as day.
He is hitting, Tyler O'Neill, this year against left-handed pitchers, 132. His slugging percentage, 170 against lefties. That's a good 10-pin bowling score. Mm-hmm. That's abysmal. I don't even think there's a word to describe how bad that is. He has 2 home runs on the season. 2. And in the month of June, he's hitting 267. That's all great, warm and fuzzy, and no ribbies, no homers. No, this isn't happening. This is unacceptable.
I'd be willing to perform some mental gymnastics if he was doing what Taylor Ward did, right, where he was contributing, maybe playing solid every day, getting on base, but the power wasn't there. We've been passing the buck with the power thing. Like Gunner's supposed to provide the power. Didn't do it last year. You're supposed to get it situationally in a platoon role from O'Neill. You didn't get it. It just felt like, okay, now we get Taylor Ward. He's going to do it. No, somebody else. Who's going to be the home run guy? I don't know, but at least contribute. And you reading those numbers there, man, I couldn't have even imagined that they did that bad. Again,
there's no word in the dictionary that describes how bad he has been against lefties and in pitching in general here in 2026. We'll come back, feed you some football, NFL lunch style. Got the American League East report at 1:15. And then Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, talk about what's going on in his world. Always something with Mike Harmon.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Or a chance to spin the Big Spin wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work,
in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the wok fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish emptied the tank in last night's start against Seattle by working his way into the 8th inning and striking out a career-high 12 along the way. An RBI single by Dominic Canzone was the only blemish on his line as he delivered a dominant enough effort to outduel Mariners starter George Kirby and help the O's pick up a 5-3 win.
I think I was just on attack all day. If I fell behind in count, I was getting back in zone. Wasn't going to let the last 2 outings kind of affect me going into today. And just really challenging guys. We've been working on that.
There's Bradish with a self-assessment after the game. Shane Baz will try to make it 4 straight quality starts for the Baltimore rotation this afternoon. Seattle will send out Brian Wu. First pitch coming up at 4:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Top Peterson football, NFL lunch style. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on this Total Request Thursday. Vinny's off for the weekend. He'll be back on Monday. Joe Burrow, quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals, told the assembled media as they're having their mandatory minicamp that this year's Bengals team, for him, feels like it did in 2019 when he was at LSU, when they were arguably one of the greatest college football teams of all time, both offensively and defensively. I mean, they had Burrow, they had Chase, they had Justin Jefferson, Patrick Queen on the defensive side. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was the running back, and I'm forgetting dudes. I mean, that was a loaded ball club. But to put Cincinnati in that same breath, I don't know. The Bengals playoff less for the last 3 seasons. They did go 9-8 in 2024 when Joe Burrow was outstanding for them, but their defense was bad. And then he got hurt early last year, missed a significant amount of time, came back in time to spank the Ravens on a Thursday night at Baltimore, which was detrimental to Baltimore's chances to make the playoffs. And look, Chase Brown was a revelation for them, Nolan, running the football. They've done some things to improve the offensive line, but where they've really struggled is defensively. And they traded for Dexter Lawrence. They brought in Jonathan Allen, Boye Mafe. Shamar Stewart was kind of a dud as a first-round pick last year. Their secondary has been very, very beatable the last couple of seasons, so they brought in some pieces there. Is Joe Burrow onto something? I mean, comparing this team to one of the greatest college football teams of all time, but he's basically saying, correct me if I'm wrong, he feels that same sort of energy when they were going into that year, the Bayou Bengals. Remember, Ed Orgeron wound up getting fired like 2 years later after that. But hyperbole, or do we question his motives here?
Time will tell, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I think I'd chalk this up to, your typical preseason hype type of thing. Nothing really more than that. But the narratives around the Bengals have been fun to watch as a fan of a rival team. But it's not going to last forever. I still remain skeptical about crowning them, but I don't really feel great about anybody in this division right now. I mean, sure, the Ravens are fine. They're built to be successful, I would think. I could say the same about the Bengals in theory. But is this going to be like last year where, somebody's got to win the division, but they're not necessarily regarded as a true top elite contender in the AFC? I think we got a ways to go before a team like Baltimore, certainly a team like Pittsburgh, and don't even talk to me about Cleveland, proves themselves as truly one of the elite.
As our friend Eric Edholm wrote on NFL.com yesterday, 41-26 since the start of 2021 are the Bengals when Burrow starts, 5-12 when he does not. So Zach Taylor's the longest tenured coach in the division, which is kind of mind-boggling if you think about it. But he's been to 2 championship games. He's been to a Super Bowl. But usually when you go 3 straight years without making the postseason, it doesn't bode well for your future with that organization, which I guess leads to my next thought. If they fall short this year, he's as good as gone.
Oh, definitely.
Zach Taylor.
I would think so. And I think if I was a fan of the Bengals, and I don't know if it was as loud as it was here for Harbaugh or for Pittsburgh fans with Tomlin, like, hey, get this guy out of here. I don't know if I can speak to that. But, man, it just felt like if I was a fan of that team, I'd feel like, there's your excuse, the built-in excuse already if they come up short. Let's say Joe Burrow misses time again. Nobody's going to rag on him and be, Zach Taylor. We got to get Zach Taylor out of here. That was the problem. Right. It was all coaching, right? Or whatever, new defensive coordinator, or whatever changes to the defense didn't come to fruition. It's because of roster building. We didn't draft the right guys. They shouldn't have got rid of Trey Hendrickson, blah, blah, blah. They won't actually acknowledge the real problems with this team. So, I mean, even then, 2 years ago, blame the defense all you want. Joe Burrow played like an MVP. There was nothing more he could have possibly done to carry or lift that team, and the defense let him down. Last year, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that the Bengals defense was great. In some ways, they were even worse than they were a year prior, but Joe Burrow was not there. And that is just simply a hurdle that I can't get over. I can't ignore, right? I'm not going to overlook that and just put all of this on the defense when your best player wasn't available.
Also, Eric wrote about another quarterback in the AFC, one that the Ravens have seen multiple times, C.J. Stroud. And he's going into his 4th season in the National Football League. They've made the playoffs every year he's been the starting quarterback. Hey, the Ravens have seen them in the postseason. But he had an absolute disaster of a game against the Patriots in the postseason last year. So where do we value him or view him? Is he a premier top 10, 12 level quarterback, or was his rookie season the high point of his career? I find that hard to believe. They brought in David Montgomery to bolster the running game. They might get Tank Dell back, who was a rising star receiver before that. Did he get hurt on some like dopey play call where he was running the ball inside the 5 and he blew out his knee? But either way, I mean, they've got dudes on that team, hence the multiple playoff appearances. But what about C.J. Stroud? I mean, this was a guy that was a trendy MVP pick going into his second year. Now we're talking about a guy that might not get his contract extended past his rookie deal, which would have been unfathomable to think about 2 years ago.
Yeah, certainly, I don't know if you call it make or break type of year, but when it comes to that contract type of decision, I mean, I think the Texans have to be asking themselves, well, who do we have here? Do we have the true definitive top 10 guy, or do we have Tua Tagovailoa? Because this is exactly what happened with the Dolphins, right? Tua put up video game numbers in one season and looked like a competent franchise quarterback, maybe not a sure thing top 10, but certainly someone that could lead and distribute to the weapons that they had, and they could win. And then it blew up. Almost as soon as it was good, it just completely nosedived. So I think Houston's asking themselves, who do we have? Do we have the actual good guy? Do we have the rookie C.J. Stroud? Or do we have what looked like a fluke? The thing about the playoffs, though, where he was just abysmal last year, he's shown previously in his career play well in the playoffs. Again, as a rookie, he played fantastic. I thought he showed a lot of heart when he came into Baltimore in the divisional round 2 years ago. Maybe didn't have his best individual game there, but as a rookie in that kind of environment, Ravens defense very, very good that year. I thought he showed himself well. It's just so confusing why this has regressed across the board for him.
And staying with quarterbacks real quick, last thing that Eric wrote, the class of 25, Cam Ward was the number 1 pick. Shedeur Sanders was probably the biggest name in that draft class. Jackson Dart, now buddies with our friend John Harbaugh up in New York. But Tyler Shuck will be viewed as the best quarterback by the end of this 26th season, now in New Orleans with the Saints, of that draft class. And Tyler Shuck, he showed some flashes, big time, but by the end of the year will be considered the best quarterback in that draft. Hey, Dylan Gabriel's not playing. It's either Shedeur or Watson in Cleveland. Dart start in New York, have fun with that pressure. And then Cam Ward, they did some things to help him personnel-wise. Hopefully they help the offensive line to keep him upright. But he's in a division, the NFC South, that it's saying, hey, somebody win me. And maybe in New Orleans, he has the best opportunity to maybe accomplish that for sure.
In a lot of ways, he's probably still going to fly under the radar going into this season. I don't think the chatter around him is going to be that loud at all, or the Saints for that matter as a team. So it could bode well for him. But as we just get done talking about a C.J. Stroud, right, a Tyler Shuck looks pretty damn good as a rookie. Ahead of schedule might be a good way to describe the portion of the season he played last year. But you see what happened. Sometimes there's a sophomore slump. Sometimes it was a fluke. Sometimes opposing defenses adjust and they have your number. So I won't go that far just yet, but I also think this take here from Eric Edholm, it's not that crazy because I think it also speaks to the overall quality of the 25 class and that there's no world beater there.
Yeah, and he's going to be 27 years old, which is kind of crazy, too, for Tyler Shuck. But that's their problem. Last thing the Ravens have is a quarterback issue. When we come back, shift to the baseball. Orioles win last night, 5-3 over Seattle. Got the American League East report, talk about what happened in the division last night. Look at today's schedule. Updated look at the standings. And then Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio. He'll be joining us then on Funhouse Trip with Nolan McGraw, Inside Access at 2.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more major announcements on the way, visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
She's back. Miss Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Balls. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Total Request Thursday. Orioles win last night, 5-3 over the Seattle Mariners. Gunnar, Henderson, Jackson, Holiday go deep. Tavares with an RBI triple. So that's great. Gunner's shot gave the Orioles a 2-1 lead. But the story of the day was Kyle Bradish, 7 2/3, 5 hits, 1 run. That was early in the game. 2 walks, 12 strikeouts, a career high, as he was dominant after 2 rough outings prior to his performance against the Mariners last night. He bounced back in a big way. Remember, this is a guy that finished fourth in the Cy Young voting back in 2023, and then the arm and elbow problems arose, and you saw glimpses of him pitch to that all-star level. Had a really strong May for the Orioles. And as we said, first couple outings here in June, not ideal, but boy, did he deal last night. And the Orioles actually put some runs on the board, but, the concern we've had all season long, they're not hitting home runs, they're not scoring. They were 0 for 4, by the way, with runners in scoring position. So maybe tonight against this afternoon against Brian Wu, they can get this thing rolling. Brian Wu, 5-5 of the 428 on the year, but he's 4-0 with a 237 at home. Shane Baz, 4-6 with a 406 on the season. So he's giving the Orioles some quality, giving them some length, and now just trying to get himself back into the win column. And if the Orioles can somehow manage to secure a victory today, and I don't care how they get it done, it would be nice if Baz throws a 2-hitter for 7 innings, 10 Ks, and the Orioles, go 5 for 9 with runners in scoring position. That would be great. But just win the series, because now you go off to L.A., take on the Dodgers, and as we know, it's no easy feat, which we're going to talk about, because the Tampa Bay Rays felt that pain over the last 3. So it's 35-40 on the year for the Orioles, 13-21 on the road. For Seattle, they're 38-37, 20-17 at home. And keep in mind, as we saw last night, Julio Rodriguez left with a spasm in his hamstring. What does all of this mean for today and beyond for them? Remains to be seen, because Randy Arozarena is going to be out for a while. Josh Naylor is hurt. And as they get Raleigh and Crawford back, they lose a couple of other players. So Seattle in a weaker division than the American League East, but still injuries can creep up on you and do so in a big, big way. Now, speaking of the Dodgers, they're taking on Tampa at Chavez Ravine. And this was a game that was going deep into it. Decision still very much in doubt. And then Freddie Freeman says, wait a minute.
This is when the rest of the league loves that rule.
Freeman flies it to deep center field. Mullins going back. He's out of room. Goodbye. Freddie Freeman flips the score with a 2-run shot.
5-4 final score. That was Sportsnet LA on the call. Cedric Mullins gave it a spirited effort for sure, but just out of his reach in center field. Shohei Ohtani, not exactly at top of his game. He gets the win. He's now 7-2 on the year with the win last night. Dodgers sweep that series 3-0. Now the Orioles go there starting tomorrow. And, Trey Gibson's on the hill. I don't know, man. I don't know. Call me, again, skeptical. Don't want to be. I hope Trey Gibson goes out there and throws that death ball, and the Dodgers are up there flailing away like it's a Bugs Bunny cartoon, but we'll see how it goes. Blue Jays taking on the Red Sox last night, and the Red Sox, as we've talked about, they're worse than Baltimore is. And Vlad Jr., who we discussed earlier, not exactly hitting home runs the way we expected, but he was driving in enough yesterday.
He is 1 for 3. Popped it up into right field, dropping, and it's going to fall in, and another run will score. Monasterio couldn't get there, and it's 3-0 Toronto.
Nesson on the call. Vlad Jr., 2 for 4, 2 ribbies. Woods Richardson got the win because Max Scherzer was placed on the IL with back spasms prior to the game. Varland picks up the save, his 14th of the season. So it was Blue Jays 3-0 over the Red Sox at Fenway Park. They will reconvene coming up here in about 10 minutes, as a matter of fact. And the Yankees taking on the White Sox, battle of first-place teams. And through the first 2 games of this series, it's been all about the pinstripers there.
Goldschmidt hammers that. Oppo and gone. Paul Goldschmidt continues to rake. A 3-run shot.
Yes, on the call, Paul Goldschmidt going opposite field at Yankee Stadium. Bellinger and Jazz Chisholm go deep as well. Carlos Rodon beat the team that drafted him way back when. Montgomery He had 2 knocks, 2 home runs for the White Sox. Losing effort 10-5 was the final score. So New York continues to cook. Today it's Toronto at Boston, as we said, 1:35. Yankees and White Sox in the Bronx, 7:05. In the Orioles and Mariners coming up at 4:10. Standings update. Major League Baseball here on this Total Request Thursday. Yankees 3.5 on Tampa. New York's won 4 in a row, 8 of 10. Rays just got swept, so they've lost 3 straight. Toronto's 10 back. Orioles 11.5. Red Sox 15.5 off the pace. White Sox and Guardians are tied for first in the Central. Twinkies have won 3 in a row. They're 4.5 out there. Seattle, 1.5 up on the A's, 2 up on Rangers, 3.5. Houston, 3.5 out. Bad as they've been, they're still clanking around. Angels, not so much. Out in the National League, Braves are struggling. And struggling in a big way. Acuna's going to be out for a while. Spencer Strider's on the 60-day IL. So that lead that was pushing 10 is now down to 6.5 over the Phillies in the East. Nats are 8 games out. In the Central, Brewers won 3 in a row. They're 5.5 up on the Cardinals. And out West, Dodgers kind of pulling away. They're 9 up on the Padres, 9.5 on the Diamondbacks. Wild card standings, if the playoffs started today, they don't. Tampa, Cleveland are in. Toronto and the A's are tied for the 3rd wild card spot. Texas, half game back. Baltimore and Minnesota, 1.5. And Houston's 2. The Orioles are 1.5 on the wild card. It's mind-boggling that they're still there. Minus 33 run differential. By the way, Oakland's minus 51, and they'd be a qualifier. St. Louis, Phillies in. Padres, Nats, Cubs, they're tied for the 3rd. Diamondbacks, half game back. Pirates are a game back. Marlins 2, Cubs 3, or the Reds 3, and all that fun stuff that goes along with it. That's your standings update, everyone, here on this Total Request Thursday. Ravens training camp starts July 29th. We'll be previewing that over the next few weeks, getting you ready for this as the Ravens are on their run for redemption after a disappointing 2025. But we'll talk to Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, about what's going on in his world. The baseball, is there going to be a lockout? Baseball strike, is that a reality? Baseball wouldn't be dumb enough, players or owners, to have another prolonged strike, because we said back in 94, it's the worst thing ever happened in the sport. Lost the postseason. Records could have been broken. The Expos might have been the best team in baseball. They don't even exist anymore. Baseball's not dumb enough to do that again, are they?
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, 0 bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
The sports card market can feel overwhelming, but Baltimore Sports Cards makes it simple. Whether you're buying, selling, or trading, they're your trusted source. No games, just great deals. Visit BaltimoreSportsCards.com and get started today.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Go to callamazing.com. Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mira Fiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mira Fiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles. Broken families rebuilt. Every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Ryan Helsley's return to the majors came with some drama last night. Craig Albernaz threw him out there for the 9th inning with a 4-run cushion to work with, but Dominic Canzone and Cole Young hit back-to-back homers on consecutive pitches to instantly change the tone of the game. To his credit, Helsley was still able to recover and escape the inning with a pair of punch-outs. So should we just chalk this up to rust as he comes off the IL? Craig Albernaz was asked that after the game.
Yeah, I don't think it was rust. I mean, he threw 9 pitches, all strikes. You know, they were on the first pitch heater, the first 2 guys, and they did a great job of putting swings on and getting to it. But it was great to see Helsley back out there. He was efficient. Slider looked great. Split looked great. And he was throwing strikes.
Meanwhile, in some NBA news, Trae Young will reportedly decline his $48 million player option for the upcoming season, making him a free agent for the first time in his career. Reports are that Washington will still make a strong push to keep him on a new deal after he played just 5 games for them after being traded midseason. NBA free agency will begin on June 30th. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Here on the Story Request Thursday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send that request. Plus, for text line, 410-583-1057. Nolan is waiting for you. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Orioles taking on the Mariners coming up in a couple of hours. Still waiting on that lineup, everyone. Shane Baz taking on Brian Wu. Orioles trying to win the series. Breaking a 3-game skid last night against the always fun and exciting Mariners. Knicks win the NBA championship. Joe Burrow thinks Cincinnati has that same vibe that 2019 LSU had going on there. Could there be a work stoppage in Major League Baseball? You got the World Cup going on. All sorts of zaniness happening, and here to make sense of it all, maybe the only guy that can. From Fox Sports Radio, SwollenDome.com. I Want Your Flex is the podcast. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's Mike Harmon. Mike, what is up?
Bob, what is going on? As you laid it out, so many fun and exciting stories across our sporting landscape. Have you gotten into the FIFA World Cup? Have you picked a nation to just jump on board with? Or are you just an honorary Scotsman drinking beer? I mean, what do we got?
Well, I do that anyway. It doesn't really matter if they're playing kickball or basketball or baseball. I'm drinking either way. USA, USA! Mike Harmon, what's the matter with you? That's the country I'm riding with, no doubt about it. I am kind of intrigued by Lionel Messi doing like Michael Jordan level stuff, though. Couple of days ago for Argentina, whose lineage of great players is, pretty long and illustrious. Maradona, someone we're old enough to remember, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, a couple of days ago, that was a fun ride, right? Mbappe into Holland, into Messi, and now you get the supercuts of all the times. Like, Look at Messi. All he does is walk and stalk things around like he's on the Serengeti, waiting for the week to be seen. And then, bam, there he was with play after play. It's so much fun watching it break out here. Not fun in traffic because we do have matches at what is now being called LA Stadium for the rest of the tournament here for the matches. But all in, it's just exciting. It's like the Knicks thing, right? It's in United City. You got some great videos and stupidity mixed in with the celebration there in New York. But sport with that capacity, at least for a minute. We're not arguing about everything else. We can get excitable about an event and come together with all that energy in one spot. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, Baltimore, D.C., we were denied access to the World Cup festivities. But, it's all good. Traffic sucks here. Anyway, to be totally honest with you, you brought up the Knicks, and they win their first title in 53 years, and congratulations to them. And I know the playoff field has changed dramatically since they last won it when they beat the Baltimore Bullets in the Eastern Conference semifinals. And Walt Williams, our buddy here, Maryland legend who played in the NBA playoffs and played in the NBA for over 10 years, was like, it's a great run, but it's a weak conference, and, they handle their business the way they're supposed to. And I get all that. But how do we look at this from a Spurs perspective? Because they were the team that was ahead of schedule. Where New York, they've been to the conference finals. They've fallen short. Tibbs got the heave-ho, brought in Mike Brown, who, he's got a lineage of doing great things, whether it was an assistant or a head coach himself with the Kings, et cetera, in Cleveland. But what about San Antonio? Is this a learning experience for them, or is this something that may scar them for a while? Because Victor Wembanyama might goes into that series as the new face of the league, and he leaves as a guy that's getting eggs thrown at him, and a guy that was a flagrant foul away from missing a game if it would have gone deeper.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with the Spurs side of things, from Mitch Johnson and his inexperience, De'Aaron Fox. Look, I do a show with Ryan Hollins, where I played in the league a decade.
UCLA.
And worked with the Rockets, right? UCLA guy. And, as we're talking about things, and I led him down that path, and I didn't think he'd say it, but he just laid it out. Rick Bucher, our guy from FS1, laid it out yesterday too. It's like, all right, we're all in agreement. De'Aaron Fox is only on the court because he makes a lot of money. And that's a very sad state of affairs. Like, if the guy's ineffective and not getting it done, and I saw some Spurs fans trying to stand for him, go, he was hurt. I'm like, I don't care what his power bar is, like he's on a video game. If he's on the court, he's fair game. He's got to perform. For Wembanyama, not only did you see some immaturity, and look, at 22, I expect some of that, but you're looking at the fact that you got a guy who made massive blunders, miss big shots in big spots. You give up huge leads. Like, all of these things, at some point, someone's got to be smart enough. I mean, Popovich is there for you. Just the lean. Well, hey, coach, what are you seeing? Well, stop giving up big leads. Stop shooting threes. Stop being dumb. By the way, De'Aaron Fox, your experienced guy on the court. Oh, yeah, he played a lot with the Sacramento Kings. That prepares you for big minutes. But you're just talking about a lot of the – and you use the term ahead of schedule. I got to say, it's the one phrase in all of this that kind of gets me, because there's no guarantee you're getting back any of this, right? You're young, and you've got a great core and opportunity. Western Conference is going to be tough. Wembanyama, he's got to get some ass on him because he kept getting bodied out. So that's just a physical thing that has to happen over time. But, you had the opportunity here against a good Knicks team, no question. But you were in and led convincingly each of those games. I don't know if this doesn't fracture you to where you're lucky to ever get it together again.
Yeah, you mentioned no guarantees. Wasn't it 3 years ago? Sacramento was supposed to be that team with Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, and they made Golden State sweat for 7 games. Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, SwollenDome.com. Joining us here, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Total request Thursday. All right, let's get to baseball. Your White Sox are, getting a hard lesson up in the Bronx here from the Yankees, but they're still tied with Cleveland for the division lead. Our Orioles just broke a 3-game skid last night, but they can't get out of their own way. They can't win more than 3 in a row, and that hasn't exactly been a regular occurrence. But let's look maybe bigger picture. You got the trade deadline coming up, and it looks like Scooble's a foregone conclusion to get moved. Hell, Casey Mize might get traded. But even further down the road, Mike, it seems as though a work stoppage in one way, shape, or form is going to be a reality. How does this change things in regards to, because Scooble's going to be a free agent after the season and maybe the highest paid pitcher ever if, in fact, he gets to that. But what about the work stoppage that seems to be, because the owners are all about the salary cap, the players are 100% against it. So is history about to repeat itself, and not good history going back to 94 into 95?
Yeah, you'd like to think that folks would learn, right? The old, you don't learn from it, you're doomed to repeat it. In this case, you've got the fatted calf out there once again. I mean, talking about tickets, sales, all these teams. Padres just announced they've already sold 3 million tickets on the year. I mean, that's a great example. You got your superstars that are doing nothing, and you're still selling 3 million tickets. The Yankees lining them up, even though Aaron Judge isn't there, and the White Sox having great success to where the turnstiles are popping, and yet you're looking around going, you know what? Let's fight about this, and calmer heads, have to prevail. The union for Major League Baseball, to their credit, for the players, great things, but also, realizing, we got to be smart enough to realize that there are a lot of other broadcasting options and dollars that flow when you look at all these deals, everybody trying to get every extra bit of NFL action or whatever college football or anything else becomes, that, you're also in a pretty crowded marketplace for those spaces as well. So, the money is not infinite in that regard. But, what I think it'll mean for us is short term, a lot of these guys where it's in maybe kind of situation, like Scooble, like some of these other stars, I think we're going to see a really active trade deadline as people try to get away from being part of the issue of the heavy contracts. And not that you're going to go Moneyball on stuff, but I think, you're going to see a little bit of a divestiture from middling teams from those high-priced guys short term. All right, to see if you can build towards whatever the future becomes.
Mike, real quick, man, let's transition to the NFL. Joe Burrow, he likes the makeup of his Bengals, compared it to, early in 19 when he was at LSU, where they were one of arguably the greatest offense for sure of all time and one of the great college football teams. What's your impressions of Cincinnati as we sit here on June the 18th?
Another one of those great examples of never bank on getting back. I still remember chastising Bengals fans in the parking lot after they lost the Super Bowl to the Rams. It's just the beginning. Mike, I know you enjoyed your visit here in February in California as opposed to being in Cincinnati, but my God, man, that's not the way this works. Their over-under is 9.5. The division will be tough because even though we laugh at the Browns, they'll win a couple of games by accident. Ravens and Steelers aren't going anywhere. So I like his optimism. What else is he going to sell, right? It's like a lot of these guys, go back to the Spurs after every game. It's like, we beat ourselves. We'll be fine. We're still winning this thing. That's what Joe Burrow sounds like. It still has to go out and actually happen.
Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, SwollenDome.com. I Want Your Flex is the podcast. Mike, as always, appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your Total Request Thursday. We'll talk to you next week. And yes, we're getting closer and closer to talking about fantasy football in real terms.
Yay! Yeah. Let's get those drafts up and flowing.
All right, Mike, take it easy. There's Mike Harmon, everybody. And we'll come back, go to the Funhouse, Nolan McGraw, and a guy that we were talking about earlier saying he doesn't hit a lot of home runs. Well, he's already hit a home run today.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll have heavy O's talk in the first half of the show and then keep you updated on the series finale against the Mariners in the second half. Also, could the Ravens starting center actually be on the roster right now? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Oh man, Washington Wizards star point guard Trae Young plans to decline his $48.97 million player option for the 2026-2027 season, making him an unrestricted free agent this Monday. While multiple rival teams are expected to pursue the four-time All-Star, Washington remains the clear frontrunner to re-sign him long-term. I'm Addie Bates.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Spain was trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $572 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're at today? Check Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's summertime in Baltimore, which means the heat and humidity is here. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now, from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Father's Day, go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. only at P.F. Chang's.
World's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Spain was trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $572 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're at today? Check Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Total Request Thursday coming to an end. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles taking on the Mariners. Boz against Woo. A couple of righties going on there. Got the lineup for the Orioles. Taylor Ward's in left field. Gunnar Henderson went deep last night. He's at shortstop. Adley Rutschman behind the plate. Pete Alonso cleaning up at first base. Samuel Basallo batting fifth behind the plate. Leody Taveras back in right field tonight, batting sixth. Had an RBI triple yesterday. Colton Cowser, there we go. Question answered. He's in center field, batting seventh. Blaze Alexander had 3 hits last night. He's at third base again. And Jackson Holliday, who went deep, he's at second base. So no Jeremiah Jackson, no Kobe Mayo. Nolan is... It looks like he's running it back. Craig Albanez, with the exception of Cowser, in for Muscles, and Adley and Basallo flipping DH catching spots here.
I don't really have a big problem with this. I think it's look, keep Blaze Alexander in there, right? If there was a guy that fit the definition of, don't stop a hot thing type of, ride the hot hand, he would be it. Just been on absolute fire. Blazing, no pun intended.
Yeah, and he starts getting more at-bats, then he might start qualifying for things. Right now, with players over 170 at-bats, he's only one of 3 in the American League that's actually hitting over 300. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the people before we go away for 3 days here?
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. I know there's a lot listening in the audience right now. Enjoy the day as best you can. I hope you get some reprieve, some moment of whatever you want, whatever your wish is for Father's Day. I hope you get it in some capacity. We're going to keep the McGraw family tradition rolling, at least for the past 3 to 5 years for Father's Day. We always get crabs. So I think that's as solid a tradition as any. Spend some time outside, be a good weekend.
Yeah, crustaceans are always strong, especially this time of year. And my request for my wife for Father's Day, I want those fried pork ribs with the white barbecue sauce.
Wow, the white barbecue sauce.
That's what I'm going with. Now, if it sucks, then I'll never do it again. If it's delicious, because I wanted Swedish meatballs a couple of Christmases ago, and about 3 meatballs in, I'm like, what the hell did I want Swedish meatballs?
And you got a whole crock pot full of them?
Yeah,
somebody take these, please.
Yeah, they were definitely in the trash can by the end of said weekend. Just with all due respect to people who like Swedish meatballs, I'll just take my Italian ones with the tomato and the Parmesan, because, they're the Michael Jordan of meatballs. Let's go to the fun house.
Quick Draws Fun House.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Texter here on the Orioles' inconsistent offense says it's still an offense that's top 10 in baseball and runs per game. So what's really the problem? To me, they can't handle pressure without pressing. I think this is something that goes all the way back to the 2024 postseason. The second they're under pressure, they fold. It's honestly insane how high the upside for the offense still is when you consider the overall production they've had, and that's in spite of the absolutely abysmal runners in scoring position numbers.
Yeah, that is a stat, runs per game. what were they, eighth, I think.
Eighth in total, yeah. Total runs.
That's about as deceiving a stat as you can find, because as the texter pointed out, with runners in scoring position, they're bad. Talk about pressure with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. They're like third worst in baseball. They hit home runs with runners in scoring position. They seem to be a lot of the solo variety. So, yeah, they don't come through in the clutch. I mean, they were 0 for 4 last night in that area.
Do one more here on the Ravens. Texter pointing out, in years past, every time Lamar did not show up for the voluntary portion of the offseason, it was something that was always brought up during the course of the season. Anytime he would miss a play, miss a throw, have a down game. Will the same be true for other players on this roster who were missing from the voluntary or even mandatory minicamp, looking specifically at Rashad Bateman? Missing a catch, running improper routes, down games for him. Will the chatter be as loud?
Well, we'll see, because he missed mandatory minicamp. He was there. He was spotted in Owings Mills. He just didn't participate. Now, what the reason is, we don't know. Hopefully everything's fine with him physically, or he's in a good place with his personal life. But he's going to be under scrutiny whether he would have shown up for every single off-season activity, because he's coming off a disappointing year. And he's going to have to vibe with Lamar Jackson. We just talked about 2 hours ago, the rookie receivers. Or are they going to need to bring in a Stephon Diggs or a Keenan Allen or somebody along those lines? Rashad Bateman can make that a very easy decision for the Ravens if he plays like he did in 2024. That's the problem. I don't think anybody really knows if he can. You can count on Zay Flowers. Might want to tighten up on the fumbles, 3 lost last year, but we don't know what Rashad Bateman you're going to get. And I don't know if missing minicamp has anything to do with his performance this year.
It's so crazy. You're talking about a player and are not even really concerned about an injury here. Durability is not really part of the conversation with Rashad Bateman. It's so crazy that we're talking about him. And my bigger concern is him taking himself out of contention from a mental standpoint. If the ball's not going his way in week 1, he could shut it down for the entire year. Like, you just don't get it back from him.
He was a guy, as the Ravens were making that playoff run in 24, who Lamar relied on. He's the guy that caught the touchdown pass that set up the Andrews drop, if I'm not mistaken, against the Bills. Or it might have been likely. Either way, he had a touchdown in that game, and he was getting the ball thrown to him in crucial situations. That couldn't do it for us. We're not back until Monday, everybody. Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes. Orioles taking on the Seattle Mariners, going for a series win. First pitch there is 4:10. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you in a few days. For now, everyone, class dismissed.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
Yeah, I know a little bit about leaving the yard. The backyard. Every time I swing that wiffle bat and the ball whistles over the shed into the neighbor's garden, and I touch the frisbees at first and second base, and the flattened cardboard box we use as third, I know. I've cemented my place in history.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Kohl's Father's Day gifts are so good, Dad won't be able to stop bragging about them. To his friends, to his barber, to the server who did not ask. He'll even brag to you, the person who literally bought it for him. From comfy polos to stylish shoes and more, plus 20% off across the store. Get gifts Dad'll be talking about for months at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. You've been warned. Select styles. Offer ends June 21st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On July 21st, it's Death Cab for Cutie with Japanese Breakfast. Country star Thomas Rhett stops by on August 13th. Then rock out with a Bray and Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates and get ready to succeed again. If you hold an associate's degree from a Maryland community college, you could save thousands in tuition at University of Maryland Global Campus. Our completion scholarship allows those who qualify to earn a bachelor's degree for $12,000 or less. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson has displayed his frustration with his lackluster results all season, which makes moments like last night's two-run homer feel even more cathartic. He jump-started a quality offensive effort for the Orioles by going yard off of George Kirby in the third inning. It was just his second home run in his last 19 games.
You know, they have really good pitching on that side. It doesn't matter who they throw. It's real stuff, and they attack the strike zone. So, especially with 2 outs at the time and Gunnar being able to put the ball in the seats, yeah, that was awesome. It was a great swing by Gunnar. We talked about pregame. He has to get the results that he wanted, but it's good to see him get a result.
There's Craig Albernaz on the big swing from Gunnar. Jackson Holliday also picked up a homer in the ninth for some much-needed insurance, since Ryan Helsley would go on to make things a little more interesting than anticipated in the bottom half of the inning. He surrendered back-to-back blasts that cut the lead in half, but managed to recover and lock up a 5-3 win. The season series between these two teams is tied at 3 games apiece heading into this afternoon's finale. Shane Baz will go for Baltimore, while Brian Wu gets the call for Seattle. First pitch a little after 4. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Against Kirby, Alexander's on the run. Henderson sends one in the air to deep right. Robles at the wall. He's out of room. Into the sunshine, a brilliant swing by Gunnar Henderson. And that puts the Orioles on the board in Seattle in a big way. A 2-run blast for Gunnar. He continues to torch George Kirby. And Leone to right center field. That's a gapper. Let's see how far Pete can go. This ball's all the way to the wall. And Tavares is thinking 3. He is in there with his team high 4th triple of the season. Fly ball deep right center field. This one's golfed out toward the wall and gone. Up into the no-fly zone. Jackson Holiday knocks it out of here. He came a little shy of the fence in the 5th inning, and he airs one over it in the 9th to give the Orioles a little late insurance. Joe down swinging 101, blazing through the Seattle night to end it. And the Orioles win it 5-3 on the back of one of the best nights of Kyle Bradish's big league career.
Highlights courtesy of Kevin Brown on Masson. Orioles behind Kyle Bradish. And we'll get to the Bradish part of it all in a few minutes because he deserves his own segment. He was that good. But this was one of those nights, Bone, where it allowed you to believe that this lineup can be good, even though and this is part of the frustration of the Orioles is that some nights they get 3 hits, and we saw that the first game. They had 2 hits in the first inning, don't get another hit till the 9th. But yesterday, 10-hit attack, couple home runs, key triple from Tavares. The bats showed up last night.
I thought it was a very fun game.
Yes.
And just all the way around, Ken. I know Leody Tavares had that weird incident in center field.
Man,
but that ended up turning into a fantastic defensive play because Tavares hits Gunnar on the relay, gets the runner at third base. But you think of the defensive plays that were made, Ken, like that being one of them. It started with a poor defensive play, but ended with the out, which is all that matters. Tyler O'Neill robbing Cal Raleigh of a homer in the 6th inning. I thought Adley Rutschman, man. Adley gunning out Raleigh at second base after Julio swung at a ball that probably landed 3 feet in front of home plate. And how about Adley with 2 challenges as well, Ken?
They said they wanted to be more aggressive.
It was, and the first one, by the way, with Crawford.
That literally.
I don't think you're going to see
a
closer challenge the rest of the year or really the rest of time. It was that close. I thought it was a well-played game, right? The pitching was great. I know Helsley, we'll get into him in a second.
He was trying to create a save for himself.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
He didn't realize you can't do that.
Exactly. But the offense showed up, the defense showed up, and the pitching showed up. I thought that was a very fun and, for the most part, clean ball game.
I'm pretty sure Kowser's in center field today, and I think we're starting to see they're playing Kowser more in center and Tavares on a corner. And Tavares of late, we talked about like he's misplayed some balls, and then last night he turned a single into a potential triple, except Gunnar Henderson
bailed him out.
If you would have been playing a video game and you have that feature where you can like laser the ball to an exact point, that's exactly where you would have wanted that throw, which is where Gunnar Henderson Gunnar Henderson threw that ball so that the ball was caught right where the foot slid into the glove. It was an incredible throw because otherwise it's a man on third and 1 out, and that guy probably scores.
Absolutely, he does. And Gunnar had the 2-run blast to get the scoring underway. And you heard Kevin Brown in the call. He certainly owns George Kirby throughout his career. Jackson Holiday adding the insurance run late, which they absolutely needed as well. And I know we did a segment on him yesterday, but this Blaze Alexander thing it's nuts. A ho-hum 3-hit game again, a 3 for 3.
3 for 3 with a walk.
It's crazy.
He's batting .310.
It's unbelievable.
He stole a bag last night.
He's almost hitting 400 since May 1st.
We said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. And I think they moved him up. I think he's batting 8th today. But
8th at third base, yes.
I would be considering putting him at the top of the lineup. Like, ride this. All he's doing is getting on base. Let him get more at bats while he's hot.
And speaking of the leadoff, because you brought it up yesterday, and it's even more evident, Taylor Ward's got a new approach.
Yeah.
He's being more aggressive, swinging away and early on in counts. I think that's abundantly clear.
Yeah, he had a 1 for 5, but it does seem pretty. That was noticeable the night before, but still, he's not being as passive as he was.
Which hey, I'm for. I'm for that. And you see it kind of increasing his swing rate early on. Even first pitch ambush, month over month, it's going up.
So Sam Basayo, I want to touch on him for a second and love him. He had 2 hits yesterday. His plate coverage is incredible. Part of his maturation process,
trying to stretch a single into a double.
That was bad because you and even Palmer said, I guess he didn't read the scouting report because Robles can throw. But his insistence of ambushing just about every at bat, and it costs him at bats at times. Like this, I'm going up there trying to hit a home run on the first pitch and end up popping up to the shortstop. Like at some point, there has to be some patience in some of these at-bats. And I don't want to completely stifle who he is, but he's also 21 and I still think he's learning at the major league level.
Rookie.
And he gives away at-bats at times.
He does, but I'll say when it comes to Sam, he's definitely way down the list of problems for me.
But when he comes up,
sure,
like Alonso gets a base hit, and then I think Basayo popped out on the very next pitch. I want him to work a count and find his pitch possibly. He's got a good eye at the plate. Again, and if he takes the first pitch 420 feet, I guess I can't complain. But I just see more often, seems to be more and more often, teams are starting to realize he's doing that, and the good pitchers are getting him out.
Yeah, and he's still so young in his career, and it's still, relatively speaking, such a small sample size for his career. He played 100 games, if that, going back to last season, where now it's getting to the point where there's enough out there, Ken, where, pitchers are going to make adjustments to Sam, and then Sam's going to have to make the adjustments to the pitchers. But all in all, he's still having a heck of a rookie season.
Oh, absolutely. He's not at DEFCON. Is it 5 or 1 that's the worst? Whatever the worst.
5.
So he's not at DEFCON 5 for me. But it's something that I was noticing watching the game last night, and I've noticed it the last few days, where he gives away at bats.
And before we set up the show, we got to hit on Helsley making his return last
knocking
night.
The rust off, bum. 2 absolute bombs. First pitch, both times.
I know. Well, really, in 3 first pitches, because Robles ended up grounding out. So it was boom, boom, boom. They were all ambushing.
By the way, thank you, Pete Alonso, because Blaze makes a great pick, and then he throws it right into the dirt. But Pete Alonso picks it, because otherwise, now you got a man on first, tying run comes to the plate.
Yeah. And then Helsley was able to get the back-to-back strikeouts to finish out the ball game. But, yeah, I mean, Helsley, that's only his 3rd game back, because he only had the 2 rehab rehab games, Ken, in AAA over the weekend. And even I was saying, I thought he would get a couple more. But, yeah, it's good to have Helsley back. Hopefully knock the rust off after last night.
So the Orioles win 5-3, and here they are today with another opportunity to win a series as they take on the Seattle Mariners, 3rd game of the 3-game series, a 4:10 first pitch. So stick with us. We'll keep you updated once the game begins. Shane Boz and Brian Wu. Our show today, and it's our last show of the week because we are off tomorrow for Juneteenth. We will talk at 2:30 Orioles and Major League Baseball. It'll be interesting to talk to Tony Gwynn Jr. because he's, of course, part of the Padres coverage. Interested to get his thoughts on the weekend that was here in Baltimore when the Padres were in town. So he joins us at 2:30. Part of the Birdland territory, call it the Boneyard. Brad Brock, former Oriole pitcher, going to join us at 3:30. And we'll talk Ravens as off-season programs are over. Sam Cohn covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. He joins us at 4:30.
Yeah, we're baseball heavy in the first half of the show. We're going to take your calls at the top of the hour. And then the second half, we're football heavy while keeping you up to date with the O's Mariners series finale. I say it every time, Ken. You can have the game on the screen, have it muted. Listen to us.
That's what we'll be doing.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
have the
exactly
game on the
what we'll
screen. It'll be
listening
muted.
to us.
Yeah. So absolutely do that. And full show. We're with you till 6 o'clock. But coming up next, he's worthy of his own segment. Is that as good as we've seen Kyle Bradish last night? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-559-4141. That's 800-559-4141. 800-559-4141.
This Father's Day, celebrate Dad differently at Laurel Park. Bring the family together for live thoroughbred racing, a chef-crafted Father's Day buffet, and a complimentary old-fashioned for just $77 per person. Enjoy great food, exciting racing, and a memorable afternoon at the track. Skip the tie and give Dad an experience he'll remember. Seating is limited, so reserve your Father's Day tickets today at laurelpark.com. That's laurelpark.com.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles win over the Seattle Mariners. That game was a 5-3 final. Alex, let's hear a little bit, cut 1 for this segment from Kyle Bradish, if you have it there, buddy.
Crawford takes strike 3. A new career high. 12 strikeouts for Kyle Bradish.
Yeah, I mean, last outing, I felt really good. It was probably the best I felt all year. And like I said, after the game, I didn't make bad pitches. I just put good swings on it. I think we tweaked some of the location, and you saw that out there today. We got a lot more chase. Swing and miss.
So before we get into this, we had Andy Costco on the show yesterday, and we asked him about what was going on with Kyle Bradish, and Andy had something very prophetic to say about what to look for in the game.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's just not placing the curveball like he was. We saw his season got back on track, generally speaking, when he started throwing the curveball more. His fastball is going to be important. His slider is going to be important. But throwing the curveball has been a really positive thing. In the last 2 games, he hasn't thrown it nearly as much. I think his feel for it wasn't great. which is why early in the game you kind of get away from it. And as pitchers do, you're not going to have a feel for every pitch every single night. So you need to adjust and try to work on whatever pitch you have. For his sake, the curveball is really important, though. And so if he wants to get back on track, kind of case for every pitcher, you want as many pitches to work every single night. But I really do think when Kyle Bradish's curveball is working, his fastball plays so well off of it. It comes out of the same arm angle. You can play the fastball at the top of the zone and then immediately drop in a curveball that sinks way out of the zone. And it is a very difficult matchup for hitters to deal with.
So that was incredibly prophetic because Kyle Bradish's curveball was filthy last night. And this is from Jake Rill. Since 2008, Orioles to get 15-plus combined curveball slider whiffs in a game.
Kirby, Alexander's on the run.
Thank you. 15-plus combined curveball slider whiffs. Kyle Bradish is on this list. There's only 6 pitchers that have done it since 2008. He's on it 3 times, including 15 last night.
That was one of his best outings of his career. And it was the deepest outing that he's gone since September 26, 2023. And that was when he finished, top 5, 6th in the Cy Young voting. And he had 8 scoreless that night. But the curveball was such a weapon for him. Like, he got 8 whiffs on that, 7 on the slider to get to the 15 you were saying, Ken. And he wasn't afraid to throw that curveball for strike 1. He threw it as a first pitch strike 11 times, and he was successful in 6 of them. He was great. And to do it coming off his last start against that same team at Camden Yards, where, Ken, he had 3 combined whiffs on the slider and curveball. He had 15 last night. And then he gave up 3 home runs and 5 runs to the Mariners at Camden Yards, and he only gave up the 1 earned run last night. That was Kyle Bradish by far and away at his best since undergoing Tommy John.
So we talked yesterday about how the Orioles and their bad swings the night before. It's really nice to put the shoe on the other foot and to see the other team have terrible swings, and it's because of the movement on Kyle Bradish's pitches. He was in complete control. That's the guy that got Cy Young votes that we saw last night.
Well, Ken, it's really funny. The chase rate yesterday for the Orioles was 35%. Against Kyle Bradish, it was 34%. It was almost like for like, a 24-hour difference. And that's why, Bradish, he's always on a tier above, and Boz does have some electric stuff as well, but when Bradish is at his best, Ken, that's ace stuff. That is nasty stuff. And someone that you expect when he takes the mound, the Orioles are going to win. And I know he had a rough couple of starts prior to this. And prior to that, he looked like himself. And this is all part of the process, right? This is his first full season coming off the Tommy John surgery. So there's going to be some ebbs and flows, but you just hope that the worst is behind Bradish.
So, difficult question here, but do you feel confident that this is replicable? Can he every 5th day? Because this is what he was in 23, down the stretch especially. That's why he got Cy Young votes. Can he do this every 5th day?
I mean, going 7 2/3, 1 earned run is difficult, but he should be a guy that, it's funny saying this, he should be a guy like Brandon Young at this point.
Yeah.
He should have a quality start. I'm serious.
Can he give you Brandon Young?
I'm serious, though.
Yeah.
He should give you a quality start every single time out. That has to be the expectations for Kyle Bradish. And I'm not talking the bare minimum, the 6 innings, 3 earned. I'm talking 6 innings, 2 earned, or 6 2/3, 2 earned. An upper echelon quality start. That's my expectation for Kyle Bradish, because when he's on, he can shut down any lineup.
You know what I loved as well? He's got the bulldog in him, so he comes out after 7. And I think Kevin Brown was kind of assuming that his night was over, and I'm thinking he's only at 89 pitches, and you saw him in the dugout.
He's staying loose. Yeah, he's working the arm.
I'm good, Skip. Let me get back out there. And he gives up a base runner, but then he strikes out 2 guys, and at that point they're like, we don't need to see him face Cal Riley again. Let's bring in Cano.
Yeah, it's a prideful thing, right? Him going back out, he was able to get the career high in strikeouts. He ended his night on that 12th strikeout. And I believe that was the first time an Oriole this year has recorded an out in the 8th inning.
Correct.
So it's all of that, Ken. Like, he's a dog. He is that bulldog.
I just quickly on Cano. Cano got ahead of Raleigh. And then I was having Grant Wolfram flashbacks because Wolfram got ahead of the first guy. Like, at some point, you have to have enough confidence in your stuff to throw competitive pitches when you're ahead of the count. What I mean by that is you want a pitch that looks like a strike and becomes a ball. Palmer talks about this all the time. If it's a ball out of your hand, good hitters aren't going to swing at it. Most good hitters. Now, some of them are free swingers. They might swing anyway. But Cal Raleigh's not going to swing a ball that is obviously a ball out of hand. So you have to give competitive pitches to get that third strike. It's nice to get the first 2 strikes, but you need 3 to get the guy out. And those 2 pitches, once he went 1-2 to Raleigh, the next 3 pitches were not competitive.
Well, and Ken, that's really when this pitching staff's been at its worst, with 2 strikes, with 2 outs. And that's when opposing teams have done so much damage against the Orioles this year. It's not all against Trevor Rogers. You can look at the entire team splits. The Orioles are one of the worst in the majors when it comes to finishing out those at-bats, finishing out those innings.
And again, baseball is such a grind, but the day-to-day, a night like last night, the last 2 nights, frankly, with the pitching, with Young and then Bradish.
3. Yeah, it's
and Rogers.
3 consecutive quality starts.
Yeah, that gives you some hope because you think we still go back to it's a long season. It's a failure sport with hitting. Eventually, these guys are going to heat up. If they can somehow heat up while the pitching is going well, then it gives you hope that they can go on some sort of run.
Last night was critical, and I was saying it during the show, where you got to get that one. Give yourself a chance to win the series today with Shane Baz on the mound. And Brian Wu, they just hit the heck out of him at Camden Yards last week. So you have a chance, but also knowing what's looming. And that's the Dodgers this weekend, and they're the best team in baseball. And Trey Gibson's making what?
They just swept the Rays.
Yeah, Trey Gibson's making what? His 4th career start, and it comes to Dodger Stadium with Sasaki. And then Saturday, Ken, it's Trevor Rogers and Yamamoto. Like, that's going to be an uphill to climb this weekend at Dodger Stadium. But if you win this game, win this series, that's a really good start to the road trip.
Orioles win last night 5-3. Their rubber match is this afternoon, 4:10 first pitch. Shane Baz on the mound for the Birds. We will keep you updated on the game as it goes. But coming up next, we'll talk Orioles and Major League Baseball with Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. joins us next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Ms. Pac-Man is back. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Ms. Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Balls. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Ms. Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good.
I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I saw, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish emptied the tank in last night's start against Seattle by working his way into the 8th inning and striking out a career-high 12 along the way. An RBI single by Dominic Canzone was the only blemish on his line as he delivered a dominant enough effort to outduel Mariners starter George Kirby and help the O's pick up a 5-3 win.
I think I was just on attack all day. If I fell behind in count, I was getting back in zone. Wasn't going to let the last 2 outings kind of affect me going into today. And just really challenging guys. We've been working on that.
There's Bradish with a self-assessment after the game. Shane Baz will try to make it 4 straight quality starts for the Baltimore rotation this afternoon. Seattle will send out Brian Wu. First pitch coming up at 4:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you love playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles 90 minutes away from playing the rubber match of their series in Seattle. Let's talk some baseball now as we're joined by Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are presented by Grainger for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. And Tony, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. You are just the man I want to talk to because you played the game and you were just here to see the Padres play the Orioles. So I am curious your thoughts of that whole situation on Sunday where the Padres threw at Gunnar 3 times, missed him twice in the 7th, finally hit him in the 9th, and the aftermath, the Orioles manager almost defending the Padres in the whole thing. Just curious to get your thoughts on all of that.
It's an admirable position to take if you're Craig Alvarez. I think I don't think he was wrong, but unless you're on the inside, it's really hard to understand. I think Gunnar had a right to be upset that, they took the shot the first time they missed, and then they went after it again. I understand that part, but I think if you were watching that entire game, I can't remember the young starter that they had going.
Trey Gibson.
I can't remember. Trey Gibson. He knocked down Manny, and even before that, he was losing some of those sinkers high and tight on those guys. So it had kind of been building. And I think at the big league level, that is actually how it's supposed to go. With the exception of taking a second at bite at the apple, I think that's probably the only part where the Pods, could face some backlash. But the rest of it was, I thought, on the up and up. The guy gets hit. 2 of the bigger guys one gets hit in the head, one gets knocked down. There is going to be ramifications of that, whether it's intentional or not. And I don't think anybody on either side believed that Gibson was throwing at anybody. However, there's still, at that level, are some consequences to some of those actions.
Well, were the suspensions given out to the pitcher and the manager of the Padres? Do you think that was warranted?
Yes. It was definitely warranted. I think you can't have it both ways, right? Players are going to police themselves. The league is going to do what it has to do in order to prevent things from basically becoming chaotic. And so, yes, I think they almost put these suspensions in with a built-in time to take off from once the appeal happens. But I think they were both just.
We're talking with Tony Gwynn Jr. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. One more thing for me about the Orioles. Since you got your eyes on them up close, in your mind, what do you think is wrong with the Orioles?
I think there are oftentimes offensively where it doesn't seem to be an approach to do what the scoreboard is asking. And that may mean cutting down your swing when you get to 2 strikes to be able to move somebody or to try to hit a hole. I just think right now there's too many. There's not a full team approach offensively. I thought the pitching was actually pretty good outside of the bullpen. It kind of got away from them a couple days. But I think all in all, that's the thing I noticed about. They're an extremely talented team. And you can see that as you try to work through that order. But I don't know that there's an approach as a team on trying to do what the scoreboard is asking you to do.
Tony, I want to get your thoughts on the team that the Orioles are about to play this weekend that you're very familiar with, and that's the Dodgers. Look, they have the best record in the majors. They won back-to-back World Series championships. But do they have a weakness for you?
Man, do they have a weakness? I don't know that they have a weakness on paper. I think at different times of the season, depending on whether they're injured, our guys are not necessarily swinging. We saw that kind of happen for about 2 or 3 week span where the offense wasn't doing much. But when they're clicking on all cylinders, they really don't have a weakness. I think the bullpen in the past has been a weakness. They seemingly have gotten that kind of figured out. I do wonder, if they can continue to go at the pace they're going without Mookie being at his best, I think that's always kind of been the thing that is separated. They had 3 basically MVPs at the top of their line, and they've always had those guys going. It seems like right now he's not.
Oh, we lost Tony. I think we lost him.
I think we did.
Yeah, let's. You there, Tony?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we got you.
You cut out for a minute, but you're back.
Okay. Where did I leave off at?
You were talking. Yeah, Mookie.
Yeah, I think I wonder if they can continue to play as well as they have if he continues to struggle the way he has.
Are you confident that your team, the Padres, can get themselves going right now? What, 3 games over 500 as we enter today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still confident that and
unfortunately, Tony on a bad cell phone, and unfortunately, that's the reality of this business. Sometimes we have to rely on cell phones. That was Odyssey MLB Insider Tony Gwynn Jr., brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. I'll tell you what, the Dodgers, you talk about them, and yeah, even when they don't have their superpowers, they still seem to be better than everybody else. Like Ohtani doesn't pitch great, but they still win. They just swept the Rays. And those were 3 games that, like, you watch them early, and it's like, especially 2 of them, I thought the Rays were going to win those games, but the Dodgers end up sweeping them.
It's a damn good team, and everyone knew that they were going to be really good, and they, of course, went out and made big splashes again this offseason like they did, and basically rubbing the league's nose in it with the Kyle Tucker move and more big-time deferred money. They're a wagon. They are gunning for a 3-peat, and Ken, their farm system's always good. They're going to be adding at the trade deadline and only improve. And Tony brought up in the past, like last year, perfect example. Like the bullpen was the weakness. That was the weak link, but you can't really say that about him this year. Because
what's his face? The old Oriole pitcher, Tanner Scott, looks like he's back. So they have some bullpen arms that, like last year, they had the kid they signed to be a starter as their closer to the end of the year because all their pitchers got hurt.
Yeah.
And it still worked. It still worked. But, they got some of their arms back. It's going to be an interesting – there are times in baseball history, and one that I always famously bring up, the Orioles, when they were really bad, went down to Texas right before the All-Star break, played a 4-game series against a Rangers team that went to the World Series and swept them. So that's just baseball, because you play 162 games and weird things happen when you play baseball. The Orioles go down, a bad Orioles team sweeps a Rangers team that goes to the World Series. This is going to be, and the Orioles still have to play their game today against Seattle, but the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium this weekend, it'll be fun to watch, I think, but that's not a fun series.
Yeah, weird things happen in baseball. Heck, I remember, the 2014 Orioles? They went to Wrigley when the Cubs were horrible, and they got swept that year. And, of course, they went to the ALCS, the Orioles did. So weird things do happen in baseball, but it's going to be a tough series, Ken. And it's also interesting with Yamamoto throwing in this series because, remember, last year on the 30th anniversary of 21-31, he was 1 out away from getting that no-hitter, and then the Orioles ended up walking it off.
Orioles and Mariners start the rubber match of this 3-game series, 4:10 first pitch. We will keep you updated as it goes. So keep it locked into 105.7 The Fan, as we will let you know what's going on with this game. Coming up next, though, Buster Olney wrote an interesting piece about 12 GMs, executives on the hot seat in Major League Baseball. And there was a name not on there that we were a little surprised about. We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Yesterday at the World Cup, England beat Croatia 4-2. The English side is looking for their first World Cup win since 1966. In the expanded field of teams, this year's World Cup, finding a group of death is challenging, but Group L might be it. It feels like each World Cup as of late, England is one of the most talented rosters coming into the tournament, and yesterday was a great first result. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 89. Tonight, cloudy, low around 77. Tomorrow, high near 80.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I am worried about getting this team back on track right now. I'm very disappointed with where we are in the standings right now. I mean, this is a big surprise to all of us that we're in the spot that we're in. I think you look at the preseason media predictions and things like that, projections, and there's nobody that saw this to this degree. So we're pretty stunned about that, but we're reacting to it. We're not in denial about it, and I'm working to fix it as rapidly as I can, and I'm in a position where regardless of how it affects me or my personal situation, I have to make decisions that I judge in collaboration with my bosses and the people around me to be in the best interest of the Baltimore Orioles franchise. So that's what I'm doing.
So that's Mike Elias. That was the first time he met with the media after he fired Brandon Hyde. That was in Milwaukee, correct, Bone? That was a few days, a week later, maybe a little less than a week later, but it's a few days later because they were home when he got fired. And he says he's working on fixing it, and here we are over a year later. Is that fair?
Yeah. That was the end of... It wasn't Memorial Day. It was mid-May.
Is it fair to say it's not fixed?
It is not fixed. And Cam,
5 games under 500.
We're coming up on the special date, the day the music died.
Wow.
June 20th, 2024. Remember, they're on top of the world. They just kicked the heck out of the Yankees at the Bronx. We're coming up on that 2-year mark. But Buster Olney, who Orioles fans, of course, love, covers MLB for ESPN.
Used to be here.
He put out a piece basically previewing the trade deadline and talking about the 12 front office executives under the most pressure. Mike Elias was not on the list.
I'm shocked.
Which is stunning to me, quite frankly. And just giving you the first half or so of this lineup. Scott Harris of the Tigers, obviously, where are they going to do a Scooble?
Yeah.
David Stearns of the Mets. Craig Breslow, Red Sox, Jed Hoyer, the Cubs, Buster Posey of the Giants, Tom Poland of the Twins is the first half of the list. I think after Breslow, maybe, Ken, probably Elias at 4, and that's being conservative. It's shocking he's not on the list, just considering where this organization is at, and it's really at this crossroads where if you miss the playoffs this year, and shockingly, they did gain a game last night. They're a game and a half out.
There we go.
Which is crazy to say when you're 5 games below 500 on June 18th. But if this organization misses the playoffs again and you go in reverse for what is a 3rd straight year, you have to have conversations of change. So how would he not be under a ton of pressure this deadline?
Yeah, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt of year one because they did win 90 games and made the playoffs, but they didn't win a playoff game. The last 2 years have been disastrous.
But they've gone back. What I'm saying, they won 100.
I get that. I get that part. But they still made the playoffs that second year. But to your point, and at the end of the day, why I feel like if they finish under 500, it's a fireable offense because now the whole resume comes into focus. And you sold a rebuild where you knocked this thing down to the studs of the fan base and you made the fan base eat it for 4 years where you said, look, we're going to stink for a while. But when we get to the other end of that, it's going to be orange and black skies. You had a year of that where they won 100-plus games, did not win a single playoff game. The next year, they made the playoffs, did not win a single playoff game. And by the way, 4 of those 5 playoff games were at home. Did not win any of them. And now the last 2 years, with a core that 2 years ago at this time was the envy of all of baseball, you are in danger. And I don't want to read in too much of Buster's piece, but my read on this is he thinks they're irrelevant. That's why he didn't put them on the list. Like he goes to this list and he's like, well, all these guys, like the Texas Rangers might not make the playoffs, but they won the World Series 3 years ago. The Astros have been a perennial contender, even though they stink right now. I feel like the Orioles are irrelevant compared to these other 12 guys. I think that the Mike Elias should be in the top half of this list because he talked about when he did that liftoff speech, Bone. I'm sorry to cut you off. No. When he did that liftoff speech and he told us how we have this and we have this and we have the best farm system here and we have this team on the field in the major leagues and we're going to be doing this for a long, long time. And a long, long time, it lasted till October, essentially, of that first year.
And that's why you go back to that date where you just won a series in the Bronx, and with an exclamation point in the series finale, you were 49-25. You had the second best record in the American League at that point. And, oh, by the way, new ownership with very deep pockets took over on opening day that year because the year they won 100 games – they had no payroll. So you just thought that they were going to continue to add and add and add. But to where you're saying, I'll give you Scott Harris of the Tigers, Stearns with the Mets, and Breslow of the Red Sox. After that, that's Mike at 4 for me.
Do you know what it says to me if they finish, 6, 7, 8, 9 games under 500, obviously you're going to miss the playoffs, and they keep everything status quo? They don't care about winning. That's what it says to me. Because what it says to me is, you're okay with this. Because they have not changed. Like, again, and the fan in me, I always want to give them the benefit of the doubt in the moment. And so, when they signed Alonso, that was different. And then, it was my understanding they were going to sign a frontline pitcher, and they were close, but close doesn't count. Jim Bowden was on with us. He's like, you don't get credit for close. Like, you got to finish. You got to get across the finish line. And what you did was you went to your fetish, which is the older 1-year pitcher deal. And guess what? Chris Bassett's hurt and hadn't been good. And Zach Eflin lasted one start. And what's that, $28 million for those two guys? That's not success. That's an F.
Well, it gets to the point now, Ken, where Jeff Passan covers MLB for ESPN. Yesterday or 2 days ago, he put out the top 100 trade chips. There were 5 Orioles on that list. So, like, even, Passan's acknowledging that there's a very, very real possibility that the O's end up selling.
Well, the American League stinking helps them. And as you said, they're a game and a half out right now. But if they bottom out, like, is there a world where they lose today and then get swept by the Dodgers? Yeah. At that point, can they win the series in Anaheim? Yeah, but I don't see them sweeping the Angels in Anaheim. So now you've lost, 5, 6 of 9 on the road.
Well, and when Andy Koska joined us yesterday, he sort of brought up that possibility where if things really went south for them in this West Coast trip, you're getting close to the season being done.
My impression is if there is real pressure for Mike Elias to save his job, then he's aggressively pursuing trades right now to try to give this team a jolt. You want to get and don't tell me, well, everybody makes moves at the end. And yes, most of the moves are made in that last period. Rafael Devers was traded a year ago this week. That was a major trade. Early trades happen a lot. So do you have to be aggressive and use some pieces that you might not want to use? You know what? You could have Garrett Crochet if you used a couple pieces you didn't want to use, and those pieces have not turned out. So your hoarding has not worked out. I'm sorry, and I think for most fans, they feel this way, fans that I talk to. If the Orioles miss the playoffs and they stay status quo, they're telling the fans they don't care about winning. Because they're saying this is okay.
Well, it's the definition of insanity at that point. Like, why, if it hasn't worked in 8 years, it's going to work in 9?
Yeah. Because the Gunner's a year closer to free agency. And by the way, I don't know what he is now at this point. I hope he's still a superstar. But Adley's closer to free agency. I guess maybe Tyler O'Neill's off the books. You're still paying him, but you get rid of him. I don't know. But I feel like there needs to be a jolt into this clubhouse, into this roster. Something needs to be done if they're going to wake up in time.
I think that's abundantly clear, Ken. It's just the starts and stops. They've been unable to sustain any type of momentum, and they do have an opportunity today to win the series,
Yes.
and I think it would really behoove them to do so ahead of this Dodgers series.
Prove everybody wrong. Go out there, win today, and then go to LA and win that series. Take 2 or 3, because we're off tomorrow. So we're previewing that series. Go take. I'm not saying sweep that series. Go take 2 or 3, and then go take 2 or 3 in Anaheim. Win 6 of 9.
It would make for a fun show next week.
It would.
I'm not going to say with confidence that's going to happen.
No, I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah.
No. Orioles and Mariners, Game 3 of the 3-game series, 4:10 first pitch. We will keep you updated here on 105.7 The Fan as that game goes. But coming up next, we want to hear from you. 410-583-1057. Do you feel like Mike Elias is on the hot seat? Should he be on the hot seat? Do you agree with me that if he's not on the hot seat, it tells you the organization doesn't care about his winning as much as you care about winning? 410-583-1057. We hear from you next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device ported 90 plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
105.7 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit CFGBankArena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Shane Baz will take the mound as the Orioles try to secure a series win over the Mariners. Last time out versus the Padres, Baz allowed 3 runs, 2 earned across 5 innings. Seattle will start Brian Wu with first pitch at 4:10. Lamar Jackson is entering his 9th season in the NFL. Calais Campbell last played with Jackson in 2022 and recently joined Sirius NFL Radio and spoke about the QB's growth as a leader.
So with Lamar, you can see it. Even when he breaks down the huddle, stuff he says, you can tell he's just so much more mature and developed. He was always, wise beyond his years, when he was younger. Just seeing in a few years, the growth and just the development and just the natural evolution of life.
The Ravens' first full-team training camp practice will take place on July 29th. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 70. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you loved playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
My friend, yellow rider.
410-583-1057. We were just talking about Buster Olney's piece in the in ESPN. 12 executives on the hot seat. He does not have Mike Elias listed. I have an opinion on that. I feel like he's kind of trying to tell you the Orioles aren't relevant. But Bone and I agree he should have been in the top half of that list. And my contention is if the Orioles stay status quo and they miss the playoffs this year, they're telling you they don't care about winning as much as we do. So want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Let's start with Chris in Parkville. Chris, you're on the Fan.
Gentlemen, how it goes?
What's up?
I just wanted to comment. I think you're spot on. I concur. I'm with you 100%. If they keep kicking the can down the road and they don't make no fun intended, but make a big splash, I mean, they have to do something. But how long has it been up to this point?
Well, this is what, year 8? Yeah, and 0 playoff wins to show for it.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just. Patience is wearing thin.
I appreciate the call.
Fan base is pissed, because rightfully so.
I'm sorry, Bun, but because they made you eat crap for 4 years. Am I being accurate there? 4 years, the rebuild?
19, 20, 21, they were horrible. And then 22, they ended up getting better. But 2018 was a disaster, but that Mike wasn't here for that.
Yeah. So they shoveled manure in your mouth for 4 years because they told you it's going to be worth it. Because on the other side, we know what we're doing. And on the other side, we're going to be so good that the pain is going to be worth it because you're going to find joy on the other side. And it was great they won 100 games. They've got as many playoff wins as you and I.
Well, you brought this up a few weeks ago, Ken. It would be the White Sox all over again, and even worse.
Yeah, because the White Sox, I think they won a playoff game. Yeah. 410-583-1057. Let's go out to Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, you're on the Fan.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on, dude?
About this Mike Elias, one thing, too, is as far as the organization, they're tied to him. He has his hands in everything, and not just his hands in it. He's the principal in everything. The decision-making on the batting order, the decision-making on who's on the team, the decision order on who's playing. He makes all of those decisions. The reason why Gunnar Henderson isn't moved down, the coach can't move Gunnar. He can't say, hey, Gunnar, you're going to bat fifth today. He can't do that. That's a Mike Elias decision. And Baltimore fans, you got what you deserve. I said that the other guy who used to work with you guys, why do we deserve
Get
this?
what we deserve.
Jonathan, why do we deserve this?
But the other guy who used to work with you guys told you that you guys fell for the bull crap that he was giving and shoveling down your throat. Oh, yeah, it's this. Oh, no, it's that. No, it's this. You fell for it. We didn't look at it. We had one good year, and we fell for it. We put our fanship. Sometimes you got to put your fanship away and be a baseball aficionado and look at what you're getting. We didn't get anything. We didn't have the players. They weren't hitting clutch. We weren't doing anything. And what he told us, we believe. Oh, yeah. This is a rich cracker? No, it's not a rich cracker. It's
a saltine.
Like you said, it's bull crap.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. Yeah.
But here's the thing. I did L.A. radio this morning.
Look at you.
Yeah,
humble brag.
It was at like 120 or whatever.
Humble brag.
And they basically were introducing it like, dude, what the heck happened? Like a couple years ago, the Orioles are on
Chris
top
Rose
of the
said the same thing.
Like,
Greg Amsinger, who's the guy from your Birdland, your foul territory guy?
Scott Braun.
Scott Braun. They've all said the same thing.
Where this isn't a Baltimore thing. Everyone thought this organization was on the up and up.
Jim Bowden said he was coming to Baltimore every year.
We're eating crab cakes every October. Like, this isn't us being homers. This is everyone thought that this team, like, the trajectory was sky high.
And in hindsight, and we didn't see it in the moment, but the issue was, in hindsight, they weren't aggressive 2 years ago when they probably should have been. Adding that, like, Pete Alonso's great. They needed to add a Pete Alonso 2 years ago.
It was being too slow with that. Yeah. It was being, and granted, we were saying this in real time, the prospect hoarding to not pull off a big trade.
Yes.
Prioritizing pitching.
Spit it, Bone. Yeah. 410-583-1057. Kevin's in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, Ken and Tim?
What's up,
going on?
First off, man, happy Father's Day to all the good fathers out there that work hard to make their families what they are, man.
Yes.
But you're cooking, fellas, because that's exactly right. Because when we had Kyle Stowers and that group of young men in the minor leagues, I had called him multiple times saying he was overcooking Kobe Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
And if you recall, when we had a problem with Mike Elias last year where all this was coming to fruition, where, like you're talking about, over-promising, under-delivering, the man got a promotion, Ken.
Yes.
I mean, he got a promotion, bro. So.
A promotion that they hid from us. Yes.
That was something. So when are they telling us the truth ever? That's my thing, based off of that, right? That alone, it's like, are you really telling us the truth, or are you just telling us, little dreams that don't turn into realities? But hot seat, I don't know. He might get promoted to another position if we get worse.
Get some ownership. Kevin, appreciate the call. 410-583-1057. You want to, let's grab Wyatt in Columbia. Wyatt, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
It's very simple. They're very lackadaisical. They don't pursue the real talent. They acquire guys like Shane Baz, who, no offense, is not an ace, and they rely on the promise and the potential that he can be an ace. But here's the deal: he has a 4 ERA, and he's not an ace. He's been terrible this year. They constantly bank on, Kobe Mayo, he's going to take a step up. He's not taking a step up. He's batting below the Mendoza line. So it's this continued hope that something is going to change, but we know if that's the definition of insanity. Nothing is changing. It's the same thing. It's the same stuff year after year after year, constant underperforming.
I hear you. I'll say this, and I appreciate the call. I have less of a problem with Baz than I do Bassett and Eflin.
Yeah, like Baz hasn't been horrible.
Yeah, and Bassett, and spending $28 million on Bassett and Eflin. I have much more problem with that than going after a guy a year removed from Tommy John surgery who has upside, if you're going to bet on the upside, now granted, they've proven that it's hard to trust their opinion on things, but I'd rather trust the upside on a big-time arm in Shane Boz than give $28 million combined to two old guys who have injury concerns.
But to the caller's point, there is something to this front office believing that they can fix people.
Yes. That's
their
what's the island of
fetish.
broken
Yes,
toys?
that is their fetish.
Yes.
They love trying to resurrect someone's career, get them back on track. Like that's their play.
Let's grab Buzz. Buzz, you're on the Fan.
Hey, why do you think it is that they're always trying to resurrect people like that when they could spend whatever they want, as they say? Or do you think they're lying about that too?
Well, they got the okay to sign Pete Alonso, and people I trust told me they were super close on two high-end pitchers, so they had the okay to spend. They just didn't get that across the finish line. I think it's their zone, their comfort zone.
I think it's the roster building philosophy. Like I just think that's how Mike wants to do it his way, and I think ownership has made it very clear on multiple occasions that they have very deep pockets. We know they have very deep pockets, and they're willing to spend
into the red, Bone.
Well, that was Mike's quote, that ownership was willing to spend into the red considerably.
Yes.
The extra word.
Extra red.
Considerably. But we certainly haven't seen that.
Thank you for the call. Coming up next, though, we switch gears. Cal Ripken more active with the organization. Interesting article in The Athletic. And what does it mean exactly? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
BetMGM Sportsbook is making the world's game more exciting than ever before. Win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. team scores during the tournament. It's easy. Log in to your BetMGM Sportsbook account to receive a Gold Rush Grand Prize qualifying token. Then place a pregame straight bet of at least $5 on the U.S. team's match with your token attached. For every goal the U.S. team scores in that match, you'll earn a share of $500K in bonus bets. That's right, $500 grand in bonus bets per goal. Get in on tournament action with BetMGM and win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. men's team scores. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays. And now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Interesting piece in The Athletic today, Brittany Giroli and Ken Rosenthal, about Cal Ripken going to be involved more in player development, Bone.
Yeah, in this piece, and if you haven't read it, you definitely should. It's great. Britt Giroli, who covered the O's for a long time, Ken Rosenthal, who's awesome, says part of these quotes, Ripken is taking a more active role in player development, according to people briefed on his involvement, but granted anonymity. That's a hard word to say. Anonymity. It always throws me off. Anonymity. Anonymity.
Yeah, you're close.
This is the first time Ripken has taken such a hands-on approach within the organization, and this also coincides with they hired Mike Schilt in November.
Old Padres manager.
He became the organization's coordinator of instruction in the minor leagues, which is a newly created system. And of course, Cal and Schilt, their relationship goes back to 1980. There were also different parts in this article bringing up the Basayo story, the Craig Albanez, Samuel Basayo situation from last week. And Britt reported, according to people briefed on his reasoning, Albanez was trying to send Basayo a message about playing through minor ailments and what it takes to succeed as a major leaguer. And then there was also interesting parts of this where Chris Bassett had a couple of really interesting quotes about
his back.
No, about development in the minor leagues and how maybe players aren't coming up being fully ready and maybe they're not getting the tough love that they need in the minor leagues. And he was also kind of critical about the team as a whole. Bassett said the issues we're trying to address are the small, stupid little mistakes that younger teams make. We're a team that tends to give away outs. We're a team that tends to give the other team extra outs with errors or mental mistakes. We need to clean up the way we're playing the game.
Bone, did I misunderstand this? Has Cal been in this new role for a while and we're just hearing about it, which is now reminds me when Elias got promoted and we just didn't hear about it for months. Like, why wouldn't you announce this when you decide to do it?
I didn't get the impression that he's been in it for a while.
Okay.
I sort of got the impression reading the article that this was his first year where he's taken on more of a hands-on approach. Like
it's almost July.
I'm assuming, and maybe I'm taking a liberty here, I'm assuming this took place in spring training.
Okay, so then why are we just hearing about it now? When organizations do these kind of things, usually they like to promote it.
But it's also, Ken, like, isn't that such easy PR?
Yes.
Everyone loves Cal Ripken.
Who doesn't love
Baltimore? Everyone loves Cal Ripken. If the organization just announced, hey, at the beginning of spring training, Cal is going to be an on-field instructor, and he's also going to have a role on the developmental team throughout the season and beyond. Everyone would be like, oh, hell yeah, that's pretty awesome to hear.
Who's going to hate that move?
No one would hate that move.
Father was the architect of the Oriole Way.
Yes.
So, like, why would you hide that?
I don't get it. I really don't understand. But it doesn't surprise me because
it tells me again they don't learn.
Yeah, there's a lot of these weird situations with this organization, but it was an interesting article and like just so many different parts. Just the Basayo news, Britt basically confirming that, and she also had in the piece that Sam, very much an emotional player. Apparently, there's been times where he gets so worked up he's crying in the dugout. That was in the piece, and even Buck Showalter had a quote in there about the development or lack thereof in minor leagues. It says the problem is they aren't allowed to use tough love anymore down there.
They
Buck
coddle.
says there's a certain softness bred there now, especially if you're a top pick. And Bassett went on to say the problem is, managers need to be harder on guys sooner in their career. The problem is if you're not going to do that in low A, high A, or double A, eventually you're going to have to do it. And Bassett went on to say, do you blame the adults, as in the managers in minor league, or do you blame the kids? And Bassett blames the adults.
You have to blame the adults because the adults need to. I mean, the kids need direction. They're kids. This is their first time through it, and you're molding them. So it's absolutely the adults' fault in all this. Because how many guys? It's very rare. The Cal Ripkens, the Derek Jeters, the guys, the self-motivators. Some guys need it, and they're not getting it.
Yeah, and it's something that we've brought up for a couple years now. Just, this clubhouse, and maybe they needed that Tommy fan. Maybe they needed that serious guy added in there because they're kind of lacking a little bit of that, the coddledness that's been happening, in this organization. Look, I'm sure it's happening elsewhere too, and the minor leagues dynamic has really changed a lot. They touched on that in terms of the off days every Mondays. That began in 2021. The traveling cut down. So maybe, and even Craig Albernaz alluded to that when talking about Samuel Basayo, talking about the minor league system. Guys maybe not ready for the grind.
Can I ask a question, Bon? I like the idea of Cal Ripken on the surface being in more of a role of player development. But if organizationally they're still not going to value defense, it makes his job and Mike Schilt's job and everybody else's job that much harder if you continue to draft guys whose profile doesn't value defense.
Something needs to change, and something has needed to change in this organization for a while. And Cal taking this approach and Mike Schilt being added in, isn't that an indictment on the player development? The fact that they've both been installed this year, I think that's kind of an indictment.
It's an interesting move, and again, I don't know why, but and I was thinking of it while you were talking about some of the parts of the article. It's like, well, it sounds to me like this happened in the offseason, at least at the latest spring training, and now we're just hearing about it. Like, that would have been, I'd have put out a
press release.
Yes, an immediate press release. The Iron Man. Father started the Oriole way.
Yeah.
He's now going to be working in player development. This is cool.
Yeah. It's a win-win. That's great PR. That's something the fans want to hear about. Yeah. And instead, we hear it a couple months into the season. And, I know it's much different, but it's similar to the Michael Elias. Like, this organization, it's too close to the vest for a lot of these things. And some of the stuff, it doesn't need to be. Like, I don't get it.
Orioles and Mariners rubber match of the 3-game series coming up in a little less than an hour. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on in that game as it goes. But coming up next, let's talk some Orioles with our friend, part of Birdland territory, former Oriole pitcher Brad Brock joins us next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If the player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblingup.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Belford of Bel Air, and we are celebrating with our massive summer sales bash. Score hot summer deals on Ford F-150s, Explorers, Broncos, and more. Shop BobBelAirFord.com or call 410-318-3100 today.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and auto pay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
As you watch the most accomplished players in golf chase green jackets in Augusta this week, make sure you're getting your own swing in shape with Baltimore County Golf. Getting fitted for the right clubs is one of the easiest ways to improve your game, and the PGA professionals at Baltimore County Golf are ready to give you more when you purchase your new clubs from them. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Diamond Ridge, Greystone, Fox Hollow, Rocky Point, and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of their PGA professionals. And with a lot of hard work and a little luck, maybe you'll be getting fit for your own green blazer one day. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. That's BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 100 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The O's snapped their 3-game losing streak last night and look to win the series against the Mariners today. The starting pitching matchup features Shane Baz opposite Brian Wu with first pitch at 4:10. Calais Campbell had his first experience around Jesse Minter and his coaching staff during mandatory minicamp last week. Campbell recently joined Sirius NFL Radio and was pleased with his first impression of them.
Every head coach, you want to have some kind of connectability to your players, right? You want to be able to relate, just get guys to really buy into your vision. I feel like he's done a really good job of just like being himself and just connecting with the guys and having a clear vision. See the guys respond, which is really matters most.
The Ravens' first full-team training camp practice will take place on July 29th. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 70. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 86. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles won last night 5-3. Rubber match of the series starts in about 40 minutes. We'll keep you abreast of the game. Orioles and Mariners at 4:10. But let's talk some Orioles baseball now. You can hear them on Birdland territory. See them as well. I call it the Boneyard. It's a part of the Foul Territory family. Brad Brock, former Oriole pitcher, joins us now. And Brad, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So, as a pitcher, what did you think of what you saw from Kyle Bradish last night?
Yeah, thanks again for having me, guys. And, yeah, he was nasty. I mean, the swings he was getting on some of those pitches, he was having guys swinging up breaking balls 3-4 feet in front of the home plate. So, obviously, his breaking balls were phenomenal last night. But I thought he really did a great job of getting ahead with his fastball and really using his sinker, the front hip sinker to lefties especially, to kind of freeze them up where they were taking bad swings on breaking balls, and that was obviously working really well. But I felt like it was established because of his use of the fastball last night.
Brad, is that the key for Kyle Bradish, though? That curveball and the slider can just be such a hammer. When those two things are working, it just seems like he's almost unhittable.
Yeah, definitely. I think when he's getting ahead, I think that's first and foremost. When he gets ahead, whether it's with the breaking ball or the fastball, these guys obviously can't pick up the spin of both of his breaking balls. So it's just really getting ahead in the count and then going right to the breaking ball, which is pretty much what he did all last night. And then when he's starting to get those swings and misses, these guys are expecting him in the dirt. He was getting them frozen by using that fastball again, and he was just locating it really well.
Talking with Brad Brock, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Brad, what did you see from Ryan Helsley last night? And how much is that his rust? He obviously had missed a bunch of time, 2 rehab assignment outings, and then back in the fray. And the first 2 pitches he threw were hit about a mile. But then he seemed to get himself righted and was able to finish, close out the game.
Yeah, I think, it was kind of, I feel like we've seen that multiple times this year. When guys come off the IL, the opposing hitters are just ready to go first pitch. With him, it just happened to be the first 2 pitches. Obviously, you don't want to see them for home runs, but thankfully he has a little bit of a lead. And it seemed like once he got set, I know it wasn't technically a save situation, but I feel like once he got in that tighter game, he got back into rhythm and just really got back to being the pitcher that he is. I think it's nothing really to worry about. I always said the first outing of the year and the first outing after the All-Star break are 2 of the hardest outings that relievers have. There's just a lot of build up to it. There's time off. You're not used to having that much time off. And especially with him having this really extended IL stint here, I think it just kind of took those couple pitches to get kind of locked back in.
Brad, the corresponding move for Helsley getting activated off the IL was Anthony Nunez going down to AAA. And at the beginning of the year, he was fantastic. We know he has electric stuff. But do you see this as a good time for a reset for Nunez?
Yeah, I think so. I think we kind of talked about this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. It's just, I think he still has a lot to learn as a pitcher. He's still young in the pitching game. I think he was only pitching for 2 or 3 years. So he has the electric stuff. I think it's just a great time to get more of a mental relaxation more than getting, physical relaxation down in AAA and kind of having more set spots where he's going to pitch. I think it'll just get him back in a rhythm and kind of just learn more, use what he learned at the big league level down in AAA, and I think really just kind of hone in on what he needs to get better at before he comes back up. I think it's only a matter of time before he comes back up in Baltimore. He's got too good of stuff, but he's still super young in the pitching game. So I think it was only a matter of time before, he was going to run into a rough patch, and it kind of happens to almost every rookie there is, and he'll be fine. He's just got to get back into getting to what he does really well and doing it great.
Brad, Rico Garcia wasn't going to get everybody out forever, but he's given up runs in 3 of his last 4 outings. Are you seeing anything different? Is this just a blip? Is this part of just the grind of a baseball season?
Yeah, I would attest it to just kind of the grind of the baseball season. I think the stretch he had on was kind of one of those where you try to hold on to it as long as you possibly can, kind of knowing it's not going to be a full season of that. So now he's just in a little bit of a rough patch here, a little bit of a grind, and he's just got to kind of go back to making pitches. The only thing I've seen different is that he was kind of more elevated in the zone. He wasn't really locating stuff down like he had always been. Everything's just been kind of up. His breaking balls have just been kind of spinning there. His changeup has been up also. So I think for him, it's just getting locked back into being down in the zone. And obviously, I think everything, all of his pitches play better down there.
Brad, even going back to Helsley, just him being back in his role, because it was kind of closer by committee for the past week or so, where we've seen Kittredge there, we've seen Rico Garcia there. Having Helsley here and kind of moving everyone down a slot in that order, just how big will that be for the pen as a whole?
Yeah, it's huge. I think any of the best bullpens I've been in, we've had a set closer, and it was kind of everybody kind of knew their place from there. When you're kind of using a guy to close here and a guy to close there, it gets a little confusing and it gets hard to get into a rhythm when you're in the bullpen. So I think having Helsley back, being the established ninth inning guy, you know he's going to be out there if 3 runs or less in the ninth inning. Everybody kind of slots in from there, whether they use Kittredge in the 7th or the 8th and Garcia, same thing, 7th and the 8th. Wolfram has been getting a lot more innings at the later part of the games when lefties are coming up. So I think this kind of helps everybody settle their mind of where they might slot in with this bullpen. And for me, that always helped when I was in bullpens, obviously with Brayton, and when I was in San Diego, we had Heath Bell and Houston Street. You're just able to kind of know better where you're going to be at in the game.
Brad, you know what? I've been thinking about this for a while, and you're the perfect person to ask this, and we were talking about it earlier. So the last couple nights, the Orioles pitchers, I think it was Cano last night, and who was it? Wolfram the night before. They get ahead of a hitter, and then they don't throw a competitive pitch to try to get the guy to swing to get that strike three. They want to throw a ball out of the strike zone to get a swing, but they're not competitive pitches. Is the adrenaline different to try to get strike three? The mindset, is there for you? Was there a different kind of pressure to get that third strike than say the first two?
Yeah, it's a weird thing when you get 2 strikes and you get so far ahead. You think you have to waste a pitch, and a lot of times I like to not waste pitches, and especially non-competitive pitches. That was always something we talked about a lot. Was when you throw a non-competitive pitch, it's really hard to get back in the zone and make a well-located 2-strike pitch. And I think when you think about a waste pitch in your mind and you try to throw something so far out of the zone, it gets you out of whack, and it takes you a couple pitches to kind of get back into that. Only the best pitchers in the world are able to throw these ridiculous waste pitches and then dot one where they want to throw at the next pitch. So I think it's almost putting too much pressure on yourself. I've always heard the term, you want to throw it too perfect. And when you start doing that, you start messing with everything else, and then it takes you 2 pitches to get back in the zone. Now you're back in the hitter's advantage, and it kind of goes all awry from there.
We're speaking to Brad Brock. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Brad, Blaze Alexander. This is unbelievable. Just a ho-hum, another 3-hit game. He's leading the majors in batting average since May 1st. He's hitting nearly 400. Just what have you thought of Blaze's approach?
Yeah, it's funny when we talked about those stats the other day on the podcast. Obviously, watching the games more and following the team closely, he's having a good stretch. You just don't realize how good of a stretch he's having. I don't even know if fans realize how good of a stretch he's having. Even when you talk about he's leading in average, he's second in OPS, like we said. And to me, he's using all parts of the field. He's willing to take a single the other way when he has the opportunity. And then when he gets in a good advantage account, he's been driving the ball the other way to right center field really well. And to me, that makes hitters really hard to get out. When they're willing to use the opposite field, to use the middle of the field to get base hits, that's when it becomes, what do I do now? Because now you start going into their wheelhouse. Okay, he's taking the single away. I'm going to start throwing the ball in, and he can punish you in. And that's where, as a hitter, that's where you want to get. And as a pitcher, you don't want to be with a hitter, is when he starts getting in this happy zone where he's taking the single the other way, and now he's starting to drive the ball inside, and you're trying to figure out where do you get this guy out. So it's been a great stretch here for Blaze lately. It's been a lot of fun to watch.
Brad, the Orioles are 35-40, so they're at 75 games. 81's the halfway point, so we're closing in on that. Just your feeling, is this team, is this just who they are, or are you confident that they can go on a run?
I want to be confident and think they can go on a run, and I think they have the talent on the roster to do that. It just, we're getting so far into the season, it's hard to really be, adamant about them making a big run, because it just seems like it's been 3 wins, 3 losses, 4 wins, 4 losses, and they've kind of been sneaking, getting close to that 500 mark. It just, once you get over that, that's when you really have to go on a run. And they just kind of been inconsistent. And just watching it from a fan's perspective, as a player's perspective, I think they have enough talent. And if I'm in that locker room, I clearly think we can win. It's just watching it from a fan's perspective and kind of doing more of the analysis stuff this year. It just has been a little bit inconsistent, and you just don't know if they can get over those inconsistencies in their games.
Brad, something we've been talking about over the last day or so, and we brought this up on the podcast for weeks and weeks now, Taylor Ward. And I think at some points he's been too patient, but have you noticed within the past week or two, he's been a lot more aggressive in swinging early on in the count? And is that something that you want to continue to see?
Yeah, I think I would like to see him aggressive, especially when guys are on base. I thought earlier in the season when he was taking all those walks, and whether it was an injury or whether he just had a different approach to start the year, I felt like he wasn't aggressive enough with guys on base. When he could have taken shots at pitches that maybe he could have handled, he kind of was more passive and willing to take his walks. It's a great thing as a leadoff hitter to take your walks. I just would love to see him a little bit more aggressive with guys on base and with pitches I feel like he can handle. I feel like he's been kind of letting pitches he can handle get away, trying to wait for maybe something else later in the count. I think he's been taking better swings, and I think he has been a little bit more aggressive. We just love to see that power come around that we have seen from him in the past, because the top of the lineup could really use that boost of power there, especially with how well the guys at the bottom of the lineup are getting on base.
Brad, it's always awesome talking to you, man. I know Bone enjoys doing the show with you.
We got a new show tonight, right after the game. We're going to tape it. So YouTube, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, the latest Birdland territory tonight after the game.
One final question, Brad. Are you the heir to the candy fortune? Do you have any Brock's candy money? Is that anybody in your family?
No, nobody in our family. My mom at one point was like, you should write a letter to them and tell them that you play Major League Baseball. I'm like, Mom, I don't really know if that's how it works, but she's so sweet. I didn't know how to say it in a mean way. So
that'd be a heck of an endorsement.
I thought he had some access to some butter, some jelly beans or something. Brad, thanks as always, man. We appreciate
I mean, it's spelled the same way, and nobody can ever pronounce it unless you say the Brock the Candy Company. So it might have been a good idea there, but they weren't into it.
Thanks, Brad, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Coming up next, our Twib Notes, and man, the Rays are slumping. Trey Mancini gets DFA'd. Max Scherzer back in the IL, and Major League Baseball proposing to completely overhaul the amateur draft. It's Twib Notes next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Joe Burrow at Bengals mandatory minicamp yesterday said that this Bengals team reminds him of the LSU team before the 2019 season. The 2019 LSU Tigers went 15-0. They won the national championship. Burrow won the Heisman Trophy and threw 60 touchdown passes. The only thing that matters to Cincinnati's success is keeping Burrow upright and healthy. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
In a world of parts for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Tonight, cloudy low around 77. Tomorrow, high near 80.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
To left to base hit.
Oh, yes. Send them.
They're sending
You're going to slide, Joe. You're going to slide, Joe.
He's safe. Hey, Sebastian, you're good luck, man.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the big leagues. What a moment for Trey Mancini.
So Trey Mancini comes up, what did he get, 3 hits in his first game? But sometimes good things don't last forever, Bone, and Trey Mancini's been designated for assignment by the Angels.
It sucks. It really sucks seeing that news, Ken, because that was one of the real feel-good stories of this season when he made that debut coming from that highlight. That was June 8th, so 10 days ago. And that was his first time in a Major League game since July 30th, 2023. So a 3-year gap. And obviously Trey's always going to be beloved here in Baltimore. He was one of those bright spots during the dark ages of the rebuild.
Yeah.
And him and his time with Mo Gaba, unbelievable. Overcoming cancer. Like, just such a great guy. You hope he can catch on somewhere, coming back.
So it's interesting. He had 3 hits in his first game back, 3 for 4 with an RBI. He played in 5 games. He only had 1 other hit. He had a 2-run triple against Tampa. It's weird to see a veteran guy, get cut with a 308 batting average, but that's what happened.
Well, especially with the Angels of all teams,
terrible.
which is terrible.
And they know the Orioles are coming to town.
I know. Just hang on to them for one more week.
You stink anyway.
Yeah. Vaughn Grissom was the corresponding move. He was sidelined with
a
an
big time
oblique.
prospect at one point.
He was. He was sidelined with an oblique strain. But yeah, it sucks because I think a lot of O's fans were looking forward to seeing Trey when they play the Angels next week.
Yeah, the Angels are 30 and 45. What's the difference if he stays there for another week?
Exactly. Jack Wagons?
Yeah. Tell him,
Take
Bum.
that. Angels? Change your city name again.
Wow.
Jerks.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're the California Angels.
That was your favorite
That
iteration.
is my
That's what you
favorite.
said.
Yes. The Gene Mauch California Angels of the early 80s, which you can't talk about.
I cannot.
They had teams, and including the 86 Angels, where Donnie Moore, they were about to go to the World Series, and Donnie Moore gives up those home runs to the Red Sox. Red Sox end up going to the World Series, and then they choke in the World Series against the Mets, the Billy Buckner thing. Like, that was a weird season because there's a world where the Angels go to the World Series. When I was a kid in 79, excuse me, the Orioles beat the Angels in the ALCS to go to the World Series and play the Pirates. 83 was the White Sox.
Was that the 3-1 debacle?
Trust me, yes. And that was 8-year-old Ken Wyman going to the games with my dad, the home games, yeah. Crying in the car coming home from Game 7 after they blew a 3-1 lead.
Poor Kenny.
Yeah, it was bad. But, yeah, I honestly, I wish Trey the best.
Totally.
I don't know if the Los Angeles Angels don't have a spot for you.
Yeah.
That seems like it could be the end of the road.
Yeah. And, it was a cool story just hearing him do some interviews because Brady Anderson, the hitting coach with the Angels, and he was the one to reach out to Trey and kind of light that fire again for him to come back. But, geez, handful of games.
Another guy who might be nearing the end is Max Scherzer, who now goes back on the, was he getting ready for an appearance and he got hurt again? He goes on the IL.
Yeah, this seems, he turns 42 next month, Ken.
Young for life, but not for baseball.
He's already been on the IL 6 weeks this season. He's had forearm tendonitis. He's had left ankle inflammation. He recently got his 3,500 strikeout, which is pretty unbelievable, and he struck out Kyle Schwarber to do so. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the few mega long-term contracts given out to a starting pitcher that actually worked out when he was with the Nationals. He's had a heck of a career, but this seems like it's probably the end after this year.
One thing before we go, and that is that Major League Baseball has proposed to the MLBPA aiming for sweeping changes to amateur baseball. No more high school draftees from 20 to 12 rounds and a new international draft. I don't understand the mechanism to not draft high school players. Like, what happens?
And you have to be 20 by September 1st, I think, of that year in order to... I don't really get it, Ken, and I guess I'm putting on my tinfoil hat, I guess, and saying... Like, is this another way to possibly suppress salaries? Because you do see high school players get fashion. It happened with Jackson Holiday, where they're making their debut at 20 years old, and then obviously that starts their service time clock, and you get multiple bites at the apple. So I don't know. And then reducing the rounds, man. Like, It was 40 rounds prior to COVID, cut in half. Now it's 20 and then go down to 12.
So it sounds like they're a way to push down salaries to me. And I don't know. So high school kids aren't allowed to go to the major leagues anymore? Is they have to go to college? What is that?
I guess they'd have to, right? You'd
like
have
the other
to play,
sports.
Yeah, you'd have to play at least 1 year, I guess.
Yeah, because you can't come right out of high school in the NBA. You have to be 1 year out. And in NFL, you have to be 3 years out.
But then it gets really complicated, Ken, because you have the reclassification, right? Like what happens if a kid is held back and they're 20 when they graduate or 19 when they graduate? Like would they be eligible? I don't know.
Yeah, well, they have to be 20 by September, whatever.
Yeah.
So the answer is, well, how old are they?
Yeah.
Oh, and the answer's right there.
That's true. That is true.
Read the fine print, Bud.
Yeah. Well, there's still, and look, obviously this would all be part of the next CBA, and we're still a long ways away from something being ratified in that direction.
Orioles and Mariners about to start Game 3 of this 3-game series. It's called the Rubber Match, ladies and gentlemen. We will preview it next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
It's Chris Mack with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The first day of second matches in group play on the world stage includes a nightcap between Mexico and South Korea. That should be the tightest matchup of the day, and typically while you'd expect that would lead to some conservative play, both of these squads, especially Mexico, will want to push some pace offensively and be aggressive. With the total set at 2.5 goals, but paying out at plus 155, I like the over. Also, with Mexico's size advantage and physicality, they should have the advantage in set pieces. And if they can avoid too many mistakes in defending counterattacks, I also like Mexico at plus 105 to win tonight against South Korea. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Presenting fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable... It's the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
Shane Baz will take the mound as the Orioles try to secure a series win over the Mariners. Last time out versus the Padres, Baz allowed 3 runs, 2 earned across 5 innings. Seattle will start Brian Wu with first pitch at 4:10. Lamar Jackson is entering his 9th season in the NFL. Calais Campbell last played with Jackson in 2022 and recently joined Sirius NFL Radio and spoke about the QB's growth as a leader.
So with Lamar, you can see it. Even when he breaks down the huddle, stuff he says, you can tell he's just so much more mature and developed. He was always, wise beyond his years, when he was younger. Just seeing in a few years, the growth and just the development and just the natural evolution of life.
The Ravens' first full-team training camp practice will take place on July 29th. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 70. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalais. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We are moments away from Game 3 of this 3-game set, Orioles and Mariners. And the Orioles go to L.A., where Bone just did a segment today with L.A. Radio.
I did.
Now,
Alex Curry,
who I'm married to a musician. I see her on social media because you know what? She did a radio show for a while, I think, on Fox Sports Radio with our friend Bridget Condon.
Oh, the lovely Bridget Condon.
The lovely Bridget Condon,
yeah.
yes.
Bridget's great.
Yeah, from NFL Network. So that's how I became aware of Alex Curry.
Yeah.
Orioles, back to that, before they go
they were asking me about the Orioles because
they're off today.
Previewing the Dodgers series this weekend. Yeah.
Did you ask them why the Dodgers are so good and why it's unfair that they get 800, that they spend $1 billion but still sign the big free agents every year?
I did not turn the tables on them during the interview. I played nice. I played nice.
So the Orioles, they throw out a lineup today. Taylor Ward leading off in left field. Gunnar Henderson's shortstop batting second. Adley's your DH today batting third. Pete Alonso batting fourth at first base. Sam Basayo. It's basically the same 5. Then Tavares in right field batting sixth after making the error in center field. Colton Cowser in center field. Blaze Alexander bumped up to 8th at third base, and Jackson Holliday's batting 9th.
I did. You mentioned same 5 because, let's be honest, it pretty much is the same 5. And Andy Koska joined us yesterday, covers the O's for the Banner, and he said he was going to ask Craig Albernaz about possibly shaking up the lineup because we mentioned, hey, would it make sense for Blaze to maybe bat leadoff while he's this red hot? And I was watching O's Extra yesterday, and I couldn't hear all of the quote, but part of it that I heard Albernaz say, like, hey, we love our top 5. We think it's our, one of the best top 5 of the, in the majors. So it didn't seem like he wasn't interested, open to shaking up the lineup, but the lineup came through yesterday for the O's. That is for sure. And they're going up against Brian Wu tonight, and Brian Wu got hammered in that last start. He gave up 7 earned runs, 6 of the earned runs in 1 inning, which was a career high for him. And with Wu, it's really interesting, Ken. He was off to a fantastic start. He had a 3.44 ERA heading into the month of June, but then gave up 5 earned runs against the Tigers, 7 earned runs against the Orioles. So he's looking for a bounce back today, and he has been a much better pitcher in Seattle, as you would expect.
Can we see some consistency from this lineup after having a nice day, 10-hit day yesterday? Can they have another day? Can they start, to use a Harbs word, can they start stacking good performances offensively?
They got to, Ken.
They don't have to. They don't have to.
Yeah. But if they want to play games in October, they certainly do.
Yes.
Look, it was nice to see Gunnar go yard yesterday, and that was a big moment and taking the early lead, and he has great career numbers against Kirby, but you're waiting for him to sustain. I do like the fact that Taylor Ward has been a lot more aggressive lately. Like he needed to be at this point. And, the rest of the guys, they got to pick it up. And Cowser, he's back in the lineup tonight in center field.
Rough stretch lately for him.
Yes, it has been in center field, and it's kind of been a rough stretch defensively for Leody Taveras in center field. So that certainly makes sense. And also worth noting, talking about this outfield, Dylan Beavers is set to begin his rehab assignment with Chesapeake today, so that's definitely good news.
Can we mention again, you mentioned Taveras struggling in center field. He misplays a ball, turns a single potentially into a triple, but Gunnar Henderson put the ball exactly where it needed to be to get, I think it was Isaiah Joe, Isaiah Joe's a basketball player. It's Connor Joe. Isaiah Joe's a basketball player.
Yeah.
Connor Joe trying to get to third base to extend it into a two-base error. He throws him out of third base. It was an absolutely perfect throw.
It was awesome. And Gunnar has a cannon. He's always had a cannon. And with him, man, I think that's always the most frustrating thing for me when it comes to Gunnar Henderson as a defender, where he can make the wow play. He can make spectacular plays, but it almost seems like those more routine plays are the instances where he commits errors. And we've seen there, he had a couple of them in the same inning, in the ninth inning, trying to do too much. Those, one hoppers, fielding them incorrectly, and it just bounces off his glove, heads into the outfield. But Gunnar has the ability to be a high-level defender.
Can I ask, it's an on topic, but it has nothing to do with the on-field play. So last night they wore the orange jerseys. They have not worn the orange jerseys and orange pants this season. I'm confused. I loved the orange jersey and orange pants last year. It was one of the few things that was likable about last season. They have not worn them yet this year.
I will say this, and maybe this is a hot take, maybe not. I think the combo that they wore yesterday is their best combo.
Orange and gray?
I like the orange and gray. I think it's very sharp.
I like the orange and orange, and I want to see it again.
I'd like to see it again. I don't think it's as good as the orange and white and orange and gray, but it's a nice change of pace.
It reminds me, too, of those 70s Jim Palmer team. They wore the orange on orange. I don't understand why they haven't worn them yet this year.
Maybe it was just a one-year thing. Maybe you're going to have to wait a long time again like we had to last year.
Yeah.
Because what was that, late 70s? It was
early 70s. Early 70s.
Yeah.
So, by the late 70s, they had stopped wearing the pants. They still have I think they still have the orange jerseys. But no, they had stopped wearing the pants a long time ago.
Well, why do you think they stopped then?
Nobody cared about fashion back then.
That's true. That's true.
TV was just there was no HD. Nobody gave a damn what the heck was. There was no fashion sense there. They just got rid of the orange pants. But I like the orange pants a year. Maybe I'm on an island here. But
some of the uniforms though, like the Royals baby blues.
I like those. They've come back.
Yeah, those are great.
I do like the baby blues
back in the day.
Yeah. What are you expecting from Shane Baz today?
I expect Shane Baz to go out and give him a quality start. I like what Shane Baz has done in this recent stretch, putting that weird game in Toronto to the side. And even in that game, he gave up 1 earned run. It was 4 unearned runs that scored against him. I felt like he melted down after the base runner going outside the base path. I'm blanking on who it was, but
Ernie Clement.
Yeah, Ernie Clement, yes, going outside the base path. I just feel like he didn't recover. But, this is a strong stretch right now of 6 outings in which he's pitched to a 2.39 ERA. You go back to that start in D.C., he's given him length as well. He's completed 7 innings in 3 of those 6 starts. So I expect the string of quality starts that Orioles starting pitchers are on, which are at 3, to go to 4.
Bone, they're in the orange and grays again.
Are they?
I'm looking right up at it right now.
You see, it's kind of like no rules, though. I feel like a couple years ago they wear black on Fridays, orange on Saturdays, and this season, maybe even going back to last year, they kind of just do what they want.
Yeah. Now the only steadfast rule is City Connect's on home Fridays.
Yes.
Home Fridays is City Connect.
That's true.
By the way, we told you earlier in the show that Major League Baseball has proposed a complete overhaul of the draft, which would essentially, the way I read it, high school players wouldn't be drafted anymore, so you'd have to go to college, like in the NFL and in the NBA. MLBPA has responded. They say in a statement that MLB's proposals today, re-amateur and international drafts, are flat out bad for baseball, one that would cripple the next generation of players and damage the future of our game.
Man. It is a really cool and awesome and copacetic relationship that the MLBPA and MLB have, man. It's been great since they started negotiating.
Everything is awesome.
Everything is great.
Just fine. Coming up next, let's get to some football. Orioles and Mariners about to start. What about Trenton Simpson? Is it possible that Trenton Simpson maybe could have a Paul Kruger type?
Nice.
Well, you like that?
Yeah,
Yeah, like Paul Kruger was like a nothing burger until
last year. I like that. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Could Trenton Simpson make an impact? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Tonight, cloudy low around 77. Tomorrow, high near 80.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
As you watch the most accomplished players in golf chase green jackets in Augusta this week, make sure you're getting your own swing in shape with Baltimore County Golf. Getting fitted for the right clubs is one of the easiest ways to improve your game, and the PGA professionals at Baltimore County Golf are ready to give you more when you purchase your new clubs from them. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Diamond Ridge, Greystone, Fox Hollow, Rocky Point, and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of their PGA professionals. And with a lot of hard work and a little luck, maybe you'll be getting fit for your own green blazer one day. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/get fit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. That's BaltimoreGolfing.com/get fit. BaltimoreGolfing.com/get fit. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Route 40, Baltimore National Pike. There's an accident. It's on the right side. Heavy from 795 to the Northwest Expressway. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to Delaney Valley Road through Towson. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound's heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Roxanne. I just saw Sting in concert a few weeks ago. It's the second to last song he did. It was the first song of the encore.
This is Police.
It is the Police.
Yes.
But Sting was solo, but he still...
I know, Message in a Bottle.
He did that song.
Roxanne.
Yeah, you know, King of Pain. Wrapped Around Your Finger.
I do know that.
Yeah.
I do know that. I don't know if I know King of Pain.
King of Pain was same album. Or Every Breath You Take.
Oh, Every Breath You Take. Yeah, I know that.
There you go.
Maybe I guess I know more Police songs than I thought.
Yeah, I think you're on it, Bone. Anyhow, the Ravens are on it. On vacation, that is, because they are off until July 29th when training camp begins. But a guy that could maybe flash this year, Trenton Simpson, who's had himself, from all indications, a great offseason. Roquan Smith, Ravens inside linebacker, talks about Trenton Simpson.
I think no one have more expectations of themselves than Trent, first and foremost. And the way the guy's been working, this is the best I've seen him since I've been around. And, it's the first year he's had the same position coach. Whereas, the material and the terminology is, the same person's teaching it to him. So I think that plays a big part, especially when you're a young player transitioning into a new position. Because, truth be told, when he first came here, that was truly, his first time really playing inside linebacker. But obviously, this game don't wait for anyone, and he's well aware of that as well. But I know he's preparing and he has the right mindset. He's not making the mistakes that he's made in the past. And even if he do make a mistake, which we all do as human beings, he's not making those same mistakes twice. So I'm very excited for where he's going to go. And I think it's a big year for him, a contract year. And I think he knows that. And it's a contract year for the defense as well. Every year is. So just got to think about it like that.
So he's hyping up his guy a little bit. Trenton Simpson's entering his fourth season, and as a guy that wasn't drafted in the first round, it is a contract season for Trenton Simpson. Could you see Trenton Simpson being a guy that makes an impact this season?
I just keep thinking of different names on this defense, Ken, like the Jesse Minter effect. And Trenton Simpson, just given his athleticism, given his ability to, when he's moving forward, and he's always been a good blitzer, is there something that Jesse Minter could unlock there?
Yeah.
And I think it's possible. And when Teddy Buchanan, he went down with that serious knee injury against the Bengals, and Trenton Simpson started the final 3 games of the season, like that game against the Patriots, he had a really strong game. 2 tackles for loss. He had a sack, 7 tackles in general. And even last year when Buchanan took over the starting role very, very early on in the season, Simpson still played 36% of the snaps. So, you know, he had a decent role last year. You'd expect that snap share to probably be around that again this year. And I know Buchanan, it sounds like he has recovered really well from that knee injury.
He's ahead of schedule.
Yeah, so you'd think that he's going to be ready for week 1. But I think Trenton Simpson could carve out a little role here.
I look at what Minter did with the Chargers and had guys like pass rushers from all different angles. And I feel like there is something there that he can work with Trenton Simpson.
Well, and he did it with unheralded names, you know, non-household names with that Chargers defense, because you can look at the cap allocations to the defensive side of the ball. It was near the bottom, you know, in both of those years in LA. So Simpson, and you know, he's going to want to ball out because, like you said, Ken, he's entering a contract year. Maybe this is the year the light bulb turns on. And sometimes it happens with guys. Like you mentioned Paul Kruger.
Yeah, he was a zero until that last year and got himself a nice contract from the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, Kruger, 2nd-round pick. Trenton Simpson, a 3rd-round pick. And maybe the light bulb turns on this year for Trenton Simpson.
Yeah, Kruger, and it only takes, if and I don't know that this is apples to apples. Because we're sort of implying that maybe they can unlock some pass rush in Simpson because he does seem to show an ability to run forward. But we don't know for sure that that's the role he's going to carve out. But Paul Kruger was a guy they drafted as a pass rusher in the 2nd round, and he gave them nothing until his 4th season.
Yeah, it ended up being the Super Bowl year, and I believe he had a really strong postseason as well with multiple sacks on the way to them winning the Super Bowl. But yeah, and really, Ken, the other thing is how much, now that the Ravens do have an abundance of riches at the safety position, like where does Kyle Hamilton play?
Yeah.
Where he played a ton of inside linebacker last year out of necessity. They needed him closer to the line of scrimmage. But now that they have so many safeties there and Buchanan's healthy and Simpson's healthy, I just wonder what kind of joker format, chess piece that Hamilton is going to be in this Jesse Minter defense. And maybe
does he rush the passer more often?
Well, last year you saw it,
but last year was more predictable because they had nobody else, and it stopped working because
totally, but that was the most amount of times he's blitzed in his career. I don't know. A lot of these guys, man, I'm just really interested in seeing the roles that they're going to take on.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, if Trey Hendrickson is who he's supposed to be and Mike Green takes the jump and Dion Young, etc., then if you bring Kyle Hamilton from different places, it's more, you're stressing out the offensive line more. There's more openings. I thought it got to the point a year ago with Kyle Hamilton where the offense kind of saw it coming, and there really wasn't anybody else stressing the line, so it became a fool's errand sending him.
For sure, because you didn't have to worry about any of the Ravens' edge rushers, where now you put more stress on the opposing offense because you don't know where these guys are going to come from, and you need to know where Trey Hendrickson is at every single snap. And maybe Hamilton comes off the edge and Simpson goes up the A-gap. Like, they're just coming at you from all different directions.
Ravens off until July 29th when training camp begins. Morning camp. I'm excited about that, Bone.
Me too.
Selfishly, we can go. Coming up next, a man that was at mini camp and will be at training camp, Sam Cohn. He covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun, and he joins us next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly, or a chance to spin the Big Spin wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
It's Chris Mack with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. The first day of second matches in group play on the world stage includes a nightcap between Mexico and South Korea that should be the tightest matchup of the day, and typically while you'd expect that would lead to some conservative play, both of these squads, especially Mexico, will want to push some pace offensively and be aggressive. With the total set at 2.5 goals, but paying out at plus 155, I like the over. Also, with Mexico's size advantage and physicality, they should have the advantage in set pieces. And if they can avoid too many mistakes in defending counterattacks, I also like Mexico at plus 105 to win tonight against South Korea. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Route 40, Baltimore National Pike, just clearing an accident that's on the right side. All lanes are open, but it's heavy from the Northwest Expressway, 795. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to Dulaney Valley Road. And 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound still heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound, there's delays from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Anne Arundel County, Route 100 eastbound at Edwin Rayner Boulevard, there's a crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Calais Campbell had his first experience around Jesse Minter and his coaching staff during mandatory minicamp last week. Campbell recently joined Sirius NFL Radio and was pleased with his first impression of them.
Every head coach, you want to have some kind of connectability to your players.
right? You want to be able to relate, just get guys to really buy into your vision. I feel like he's done a really good job of just like being himself and just connecting with the guys and having a clear vision. See the guys respond, which is really matters most.
The Ravens' first full-team training camp practice will take place on July 29th. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 70. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Jockey Club. Bring Dad to the races this Father's Day at Laurel Park. Treat Dad to live thoroughbred racing, a Father's Day buffet, complimentary old-fashioned for $77. Reserve today at laurelpark.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
The Ravens off-season is in the books as they will be back on the field for training camp starting in July 29th. And joining us now to talk about it, Sam Cohn, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. And Sam, thank you as always for your time, man. We appreciate it. So I guess let's start just main takeaways, if any, from minicamp.
Main takeaways, I think just seeing the buy-in above all else feels very real. I think the earnestness that we're hearing from players all over the field on both sides of the ball, the joy coming out of their mouths talking about the coaches and like everything's new to everybody, particularly the offense. You're learning an entirely new system. Declan Doyle has likened it to learning Spanish, and Dave Flowers seems to be loving that challenge. Lamar Jackson seems to be loving that challenge. Everyone, even though everything is sunshine and rainbows this time of year, there's an earnestness that you hear in their voices in terms of, in a padless practice where you can't really learn anything about anything. This is a time for everyone to be learning. You don't get to see a lot of real football stuff. We're learning where this team could be headed, and it seems like they're laying the foundation of an organization that has the potential to have some success in 2026. So they're checking off the first box of several boxes that need to be checked before getting to September.
Sam, we were just talking prior to the break about Trenton Simpson, and Roquan Smith really talked him up following the first mandatory minicamp meeting with the media. Could Trenton Simpson, could Jesse Minter unlock something in Trenton Simpson in this contract year?
Yeah, I think that's entirely possible, and we've seen Jesse Minter find ways to do that with guys, particularly in LA. Derwin James at safety and Odafe Owe are obviously, I think, the two obvious ones that come to mind for all of us. That Jesse Minter, as the defensive guru that he's been chalked up, that he's been talked up to be, kind of needs to get the most out of that linebacker group, because if you look around that defense, you know what you're getting from a lot of guys, but I think there's a lot of question marks. And the linebacker group is probably front and center, if not one, maybe two on question marks and what you're going to need to be able to get out of such an important position. I think you're really hoping you can have a bounce back year from Roquan Smith, but Teddy Buchanan's coming off ACL surgery. Trenton Simpson has lost his job 2 or 3 times. So if he has the physical tools and the intangibles, and he played some edge rusher in college, like maybe they deploy him in interesting ways that feel as though, or you can liken to like a fresh start for someone else. Like this is a new chance for Trenton Simpson to try something else in a new system. Still in that position group, but as you said, maybe Jesse Minter finds ways to put him in the right position. And Trenton Simpson, who I think we all believe has the physical traits to play at a high level, if Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver can scheme up ways to put him in the right positions, then yeah, maybe we see a breakout year and a contract year, as you said.
We're talking with Sam Cohn. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Sam, are you starting to feel like the center is here, or do you still think they'll make a move for a center?
It's a great question. I lean toward the center is already here, just because I don't know how many teams are really dangling these fancy centers out on the trade market. I don't know how many teams are looking at doing that at this point. It feels like a position that you have to have locked up, or at least on the roster by this time. I can't imagine them making a deal sometime this center. I don't know. I don't see it happening. I think that Danny Pinter the clear front runner at the position. I just think that he's probably in line to be the guy. Everyone seems to have a lot of confidence in him, but I'm just not sure what the Ravens would be willing to move at this time of year for a guy that could come in and be an immediate starter. Because if you're trading for a center to usurp that trio of Danny Pinter and Joe Von Gwyn and Corey Bullock, like, you're banking on a guy who's going to be a lot better than all three of them and come in right away and learn quickly and be able to play with Lamar Jackson on a team with Super Bowl expectations. I'm just not sure they're willing to give up enough for if that hypothetical guy is out there right now.
Sam, Jesse Minter said that he expects, based on how the roster currently is, that one of the rookie wide receivers that they drafted is going to have to carve out a big role. Which one do you think that will be?
Another excellent question. I lean Elijah Surratt. And I say that because I think he'll find a role as on punt return and kick return as well. I think Jacoby Lane long-term has a higher upside. I think that Elijah Surratt, he's a couple years older. He's a little bit more NFL ready, body-wise, skill-wise. I just think he might fit quicker into the mold of the offense and find a role on special teams. Jacoby Lane has a chance in 2 to 3 years to be a dominant X-receiver for this team. But as was said when they drafted both these guys, like, they view Jacoby Lane as a little bit more of a project. I mean, he's a couple years younger, and he's got all the intangibles and the tools to progress into someone who they can really count on. I just see in 2026, I think it's more likely Elijah Surratt's the guy that we're looking at to say, of this draft class, he was the pass catcher that is the quicker impact.
Sam, based on your answer, I have a follow-up. If you think Surratt's got punt return in his bag, do you think that means LeJontay Wester is not long for the roster and they may be bringing in a veteran receiver?
Not out of the realm of possibility. I had this conversation with someone the other day that, like, I just don't see, at this point, the ultimate question is, if you're carrying 6 receivers, like, who falls off if you're bringing someone in? And with so many questions at receiver, like, it's just hard for us to say at this point what confidence level is like in each of those guys, because if you do feel like you're getting enough out of Elijah Surratt, if you feel like Rashad Bateman's having a bounce-back year, and if all signs point to they have supreme confidence in Tez Walker having a breakout year this year, then no, I think then they feel happy and they feel comfortable running with that group. We should also mention Mark Andrews, the second most productive pass catcher on the team last year. What you're looking at from the rest of the receiving core is a third and fourth option to be genuine contributors. You're not looking for a number one guy. So if you can get that either alone or in the aggregate between Tez and Rashad Bateman and Elijah Surratt, then I don't see them going out and adding to that group.
Last thing for you, Sam. 53-man roster. When they end up making cut downs ahead of week 1, where do you see the biggest roster crunch? Where do you see the toughest decisions?
That's another really good question. I lean somewhere on the defense. We saw, like, you look at that interior defensive line, we saw a lot of different guys play at that position. And I mean, right now that group is, we don't know who all is going to play, but you have Nnamdi Madubuike, Travis Jones, Broderick Washington, Calais Campbell, and John Jenkins. You have a hefty room at edge rusher. You have a bunch of corners. So I think that's where you're going to be making some decisions. And you have guys like, Keon Martin was an undrafted rookie last year who worked his way on the roster largely because of injuries, but has shown that he can meaningfully contribute in some capacity, like on special teams and a little bit on defense. DeAndre Jackson has shown he is a legitimate contributor on special teams. How does that shake out on, DBs, safety, cornerbacks, and safeties? So I lean it somewhere on the defense. I'm not sure I have a great answer for you right now on where specifically, but it feels like the roster crunch is going to be on that side of the ball.
Sam Cohn covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. Always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Thank you. Before we step out, I do need to mention the Orioles and Mariners. It's 3-0 Mariners heading to the bottom of the second. Boz got the first 2 outs easily, and then a single and an error. Really weird. Tavares tries to barehand the ball, and it goes past him to the wall instead of just fielding with his glove. So then Naylor goes to second, but then the floodgates open. He walks him 4 pitches, then a base hit, a double, and then a base hit. So now you're at 3-0.
Well, and there were a couple other misplays. Taylor Ward, that was not clean. You said Jackson Holiday.
They had a stolen base. Now that guy didn't end up scoring, but they had a guy throwing out stealing a base, Emerson, and the ball pops out of Holiday's glove. So the interesting part, though, so far. We have not thrown a pitch in the bottom of the second inning yet. There have been 5 ball strike challenges in the first inning and a half, and they've all been overturned.
That's unbelievable.
This umpire behind home plate, and I'm on the air, I'm sorry, I don't know who he is. He's having a rough go of it.
To say the least, man. 5.
Between both teams.
Sheesh. Ugly.
5.
That's really bad.
So Shane Baz, speaking of ugly, not a pretty start for Shane Baz, and he's going to need to go 5 scoreless, Bone, to give you that quality start.
Yeah, I jinxed him. I think that's way out the window.
It's still in play.
I guess it's in play.
It's in play.
That'd be a hell of a job settling in for Shane Baz, but yeah, it went south quick for him in the first inning when it looked like it was going to be an easy inning, and now a leadoff base hit.
And the Orioles, as they are wont to do sometimes, which frustrates me, Brian Woohoo, they hit the crap out of in his first outing against the Orioles, threw 6 pitches in the first inning, Bum. All strikes. He got Taylor Ward to pop out in the first pitch, the new aggressive Taylor Ward.
Yeah.
Then he throws strike 1 to Gunnar, and Gunnar flies out on the second pitch, and he strikes out Adley on 3 pitches.
And he's thrown 21 pitches through 2.
Also, they got him to throw 15 in the second
inning. Made him
inning.
work.
Yeah, a little bit of work there. So, yeah, it's 3-0. Mariners lead the Orioles. We're still early in this one, bottom of the second inning. As things change, we will update you. But coming up next, man, Bone, and I'm kind of jealous of this because I got back from Myrtle Friday afternoon, and I actually had a friend who texted me and said, "You want to go to Dave Chappelle?" And I said, "I don't know if I'm going to. I can't confirm because with travel, I'm not 100%, so I turned it down." Anyway, you went to Dave Chappelle at CFG Friday, and you'll recap your experience next here on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby's agent is out doing damage control for his client, claiming that while at Cincinnati, the school was aware of the quarterback's gambling for 2 years and did nothing about it. The school is also suing Sorsby for breach of contract after transferring to Texas Tech this offseason. Cincinnati is claiming they suffered over $1 million worth of damages by Sorsby choosing to leave. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, is launching brand new food challenges on June 1st. Win cash and other prizes. That is, if you're brave enough. Southern-inspired food with a Maryland twist. Are you up to the challenge? Check Facebook and Instagram for details.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now here's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks in most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited education at an affordable tuition with a choice of more than 100 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love. This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
Nope, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway past 95 to Kennedy Highway. Disabled vehicles being cleared from the right side there. Keith Avenue to I-95, there's an accident. Watch for police direction. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway at Route 40, Baltimore National Pike. Cleared the accident from the right side. Still heavy off and on. And then on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from 83 to Harrisburg Expressway to Delaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
A real long time ago.
As I told you when we left you last, I'm very jealous, Bone. Jealous Bone. I did have a slight chance to go see this Dave Chappelle show. Was that last Friday?
Last Friday.
But I couldn't commit because I wasn't 100% sure when if my travel would be on time. So I didn't want to put that person out, so I didn't commit to it. Alas, I did get home I would have been in time, but by then tickets were not available. You went.
I did.
I'll say this. My favorite comic is John Mulaney. I've seen him twice live. He's incredible.
I need to see him.
Chappelle's on my Mount Rushmore, especially of active comedians. I'd love to see him.
He's number one for me. And hey, if anyone wants to call in, 410-583-1057, the favorite stand-up that you've ever seen, would love to hear it. Dave is my all-time favorite. I just think that he is an absolute genius, and I need to give another shout out to Dave Burgess, who hooked me up with the tickets. I ended up going with my dad as like an early Father's Day.
Did he recreate the Panama video?
He did not recreate the Panama video, but we ended up taking the light rail down because we were enjoying some beverages at my house beforehand, but Ken, it was crazy. The light rail, we thought we were going to be late to the show because the one that we were supposed to get on was filled with Orioles fans. It was on the steps. It was a cluster, you know what. So we ended up getting on the next one. The show was supposed to start with openers at 7:30. We got to the arena at 7:30, so we're like, I'm freaking out. I'm upset. And the line is wrapping around CFG Bank Arena into the parking lot. I've never seen it like that. Now, a big reason why, Dave, he does the no cell phone thing. So end up getting in at 8, and I was wondering how it was going to be. So you got a pouch. They had you turn your phone off.
Yeah, that's happened before. When I saw Louis C.K. a few years ago, we had to do that.
I would love to see Louis.
He's great.
I would love to see Louis.
Yeah.
He is freaking hilarious.
So yeah, he's also on my.
I did not know that he did that, but yeah, Dave's the first and only time I've ever seen this. And you put it in, and I was thinking, you could probably open it up. You cannot open it up.
No, it's sealed.
It is.
It's got a key to open.
Yes, exactly. So we end up getting to our seats probably around 8, and I guess they knew what a cluster it was outside the building, so they waited to bring on the openers, and one of the openers was on Chappelle's show. But Dave, outside of a sporting event, like maybe even concerts, man, like the crowd, when he came out, it was like Ray Lewis was coming out of the tunnel. Like he had this DJ, and like everyone's all fired up. Everyone's like, oh my God. It's like, and I think they were filming the Netflix special because they flash the Netflix thing and they play, you know how every stand-up special, there's the weird B-roll with the comic like walking to the thing, and like they did that, and then he came out and he killed it, man. Like it was so freaking funny. And it was awesome to experience with my dad. That was like a bucket list thing, like to see Dave, because I've just wanted to for so long. I thought it was his best stand-up since The Closer, which was in 2019, but it was such a great experience. And he also teased multiple times throughout the night. I think he's bringing back Chappelle's show.
Really?
I think he's bringing back Chappelle's show.
Now, when you say tease it, he's like...
So he did one of his bits about a skit in Chappelle's show. And then at the end, when all the cameras were off and he grabbed the mic again, and he was like, hey, before you guys leave, how many of you guys would want to see Chappelle's show launched again? And everyone's like, yeah, hell yeah. Like, so I think he is, man.
I wonder, in the world we're in now with streaming and all that, like, it's probably not going to Comedy Central. It'll probably be on a streaming service, I would think. Like Netflix, for example, which pays him $1 billion to do these stand-ups.
Well, and I'm sure it's gone up. I know when he initially came back, because remember, he was off the grid for well over a decade.
Yeah.
Like it was 2005. He like moved to Africa for a little bit. And then his next special was in 2017 with Netflix. And at the time, I'm sure it's gone up, he was getting paid $20 million per stand-up special, which is crazy. But no, I saw Shane Gillis at CFG. He was really funny. Stavi opened for him. I've seen Stavi. I know you love him.
I don't dislike Stavi, but I think it's like he's like a one-trick.
His stand-up's good, though. I do want to see John Mulaney, though. I would love to see. I've seen like all of his specials and even his, what was the late night thing he did?
Oh, that
Netflix?
Everybody's watching. Yeah, that thing in LA.
Yeah, I like that as well. He's just got a great delivery, and I think he does great work as well.
So, oh man, what I've learned, Chappelle's show might be coming back.
Yes, I think it is. And I think he filmed, because he's only doing 3 other cities, because Dave never really tours all that much.
No.
I'd be willing to bet.
Doesn't he live in Ohio?
Yes.
Yeah.
He basically has his own town.
Yes, that's what I remember hearing.
He bought a ton of land and he'll perform there. But in terms of other cities, he really doesn't tour all that much. And I know he's from DC, and obviously he's performed in DC a bit, but he announced it a week to the day of him being at CFG. And Ken, there wasn't a single open seat. It was unbelievable. There wasn't a single open seat.
410-583-1057. Let's grab Stan. Stan, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how's it going? I was actually at the concert last Friday as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's my second time seeing Dave in person. 2019, I actually saw him at the Lyric.
Oh, wow.
And he does the same.
I didn't even know he went to Lyric.
Yeah, it's the same thing. He does the pouches and the phones. He is very serious about not having no one record his shows or none of that stuff at all. So
he's awesome, man. I was so happy to finally get a chance to see him. It was such a great show.
I mean, I think his shows in person are probably better than watching it on Netflix, to be honest.
Well, and I've not seen Dave and appreciate the call. I think that's true no matter who the comic is. When you're in the room and other people are laughing, and
it's just one of those things, man. Circling it back to sports, that's why. And I know, and I totally respect people that it's great being on my couch and watching, but the atmosphere of the events, concerts, Bruce Springsteen, Ken, I'm sure it's a much different experience if you're watching on YouTube than being at a concert.
To that point, he released his Broadway show on Netflix. Yeah. And I've watched it.
Yeah, I'm sure
I watched it with my wife. Yeah. But it's not the same as being in the building.
Exactly. It's being there, the atmosphere, being with the crowd. It's just a different thing. The live events are different animals.
Coming up next here on the program, Northern Exposure and Joe Burrow. Is he overhyping the Bengals? We'll explain next here on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The first day of second matches in group play on the world stage includes a nightcap between Mexico and South Korea. It should be the tightest matchup of the day, and typically, while you'd expect that would lead to some conservative play, both of these squads, especially Mexico, will want to push some pace offensively and be aggressive. With Mexico's size advantage and physicality, I'm looking at them at plus 105 to win tonight against South Korea. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-339-6282. That's 800-339-6282.
Something big just hit Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and the summer sales bash is here. More inventory, aggressive summer savings, and top dollar for your trade are happening right now. Don't miss it. BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Popeye's $20 family meal is so good to your people and your budget. This Bowl Louisiana feast has, count them, 11 hand-breaded tenders or 9 pieces of our Shatter Crunch signature chicken. Then we're looking at a large side and 4 biscuits. And did I mention it's all for $20? It's time to gather your crew and make them all happy. Order for your whole fam today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust a Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Mariners lead the Orioles 3-0 in the third inning. Seattle scored all 3 runs with 2 outs off Shane Baz in the first. Jackson Holliday has the Birds' lone hit. Lamar Jackson is entering his 9th season in the NFL. Calais Campbell last played with Jackson in 2022 and recently joined Sirius NFL Radio and spoke about the QB's growth as a leader.
So with Lamar, you know, like you can see it. Even when he breaks down the huddle, stuff he says, I mean, you can tell he's just so much more mature and developed. You know, he was always, wise beyond his years, when he was younger. Just seeing in a few years, like the growth and just the development and just the natural evolution of life.
The Ravens' first full-team training camp practice will take place on July 29th. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 70. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers. Northern exposure on Inside Access. Ken and Tim look at the AFC North. 105.7 The Fan.
I think that's great. Put pressure on guys. I love it. I thrive in it. We'll find out who else does. I know that we have the kind of people that want to be in that spot. I I want everybody talking about the Bengals. I want everybody talking about what I'm saying in my press conferences. You go back and watch what I said before 2019 season at LSU. I feel very similarly about this team. I'm so excited to get started and get moving, and I wish we would ramp this right into training camp so we can continue to improve, because I feel like, there's so much greatness that we're going to be able to achieve this year. I'm just excited to get going.
Big words comparing the Bengals to the 2019 LSU football team. That team was loaded. Remember, just to name Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, that, and there were tons more on that. Patrick Queen was the backup inside linebacker on that team. That team went undefeated, won a national championship. The Cincinnati Bengals, for what it's worth, have the best strength of schedule, the best as far as the weakest strength of schedule in football. Should the Cincinnati Bengals be getting more hype as we head closer to the season?
Well, I'll say this, Ken. I think the hype train is already off the tracks right now, because how they're being talked about. Joe Burrow, this isn't just his first comment about how good he thinks this team is, and just hearing from other people, there's a lot of hype surrounding this Cincinnati team, and this is a make or break season for a lot of reasons, because if this team does not make the playoffs again, Zach Taylor's gone. This is the final year of his deal. There's going to be a brand new coaching staff. And at some point, how much are you going to change this up? And with Joe Burrow, he's got to be healthy, Ken. He played 8 games last year. He played in only 10 games in 2023. So 2 of the past 3 years have been compromised. So he's got to be healthy. The defense has to be substantially better, because they were horrid last year. And I think they will be. And you combine that with the fact that they do have a soft schedule, and the AFC is very wide open right now. Cincinnati, I think, is definitely primed for a bounce-back year.
They have revamped this defense. They signed Boye Mafe in free agency. They signed Jonathan Allen in free agency. They signed Brian Cook. They traded their first-round pick for Dexter Lawrence. The issue with the Bengals in years past, as long as Joe Burrow's been upright, is the defense has been so bad that they could put Joe Flacco put up, 35-plus, and they lost a game. The defense couldn't stop anybody. If the defense can be league average, all of a sudden the Bengals become fascinating. And with the names on this defense, maybe they can be league average.
Well, 2024 is a perfect example, Ken. Burrow was healthy. He played in all 17 games. He had the best season of his career, threw for over 4,900 yards.
He helped me win a fantasy championship.
Most importantly.
Yes.
He threw for over 4,900 yards, over 70% completion percentage, 43 touchdowns to 9 picks. And the Bengals were at home in January. So the defense just needs to be average.
Yeah, league average.
That's all they need to be. And if they're average with the firepower that Cincinnati has, they're going to be in the mix.
Because you figure with Joe Burrow, Chase Brown, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Josivas, guys, they're going to light up the scoreboard.
Yeah, 100%. And they have. When Joe Burrow is playing football, outside of that weird game against the Ravens in Cincinnati,
where he kind of quit last year.
It looked like he quit. Outside of that.
That was a weird one, wasn't it?
That was a very bizarre game. Them getting shut out against that Ravens defense. That was definitely something. But are they a team, Ken? Would it surprise you if they win the North?
No. To me, and again, the Steelers are cockroaches, and every time I say that word, I feel like I'm going in the wrong direction, but it's cockroaches. They're I think it's going to come down to the Ravens and Bengals. I don't think the Steelers, I think Mike Tomlin kept holding that thing together with tape and glue and just to get over 500 and maybe get to the playoffs. I think there's going to be a drop-off with no Mike Tomlin. I think this is the year they kind of bottom out a little bit.
And the NFL certainly knew what they were doing, scheduling that New Year's Eve game. That's week 17. That could very well be for the division in Cincinnati, Thursday night football. So it's going to be a fun race in this division this year, just because so much newness, and that no Tomlin, like you were saying, McCarthy's there, no John Harbaugh, Jesse Minter. Heck, we got Monk in Cleveland, even though we all expect Cleveland to be horrible, especially after trading Myles Garrett. But it is a wide open division. It is a wide open AFC.
I'll say this about the Browns. What's holding them back is they have no quarterback. They've actually, and we'll see, obviously, they haven't played a game yet with this year's draft class, but I feel like their last 2 drafts have been really good, save for the fact they don't have a franchise quarterback.
They have a lot of young talent, but, part of it is like...
And now they've traded Myles Garrett, so...
Yeah, I just... The quarterback situation is just such a wasteland. I think they could use some upgrades at wide receiver as well. But, defensively, they're very scrappy. And, heck, we have seen the Ravens trip up in Cleveland before. We've seen the Steelers trip up in Cleveland. Heck, Joe Burrow, he really struggles against the Browns over the course of his career. So that they can certainly be scrappy in the division.
For what it's worth, the Browns used a first and second round pick on wide receiver this year. Casey Concepcion, Texas A&M in the first round. Denzel Boston, who I really liked out of Washington, in the second round.
And then Jerry Jeudy's back. But I don't know. You're going very young at that position. What does it look like early on in the year? That's one of those instances where you hope, like any rookie, as the year progresses, those wide receivers really come into their own.
And you still got Deshaun Watson lingering around there.
He might be starting games, man. I am not convinced that Shedeur Sanders is the week 1 starter.
Is it Brandon Sorsby?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
What's funny about it? So Monk was asked about him when this thing was all brewing, and he said, he kind of poo-pooed it. But then the GM was like, I wouldn't say no to anything, because this was before he decided not to go to school or was told he wasn't coming to school.
But if you're Cleveland, Ken, doesn't it just feel like, especially after trading Garrett, like you're kind of tanking this year, right? Like you want a top pick for what should be a really good quarterback class. And hey, best case scenario, maybe Shedeur ends up really surprising, and the Browns are, hovering around 500, and you feel like Shedeur's your guy, or he ends up being terrible, and then you have a top pick to get your next guy.
Ravens obviously off until they hit the practice field starting July 29th for the start of training camp. Coming up next, though, rubber match, Orioles and Mariners. It is in progress. What's going on? We will tell you next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for, ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday, only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation variable. Supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Lots of things can spin. Windmills, hula hoops, a hamster wheel, your clothes in a dryer. But only one can give you a chance to win up to $250,000. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. But that's not all. Uncover a Big Spin symbol, and you could find yourself spinning the Big Spin wheel at lottery headquarters for $50,000 to $250,000. So take a spin to your favorite lottery retailer and pick up the Big Spin Scratch-Off today. Please play responsibly.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cashback. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cashback on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cashback. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway past 95 to Kennedy Highway. Disabled vehicles there on the right side. Keith Avenue to I-95, there's an accident. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound's heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 295 southbound before Annapolis Road, there's a crash. Watch for police direction. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway at Route 40, Baltimore National Pike. Cleared the accident there from the right side. Still heavy off and on. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to Dulaney Valley Road. Route 50 eastbound at St. Margaret's Road, a disabled vehicle is now on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Searching for the ghost of Tom Jones.
That's a Springsteen cover. Orioles, I guess it's Rage Against the Machine. Yeah, because Tom Morello tours sometimes with Bruce. He's from Rage Against the Machine. So I was able to connect those dots, even though I honestly have not heard this version before. But so good work on you, Alex. But I was able to connect the dots there. Rage Against the Machine covering Goes to Tom Joe, the Springsteen song. Orioles and Mariners, 3-0 Mariners after 4. Couple of notable things in this one, Bum. First of all, I do want to let the people know, when I asked you before the game your expectations for Shane Baz, and you said a quality start. Now, when Shane Boz gave up 3 in the first, which we'll get to in a minute, your prediction was not looking good, but he's now through 4 with just those 3. And remember, minimum requirements for a quality start is 6 innings, 3 earned runs. So he is 6 outs away from making you look very smart, Bob.
You're telling me there's a chance.
There is a chance.
It looked like the Orioles are going to get blown out in this game, but Boz has settled in. He's got 5 strikeouts and 66 pitches through 4 innings. That's not bad. I mean, it's definitely doable.
So the first inning, he gets the first 2 guys, including striking out Cal Riley twice because Riley challenged the first strikeout. The umpire's having a bad day.
It's been a theme today.
6 ball strike challenges, all overturned, and they were all in the first 3 innings. So he settled down a little bit over the last inning. But 6 all overturned. So umpire having a rough day. But he got the first 2 guys. Then Naylor singles into the right center field gap. And for some reason, Leody Taveras decides he's going to barehand the ball. It goes through him to the wall. So now it's a 1-base error. Josh Naylor now on second base. Then a walk. Then a base double. Then another hit. And the Mariners get themselves... Taylor Ward misplays a ball in left field. Jackson Holliday had a guy caught stealing, but the ball pops out of his glove. Only 1 error, but a rough inning defensively, and the Orioles give up the 3 runs.
Well, it's unfortunately been a theme for this baseball team this year, just giving up runs with 2 outs, giving up hits and runs with 2 strikes. It's really unfortunate, and even more unfortunate considering how bad this offense has looked today against Brian Wu, where this 3-run lead feels like a 8-run lead. Jackson Holliday, he has the team's only hit.
Ground rule double.
And the Orioles have 6 strikeouts already, and Wu has been very pitch efficient, just got his first out in the 5th inning. And this is a pitcher, Ken, where they scored 7 earned runs off of him last week at Camden Yards, and
that's what concerned me, Bone.
And scored 6 runs off of him in 1 inning. It was the most runs that Wu's given up in a single inning in his career. Now, to be fair, Wu has been much better at home, as you would think, with it being a pitcher's ballpark. But you know, it was back-to-back poor starts by Wu, and maybe
Woo-hoo. No, it's gonna be caught. A nice play.
That was a nice play.
Yeah, so 2 outs already in the 5th inning of 3-0. This is the concerning part, and I talked about this I think it was in the Open. They give you a night like last night where they get 10 hits and they score 5 runs, and you're like, okay, I know baseball's a grind, I know it's a failure sport, but maybe that's I want to believe that that's the game that gets the offense going. But I remember that the prior night, they had 2 hits in the first inning and then didn't get another hit till the 9th inning with an infield single. And now here we are, 2 outs in the 5th inning, and they have 1 hit.
It's brutal, Ken, and it's brutal just knowing that the potential that this lineup has, and they're just not reaching it on a consistent basis at all.
Or maybe we overvalued them.
That too. But it's not as if that they've been bad, because, again, you look at all the main statistical categories for the offense. They're top 12 in a lot of them.
Yeah.
But we just thought that this would be a top 5 group. This would be a group where this is their superpower, and it's been very far from it.
Orioles get their 2nd hit of the game. Colton Cowser rips a base hit up the middle. Almost took Brian Wu's head. Yeah. The interesting thing here, though, it's the 2nd time they've gotten a hit. They've both been with 2 outs in an inning. Jackson Holliday ground rule double down the left field line with 2 outs in that inning, and then Taylor Ward, I think, grounded out to third base. Now you've got a 2-out single. Now the red-hot Blaze Alexander is up here. He did not get a hit in his first at-bat.
He's due.
He is due. He came into the game batting .310.
And over 390 since May 1st. Blaze has been... I got excited for a second there. It looked like it was going to be a shot, but to the wall, and Brian Wu is through 5
first pitch too.
Now. Yeah, first pitch, making it work. 57 pitches through 5 for Brian Wu.
Again, I'm going to continue to get frustrated because I just
Well, you should.
Yeah,
I think fans deserve to be frustrated with this ball club. They're 5 games below 500, 75 games in, and you're down 3-0 halfway through this game, and you could fall back down to
Somebody
6 games
said to
below
me,
500.
somebody said to me recently, Ken, why do you still get frustrated? Like, they're like, it's over. I know they're bad. I'm like, wait a second. That's not how it works. This is a long-time love affair that I've had with this franchise. And despite the fact that sometimes I feel like they don't love me back, I still love them through thick and thin. And so, yes, I'm going to be frustrated when on a almost daily basis I see subpar baseball, and when I see opportunities for them to start that move over the hump, and then this happens, which seems to happen a lot, because here's the flip side, Bone. You win this game, okay, now you're thinking, maybe I can come home with a winning road trip because the Angels are looming after the Dodgers, and so there's a chance you take 2 or 3 in Anaheim, you take 1 or 3 in LA, you get a 5-4 road trip. On the flip side, they lose this game. There's a world where they get swept in LA, and now there's no way to come home with that winning road trip.
It's definitely a distinct possibility, but, this team, they just haven't been able to sustain it, Ken, whether it's the starting pitching or the bullpen or the offense or just winning games. When you win 10 of 14 games and then immediately follow that up losing 6 of 9, you just eliminate all of the goodwill that you built up in that prior stretch. Brad Brock said it. You win 2 games, you lose 2 games. You win 4 of 6, you lose 4 of 6. 1 step forward, 1 step back. 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Orioles trail the Mariners 3-0. It is in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Shane Baz still on the bump for the Birds. Still has a chance to get Bone's coveted quality start as just 6 more outs away from making Bone look like a very smart man. But coming up next, let's get back to the Ravens. And a question we asked Sam Cohen, we had him on the show earlier. As we are now through the off-season workouts and training camp looming at the end of July, is it possible that the Ravens starting center is here on the roster? We'll give you our thoughts next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda, Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
This Father's Day, celebrate Dad differently at Laurel Park. Bring the family together for live thoroughbred racing, a chef-crafted Father's Day buffet, and a complimentary old-fashioned for just $77 per person. Enjoy great food, exciting racing, and a memorable afternoon at the track. Skip the tie and give Dad an experience he'll remember. Seating is limited, so reserve your Father's Day tickets today at laurelpark.com. That's laurelpark.com.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Keith Avenue to I-95, there's an accident. Watch for police direction there. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound's heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 295 southbound before Annapolis Road clearing an accident. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to Dulaney Valley Road through Towson. And US 50 eastbound at St. Margaret's Road at disabled vehicles on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Mariners lead the Orioles 3-0 in the fifth inning. Seattle scored all three runs with 2 outs off Shane Baz in the first. Jackson Holliday and Colton Cowser have the Birds' only 2 hits. Calais Campbell had his first experience around Jesse Minter and his coaching staff during mandatory minicamp last week. Campbell recently joined Sirius NFL Radio and was pleased with his first impression of them.
Every head coach, you want to have some kind of connectability to your players, right? You want to be able to relate, just get guys to really buy into your vision. I feel like he's done a really good job of just like being himself and just connecting with the guys and having a clear vision. See the guys respond, which is really matters most.
The Ravens' first full-team training camp practice will take place on July 29th. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 80s with an overnight low of 70. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
So it was interesting. We had Sam Cohn on the show earlier. We asked him if the center was on the roster. He seems to think it's possible that he did, at this point, he doesn't know that they're going to give up what it takes to get a center. Earlier this week, we had our friend Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner on the show, and we asked him the same question. Is the starting center here?
I don't know. I feel like we are kind of working under a ticking clock here with the center proposition. I guess I would just maybe be contrarian, would say that the starting center probably is on the roster, at least for week one. I just think that Eric DeCosta doesn't like to be out leveraged in these kind of situations, and there's so few quality starting centers in the NFL that why would you give one away if you're another team, and why would you give a low day 2 or high day 3 pick to get one, considering just how essential that is to the Eric DeCosta building plan.
So that's interesting. So we've talked to two guys that are closer to the situation than we are, two beat guys, and they both think the center is here, Bone. I'm not buying it.
I was about to say, Ken, is there smoke here? Because now, heading into the week.
By the way, to take it a step further, I'm sorry, because it flows on this. Sam Coleman, as far as I think to say that Danny Pinter is the leader in the clubhouse, for what it's worth.
No, I think he'd have to be. Ken, Danny Pinter has started a whopping 10 games in the NFL. Jovan Gwynn has played 11 offensive snaps.
Yeah.
Corey Bullock has played 13 offensive snaps.
Yeah.
It's got to be Pinter if it is him. Now, I will say this. Look, Eric knows more about these guys. Eric knows the market, all that. But Glasgow and Pulisic are still on the open market.
Yes.
And even if you were unable to swing a trade, and I do get what Jonas is saying, and I do get what Sam is saying, how many teams realistically are going to trade a center?
And those are reasonable, smart guys.
Sure.
They're not hotheads like us.
Totally. But I still would think that either of Glasgow or Pulisic would be a better option than what they have now.
Yeah, I don't trust any of these guys. And as Dan Graziano said to us earlier this week, the play kind of starts with the center.
It does. The center is involved in every single play.
Yeah.
I can promise you that this upcoming football season.
Dan's pretty smart. He says it's an important part of the whole offense.
But Ken, I just keep going back to this, man. Eric was so aggressive in upgrading the guard position, and you give him a ton of credit for doing so. Vanga Ioana, you expect him to be here a decade plus, and he's going to be a Pro Bowler at some point. Simpson is a big upgrade at guard and a guy that's familiar with the building, having been here back in 2023.
And that's important to them.
Yes, you feel really good about guard. Heck, go as far as yesterday, Ken, when we were talking about positions we feel good about. I said guard is very deep. When you have Voorhees and Emory Jones off the bench, you feel good about it. But to not finish the job and bring in a center that's experienced and that you feel good about, that just seems odd to me. And clearly, because Eric admitted as much, they were trying to draft a center.
Yes.
They were trying to draft the guys that went in the second round.
He felt they were both overdrafted.
Exactly.
And he didn't like any of the other ones.
Yeah, he made that abundantly clear. But then, and you always laughed about this, Ken, he's pretty much said that the center is, man, I was close. The center.
Quality start.
I was sweating it there. I was sweating it there. He's pretty much said, though, Ken, they're trying to find someone.
Yes.
He's very much
Jesse
left the door
Minter
open.
has basically said, we'll let these fools go rotate throughout. He didn't call them fools, but he said, we got these guys, and one guy will play one day, one guy will play next. Basically telling you we don't have a guy because we're just going to keep rotating through these guys.
And Pinter, so he started 10 games. It's not like last year, he started all 10 games, a starter went down. The most amount of games he has started in a season is 3. I don't get it. You know, like
Jonas didn't get it either.
I just feel like you need to make a move, whether it's one of those guys on the market. We brought up the possibility, Ken Bradbury, because the Patriots selected a center in the second round. Maybe he is expendable at this point. Like, something has to give.
Me personally, I still think they're going to have a different dude here. Like, it's either going to be Bradbury and so what did the Bears trade? A 4 to get him? If you're the Ravens, you give up a 3 to get him? Like that, like, is that, and I understand where Jonas was coming from, where he's like, and Sam for that matter. Like, you don't want to get over leveraged, but is trading a 3rd round pick to get your starting center getting over leveraged? I feel like they're in this position. And you've got a reinvigorated Lamar Jackson. You have this coaching staff. You got all this positivity going on. You need a center.
You do. And you also have 4 compensatory picks going your way. So it's not as if, the Ravens have 5 picks next year. Like, they're going to have a lot of draft picks. But I will say this, Ken, like, if they make it to training camp, and the center still isn't here, is that going to tell you that that's probably they're rolling with one of these guys? I almost feel like
because I feel like they could still. By the way, he's got a quality start, Bun. Breaking news:
he's probably going to come back out though. 86 pitches.
Tim Barbalay's predicted before the game. We'll get back to the center in a minute. But before the game, I asked Bone what were his expectations for Shane Boz today. He said quality start. Well, Shane Boz gave up 3 runs in the first inning. We're now through 6. He's still only giving up those 3 runs, which is the minimum quality start requirement. So kudos to you, Bone.
Talking about threading the needle, but it's not over yet. He's probably going to come out for the 7th.
Yeah.
I think 86 pitches. He's probably coming out for
I would bring him back out.
I definitely would too. He's rolling 5 shutout innings after the first inning.
Back to the center. At the very least, you could bring in one of those 2 guys that's on the street too, and which if you get to near training camp and you're thinking, I can't keep rotating through these 3 guys that they don't trust, because if they trusted anyone, they would hand them the reins. They haven't.
And Ken, we talk about positions of weakness, and you and I we're saying that you got to bring in a receiver. Like, you need help there. We'd like to see him bring in another edge guy. Center's the biggest glaring need on this team right now. Like, even over both of those positions, and I don't even think it's close, quite frankly.
I do want to point out, since you brought up receiver, we had Sam Cohen on, and Sam brought up the fact that Elijah Surratt, you asked him the question, who does he think's the rookie that's going to make an impact? He said Surratt, because he's a couple years older, seems more pro ready, and he's got returns in his bag. The punt return, kick return. I think more punt than kick, but he said both. To me, and he's a guy closer to it than we are, if Elijah Surratt is returning punts, that means LeJontay Wester's not here. And that means, and then there's your other way to go get yourself a veteran receiver.
The door is open, and there's multiple guys out there that the Ravens could pursue, and I would be very surprised if they don't bring in someone. Like, you
want Stephon Diggs, Bum?
I don't really want Diggs. I've been on the Keenan Allen bandwagon going back to February at this point, saying that would be so on brand for this team, and I think he would really help this team on 3rd downs, and he'd help the guys in the room. I think he would take on that mentor role.
Ravens are off until they got to, I guess they got to be at the facility on the 28th because the pro training camp back on the field on the 29th.
Rookies typically report
early. But they have a nice respite before training camp begins late July. We will come back, get you the text of the day, and get you ready for a long weekend as we are off tomorrow for Juneteenth. That's next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
New York Knicks owner James Dolan is willing to do a lot to keep the championship team together, except one thing: go into the second financial apron. The Knicks starting 5 is under contract for next season, but Landry Shamet and Mitchell Robinson are free agents, and Jose Alvarado has a player option that he can choose to exercise or not by Monday. We'll see if the owner can keep this championship team together. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's Miles for Miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The inner loop of the Beltway before 83, the Jones Falls Expressway. Accidents on the left side. It's backed up to Green Spring Avenue. The inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to Delaney Valley Road. And 50 eastbound at St. Margaret's Road, still have a disabled vehicle there on the right side. Keith Avenue to I-95, there's an accident. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Three things before we get to text today. First off, my apologies as Fresh Take follows us at 6 o'clock. It's Cordell Woodland rolling solo because Beltway Ben's in Puerto Rico for his birthday. You know, his birthday was yesterday.
Getting some much-deserved time off for Big Bad Ben.
Yeah, Big Bad. That's right. He's no longer
Big
Beltway
Bad
Ben.
Ben.
He's Big Bad Ben. What was it? Oh, New York Knicks had their parade today. I watched some of that. It's a pretty wild scene. I'll say this, and I hate the Knicks because I'm a Sixers fan, but the players were likable for me, the Villanova guys, the whole thing. Watching Jalen Brunson walk down the street with the trophy, with the fans around him, was kind of a pretty cool, iconic shot.
In a weird way, and yes, New York fans are totally insufferable, but I sort of viewed that championship through the prism of an Orioles fan, because obviously they've gone even longer than the Orioles winning a championship, going back to, 73?
I said that to a friend of mine today, like the Knicks winning gives me hope.
Yes, that's exactly how I viewed it. I was like, oh, okay, well, that'll be really cool when the Orioles, when they finally break through.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like the Knicks hadn't won since 73. It'd been 53 years. The Orioles were 10 years later, so it's only been 43 years. I to put in perspective, when the Orioles last won the World Series and I went to Game 2 of that series, I had yet to be bar mitzvahed.
I was -12.
Now
I don't even think my parents knew each other.
Now, to let you know how that works for those playing the home game, you have to be 13 to be bar mitzvahed.
Okay. So you were less than
13.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured it out.
Yeah, there you go. Thirdly, the Orioles continue to frustrate today as Brian Wu has gone 7, has only thrown 80 pitches, 2 hits, no walks, 9 strikeouts.
He's going 8. And this 3-0 lead feels like a 30-0 lead with how Wu is pitching and the approach by this Orioles offense.
So the Orioles got a 2-out ground rule double from Jackson Holiday and a 2-out single from Colton Cowser. That's it.
And 9 strikeouts.
Yeah.
And Gunnar, Adley, and Pete have all struck out twice.
Yeah, Gunnar gives you gets the home run, and you're thinking, okay, maybe, but then 2 of the 3 games he's terrible.
It's sustaining it, man. They just haven't been able to sustain any type of success this season. And that's why we had the segment, yesterday or 2 days ago. Like, this is who they probably will be, Ken. Just this team hovering between 7-3, 2 games below 500. Like, they're just around that number.
And just to update the people, because we want to give you, when somebody makes a brilliant proclamation, we want to let you know. So before this game,
I jinx me right now.
I asked Bone
still.
What was his expectations for Shane Baz. And he said quality start. Shane Baz gives up 3 runs in the first inning, and you're thinking, well, that's unlikely. He's now through 6 1/3, still only giving up 3 earned runs. So the Bone brilliance is coming through with flying colors.
You're about to jinx me, man, because Master Boney, who's your man crush, he's about
not
to go
my man
yard.
crush. He's the kind of guy the winning teams seem to have. He's an annoyance is what he is. He's an absolute annoyance, but he seems to play the game right, gets key hits, plays defense, plays multiple positions. He's a fly in the ointment, Bone, is what he is.
Fly in the ointment.
I will also tell you that the Orioles challenged a ball strike last inning. It was the 7th ball strike challenge in this game, but it was the first one that a team got wrong, as the umpire was finally right on one of these.
He's made adjustments through the first 3 innings, Ken. The umpire has made adjustments.
Through the first 3 innings, there were 6 ball strike challenges. He got all 6 wrong.
Bad day at the office.
Let's get the text of the day, Alex.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
This texter is referring to the Britt Giroli and Ken Rosenthal piece in The Athletic. And texter saying, guys, Cal Ripken Jr. being a part of player development can be seen as nothing but a positive for this team. It's been so ugly seeing the lack of fundamentals by this year's squad.
It's a great thing on the surface. I'm just curious if this happened in spring. Why is it just getting announced? And it's not getting announced. It's getting reported. Like, what is it?
But remember, Ken, I think it was Britt Giroli who broke the Elias promotion.
She did.
She broke it, and then the team finally came out because it was like, what the heck's going on here?
There's a world with the Elias thing where the team's going badly, but at the time you extended him, you're coming into a season where they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So why not announce it immediately?
It makes no sense to me. But this is like the Mike thing. They could maybe see like, okay, 2024, they had the nosedive in the second half. Maybe it's bad timing. It wouldn't be seen in good light. This would be every Orioles fan. Oh, Cal Ripken Jr. helping out with the squad. 2 thumbs up. Like that's going to be received so well.
His dad is the architect of the Oriole way.
Heard of that?
Like there's no bad on this announcement. Why wouldn't you make a big deal about it?
There's a lot of things that this team does that does not make a lot of sense. This being the latest.
Bone, anything special for you on this long weekend?
I am going to Hershey Park tomorrow.
That sounds awesome.
Which is pretty cool. I haven't been to Hershey Park in several years.
It's been a few years for me.
I feel like probably prior to COVID. So a buddy of mine, he has season tickets there or whatever, and
season pass.
Yeah, the sports mind season pass. So he's giving me the guest pass. So we're going tomorrow.
You're going with him?
Going with him tomorrow.
Nah, are you a roller coaster guy?
Oh heck yeah, I am. I'm going to be riding everything besides the spinny stuff. Like
I don't like the puke rides, but I do love roller coasters, even though I am afraid of heights. I've not been to Hershey Park probably since 2022 or 3, so I'd like to get back up there this summer.
And you famously afraid of heights but love roller coasters.
Correct. It's the closest, so it is like a rush for me, and I'll just scream the whole time.
That's me too.
Shane Boz through 7, ladies and gentlemen. 3 earned. Bone on it. What a way to go into the weekend. Don't change that dial, though. Fresh take, Cordell Woodland rolling solo next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Bel Air, this is huge. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and the summer sales bash is on. We are loaded with new Ford trucks, SUVs, and cars priced to move. BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 now.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products June 12th through the 22nd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
She's back. Miss Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Balls. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Against Kirby, Alexander's on the run. Henderson sends one in the air to deep right. Robles at the wall. He's out of room. Into the sunshine, a brilliant swing by Gunnar Henderson. And that puts the Orioles on the board in Seattle in a big way. Joe down swinging 101, blazing through the Seattle night to end it. And the Orioles win it 5-3 on the back of one of the best nights of Kyle Bradish's big league career.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. It was a long road to get back here. Need a little more consistency, but I think we're on the right track.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland. No Ben Hall today, but we will hear from my guy in the 7 o'clock hour, probably around 7 o'clock. We got Mike Pope on the ones and twos going until 8 o'clock tonight. Orioles, they're in the midst of trying to pull a comeback in this rubber match against the Seattle Mariners in the top of the 8th inning right now, still trailing 3-0. Colton Cowser's at the plate, though, with Leody Taveras at second base. 3-2 count against Brian Wu, who has been just untouchable today. He's gotten helped out a little bit by the defense behind him, but Brian Wu has been fantastic. And Shane Baz has been as well for the most part. I mean, gave up the 3 runs early. But outside of that, Seattle hasn't been able to do much with him. Ton of strikeouts in this game from both pitchers. You got Brian Wu with 9 strikeouts. Shane Baz with 9 strikeouts as well. And then we just got a decision with Colton Cowser, and he ended up working the walk. So Orioles bringing the tying run to the plate right now. Brian Wu, it looks like his day is over, so we could have a score change in a matter of minutes in that one. But like I said, this is the rubber match in this series because the Orioles won last night 5-3 in Seattle. And you heard the highlights coming in courtesy of Masson. Kyle Bradish picked up his 4th win of the season, going 7 2/3, giving up 5 hits, 12 strikeouts for Kyle Bradish last night. That was a career high for him. And he looked as good as he has to this point. And I feel like that may be the 3rd time we've said that about Kyle Bradish this season, which is a good thing. That means he is trending in the right direction. He has been for a while, has had a hiccup here and there, but he has been a big reason why this rotation has turned it around as a whole. Shane Baz, the guy that's on the mound for the Orioles today, he's been a big part of that. Brandon Young, he's probably been the biggest part of this turnaround for this rotation to this point, and he's easily the biggest surprise out of that group as well. But Kyle Bradish was phenomenal last night. 2 walks to his 12 strikeouts, got some power help as well. You had Gunnar Henderson go deep in the game with a 2-run shot to give the Orioles the early lead. You had Jackson Holliday go deep as well. So, this is a series against a Seattle team where, look, they faced George Kirby last night, and George Kirby hasn't had the year that we're accustomed to him having. He's just 5-7 on the year for the Mariners. But this rotation for Seattle is one of those rotations that you have to put up there in terms of one of the best in all of baseball when they're right. And Brian Wu giving you a kind of an example of that today. We saw it in the first game in this series as well. So you kind of knew that runs could be scarce in this series, especially when you combine the pitching with that ballpark in Seattle. It can be tough to light up the scoreboard, and this Orioles offense can leave much to be desired, as we've seen for the most part today. But in typical Orioles fashion, in the 8th inning, here they are showing a pulse. We'll see if it's enough. But they had the 10 hits yesterday, did have the 2 errors, and that's not something you want to see. Defense was a little bit of a problem for them early in this game as well. But good to see them get back in the win column yesterday. It's obviously been a bit of a struggle for them. They end their 3-game losing streak with that win yesterday, and that's kind of just been who they are. A team that's had struggled to put together a win streak longer than 3 games all season. This is an inconsistent baseball team at best. But what they have going for them is the fact that this American League is really a toss-up. Nobody's wowing anybody in the American League right now. And as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, I think that's what's going to make things very interesting, is that who's going to be the sellers? And I feel like this has been a question that we have asked for maybe the last 3 years in Major League Baseball. Ever since they've expanded the postseason, it's made it seem like nobody truly wants to be sellers. But you look at the wild card race in the American League, the Angels and the Royals, they're in the back of that group. They're 7 games behind right now. Royals have won 4 of their last 10. You got the Angels who've won 6 of their last 10. So, look, I think everybody can agree that teams like that aren't going anywhere. The Red Sox, who lost again today, probably aren't going anywhere either. That's 4 straight for them. They've only won 2 of their last 10. But the Orioles, who sit at 35-40, 2 games back of the wild card race right now, winners of 4 of their last 10, still with a -33 run differential. I mean, it's just all red when you look in the American League right now. The Tampa Bay Rays, when you look at the wild card picture, only team with a plus run differential, and that's only +5, and they're riding a 3-game losing streak themselves. But yeah, I mean, it was good to see the Orioles offense show a pulse last night against such a tough pitching staff in Seattle. It's just a struggle. You just don't know what Orioles team you're going to get. Now, Blaze Alexander, we're going to talk a lot about him later on in tonight's show, and he was phenomenal last night. A big reason why they won that game. He goes 3 for 3 and also worked a walk as well. I mean, and this dude was batting 9th, and at first, you look at it and it's like, well, why do you have one of your hottest hitters holding up the rear in the lineup? But I kind of understood it, giving him an opportunity to to get some guys on base. You've had Tyler O'Neill, who did go 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts last night. He's actually shown somewhat of a pulse here over the last 5 games or so. Tavares, who's been one of their more consistent guys, and Holiday, who also homered last night. So trying to put Blaze in a spot where, he can be a run producer while also kind of being a guy to set up some opportunities for the top of the lineup to come up and drive in some runs. So, Blaze, all he can do is do what he's doing. He's been out of this world good for them at the plate. I think he's been more than serviceable in the field. This is a dude that honestly should be an everyday player for the Orioles, and I understand that he does a lot for them. He plays a variety of different positions. They want to give him a break when they can. But at a time where this team is searching for consistency, they're searching for consistent offense, they're trying to play better defense on a daily basis, I just don't think you can afford to sit this guy. You just can't. He's been easily one of their best players. Speaking of one of their best players, Gunnar Henderson, like I said, he had the homer last night, but it's been a huge struggle for Gunnar. Huge struggle. And I, like everybody else, believes in Gunnar Henderson. It's never that. Today, it's been another struggle. 0 for 3. He's got 2 strikeouts as well today. And look, I get it. Brian Wu has been untouchable. He's been untouchable. But Gunnar's he has to be that shock that brings life into this team. He has to be. If they're going to turn it around, I've said it 1,000 times, they're going to have to lean on their offense. And if they're leaning on their offense, that means they're leaning on guys like Gunnar Henderson. And Gunnar I don't know what's going on with him this year. It's just borderline, shocking to see him struggle the way that he has and not be able to get out of this. I mean, we're midway through June. And he's floating around 220. He's, the home run numbers are there. He's behind Pete Alonso for the team lead with 15 right now after that homer last night. And shockingly, Rob pointed this out to me the other day on the Big Bad Morning Show. Gunnar's actually been pretty good with runners in scoring position. That's been the shock to me. This team as a whole, honestly, is pretty good with runners in scoring position. But Gunnar, 263 with a 727 OPS with runners in scoring position. I was kind of surprised to hear that, because it just feels like he, similar to Pete Alonso, haven't been able to kind of come through in the biggest spots. I think Alonso, his numbers are good, and I think he's been better than what people are saying, but he definitely hasn't come through with runners in scoring position. I believe he's hitting under the Mendoza line right now in that category. Just above the Mendoza line at 207 right now, 676 OPS. Guys like him, he's brought in to be a run producer, and he's done that. But he's got to do it at a higher clip, and I think he understands that. Taylor Ward, the walks are great. I love that he gets on base. But, this is a guy that you were expecting 25 to 30 home runs, and doesn't look like we're getting that this year. So it's just, Basayo's been good for them. Been a little bit of a struggle for him this month as the injuries have kind of piled up a little bit. Adley has still been fine for them this season. I talked about Blaze being a surprise, Leote being a surprise. But their big guns have to be their big guns, and they just haven't been to this point in the season. And I really think that's the main contributing reason as to why this team is kind of wandering around in the dark. They just can't find their way. They can't get their biggest guys to come through in those biggest spots. And as the season goes on, as the weather is warming up, you hope that can change. Because at some point, somebody in the American League is going to have to take control of this wild card picture and the playoff picture. Maybe it can be the Orioles, because everybody else is leaving the door open for them. Coming up next on the program, we'll get it started like we always do. It's the Bird Call, 410-583-1065. 1057 is the number. You want to talk about this Orioles team, we can do that. Orioles got out of that 8th inning without scoring a run, left 2 runners on base. That's just not good. Ended up getting 2 on with no outs and having nothing to show for it. So Orioles still trailing 3-0 in the bottom of the 8th. Rico Garcia on the mound going up against Kyle Raleigh right now. So you want to talk about the Orioles, who look like they may be on their way to dropping 2 of 3 in this series against Seattle before going out to LA to take on the Dodgers. Don't feel good about that. Ravens, they are on a break, but we did get the training camp schedule released. I actually got the calendar today, so we'll talk a lot about that later on. But if you want to talk about the Ravens, we can do that. What are you expecting out of these guys in camp? Who are you excited to see? Anything you want to see them add? And speaking of that, it seems like for whatever reason, I'm being used as like the face of the Ravens need more pass catchers movement. And that's fine. I'll stand on my opinion. I think that's exactly one of the things they need. I'm not saying it's the biggest need on their team. Obviously, center is right now. But that is one of them for me. And a lot of people have pushed back on that. So if you feel differently, we can definitely talk about that as well. So 410-583-1057 is the Bird Call next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
It's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. And my buddies at Pete Cycle Company, they got you covered this summer. So get out and cool off. with a new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, Kawasaki. They have the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a two-seater to the luxury of the three-seat model. They even have fishing models. Save up to $2,500 now on selected models. Financing rates as low as 3.99%. They have the area's largest selection of jet skis and have some fantastic deals now through the 4th of July. So get on out to one of two Pete Cycle showrooms on Bel Air Road in Baltimore, just off 695 in Overlake. Go on there and see. They have a huge selection. Or the other location is 800 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, and Kawasaki. Yeah, go see my buddy John Leach, the owner. Tell him you want Vinny's deal. Or visit online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com and see for yourself the 2026 lineup jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
The best. Whatever the team needs me to do, I'm going to fulfill it. I don't really care whether that's special teams, playing receiver, being a package guy. I think being able to be around Coach Doyle, his idea for the offense is next level, and I think I'm going to fit in wherever I'm put in, and I'm going to fulfill my role to the best of my abilities. So.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall. Cordell Woodland here, riding solo tonight. We got Mike Pope on the ones and twos. Ben will check in with us at 7 o'clock. But you just heard from Ravens rookie receiver Jacoby Lane. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to jump in. But that was a third-round pick, Jacoby Lane there, talking on the Lounge podcast, courtesy of Ravens.com, talking about his potential role in this offense. Of course, the Ravens use back-to-back draft picks in the 3rd round and the 4th round on wide receivers Jacoby Lane out of USC and Elijah Surratt out of Indiana. And, they're bringing those guys into a lot of carryover pieces from last year. And look, I've been consistent on this. I think when you look at this pass catching group that the Ravens have right now, there are questions. Outside of Zay Flowers, I don't think there's anybody else that you can say what type of season they're going to have. Zay is only getting better. And I don't buy into the notion that Zay can't be your best receiver. Even with Zay, I'd like to see his touchdowns go up. He hasn't had more than 5 touchdowns in a season. It's encouraging the fact that he had 4 touchdowns in the last 5 games of last season. So I do like that. And I think Zay is only going to get better. Zay's coming off a year, 86 catches, over 1,200 yards, 5 touchdowns. You'll take that. He also had 19 20-plus yard plays. Explosive. Next behind him, DeAndre Hopkins, who's not on this team anymore. And he only had 5. Next behind him, Isaiah Likely, who's not on this team anymore. And he only had 4. Like, we hear a lot of guys say that they expect this offense to be explosive. And when you have Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers, it's reasonable to expect the offense to be explosive because they have explosive players. That said, I think they need more. I think they need more guys that they can rely on. If you've listened to me over the years, you've heard me do nothing, and I mean nothing, but praise Rashad Bateman and praise the potential that Rashad Bateman has. Praise the fact that when Rashad Bateman's out there on the practice field on any given day, Rashad Bateman can look like the best receiver on the team. Rashad Bateman had 19 catches last year in 13 games. I mean, we can sit here and we can blame Todd Monken. We can blame the offensive line, and I do think the offensive line played a huge part into Bateman's downfall last year. He was their deep threat. If Lamar's not healthy, number one, and if he's not getting the time to let these long developing routes develop, then that's going to take Bateman out of the equation. Now, I have also been on record for saying that I think that there's more ways that they can use Rashad Bateman than the way that they have over the last couple of years. I'll stand by that. In the same breath, I can't excuse Rashad Bateman of only having 19 catches, nor can I rely on him. He's not reliable. It is what it is. Mark Andrews, 48 catches, 422 yards last year, 5 touchdowns. I think we can count on Mark to somewhat be a reliable target. I don't expect Mark to put up the numbers that he used to put up. I don't know what his touchdown numbers are going to look like. It wouldn't shock me if it hovers around 5 again. I think that's reasonable. But Mark's explosiveness is behind him. And Isaiah Likely was that explosive guy. Isaiah Likely was one of their most explosive players on offense. I do think he'll be missed. It's not lost on me that when the season was on the line last year, the ball went to Isaiah Likely. Obviously, Zay Flowers was a beast in that Pittsburgh game too, and I've already spoken on him. He's going to remain a beast. But after Mark got that contract extension last year, what did he do? What did he do? Did he do anything to make you excited about the future of Mark Andrews? I would say no. I just struggle with viewing this Ravens team as a Super Bowl caliber team, and I do think that they are. But where in that group? I'm not sure exactly where. I don't have them at the very top, but I do have them in that group. And like I mentioned, I'm not saying pass catcher is their biggest need. It's one of their needs on offense. And I just think it's a lot to ask to rely on these 2 rookie wide receivers, Tez Walker, who's got 7 career catches, and Rashad Bateman, who's coming off a 19 catch season, and Mark Andrews, who's declining. Like, other than Zay, in terms of pass catchers, who else is dependable in that group? 410-583-1057 is the number. Let's go to Mike in Baltimore. Mike, you're on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for the call. I have a tremendous respect for your view on that. You obviously have a lot of inside information, but I think the coaching staff this year is the biggest difference in this whole team, this whole offense. And I think we're looking at the Ravens passing game in the light of these past offensive coordinators. And I'm at the point where I don't want to see an old guy coming in who's got a little bit left in the tank, taking away from the development of these young receivers. And I think we have a good enough passing game. And that's what we're depending on. It doesn't matter who you bring in to catch the ball if the ball isn't going to be designed to get to these receivers and their strengths. Rashad Bateman over the last couple of years from PFF has had the most separation of almost any receiver in the NFL when he runs routes. Why aren't we getting the ball to him? What option is that when Lamar drops back? Is he the first, second, third, or whatever? And I just think this entire coaching staff and these 2 young receivers that they have need to be developed. And we have offensive coordinator who can develop that passing game. So, and it's a need, yes, but if you want to tell me you're going to replace Bateman with maybe a more dependable, reliable veteran in that position, that's fine. But I don't want to move everybody down the chart for like another DeAndre Hopkins or anyone else like that, as opposed to staying with what we have in developing this passing game. We also have that rookie that we drafted, who's the running back that was a previous wide receiver. They have to find ways to get the ball into the air, but it doesn't necessarily have to go with. I look at teams like Green Bay Packers who've brought in a whole bunch of rookie receivers. We don't know them by name, but we know that as a passing game and as a unit, they're able to get the ball to where they need to get it. And I think that's the whole key to this whole passing game. Not the pass catchers, but the passing game.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Mike. I mean, and I think your point is valid. You know, this is a different coaching staff. Now, even Declan Doyle comes with questions. We know the offensive schemes that he's been with, but He's not Ben Johnson. And I don't say that as a knock. I want to be clear. I say that to say we know what Ben Johnson's offense looked like because we've seen Ben Johnson in that offensive coordinator chair. We've seen him call plays. We've seen him literally have the offense for multiple years, whether it's in Detroit or as the head coach in Chicago. We've seen him do that. We've seen Declan Doyle in that offensive coordinator role, but not necessarily as the play caller. We've seen him be a part of different offensive staffs, but we haven't seen what his offense looks like. So I do want to say that because I think a lot of people expect the Ben Johnson carbon copy offense to carry over. I think a little bit we kind of downplayed Zach Orr, and I want to be clear. I don't want to make it seem like I'm pooping on him. I'm just pointing things out. Zach Orr hadn't called defensive plays before. We're talking about Declan Doyle now entering that same thing. That is a unique challenge for somebody that has not done that before. I think that's something that gets overlooked. That doesn't mean that he's going to struggle. It just means that's another unknown. That's another question mark on this offensive side of the ball, right? And look, this offense was not anywhere close to where they should have been this past season. I think we can all agree on that. Everybody played a part in it. And that includes Todd Monken, who was a part of that offense. Now, I always say the offensive line was the root to the Ravens' demise last year. Everything went down. Everybody suffered because their offensive line was terrible. And it's one of the toughest things to do as an offensive coordinator is to call plays and game plan around an offensive line that you know can't get a push. So I do think I can't ignore the offenses that I've seen with Todd Monken, and not saying that they were perfect, but these were elite offenses in Baltimore. I think people are kind of too quick to poo-poo on that last offensive regime. Lamar's had his greatest year of his career in that offense. So did Bateman. So did Zay. Like, Derrick Henry was still a big factor in those offenses. Mark Andrews led all tight ends and touchdowns in that offense. Like, these dudes succeeded in that last offense. So there's a huge, like last year, I look at it as an anomaly, especially when an offense is led by Lamar Jackson. That's an anomaly. That's a high bar. They've got a high bar to clear, at least in my mind. I may be different from everybody else, but I'm looking at what this last regime's offense looked like at its best. That's a pretty high bar to clear. And so, not to say that it can't be done, but there are going to be questions. This new regime could absolutely get more out of Bateman than Todd Monken did, especially last year. That's not hard to do. But they can definitely utilize these young guys. It could happen. I just am looking at the probability, and I don't know. I would like to see it. To his point, he said just not anybody, and I agree. I don't think the Ravens need to just go get some veteran that's just going to sit on the bench and not help. That's a waste. But a guy like Keenan Allen comes in immediately as an impact guy. People could talk about his age, whatever. That dude produces. You ain't getting 19 catches in a season out of Keenan Allen. I promise you that. Stephon Diggs walks in at worst the second best receiver in that room. And I hear player development. I hear wanting to let the rookie wide receivers develop. I'm not saying don't. But I do think it's a struggle for the two to go hand in hand when you talk about wanting to win it all and also wanting player development. They can kind of coincide to a degree, but at some point, and look, they can put up numbers during the regular season. For me, the questions and the base of my point is centered around the playoffs. I probably should have led with that, but I'm centered around January, the playoffs, when the coverage gets tighter, the hits get harder, the weather gets colder. Who's going to come through? You're going to need reliable guys. There's going to be a lot to ask for from a lot of unknown pieces. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We'll continue to take your calls throughout tonight's show. Coming up next, let's get back to the Orioles. Blaze Alexander, he's been staying hot. Not so much today, but he was hot coming into today. We'll look at the impact that he's had on this Orioles team and why they should put more on his plate next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
He's just really confident in the box right now. Like, the at-bat quality is awesome. Like, even, like, he's not swinging early, getting hits. Like, he's grounding out at-bats. He's laying off tough pitches. He's hitting the ball the other way. He's hitting the ball up the middle. To me, it's all signs of a hitter that's in a really good spot. But Blaze is doing an outstanding job right now.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland riding solo right now. We'll check in on my guy, Ben, at 7 o'clock. He's out celebrating his birthday, so can't be upset at that. Somewhere where probably the weather is eerily similar to here, but the scenery, I'm sure, is vastly different. But you just heard Orioles manager Craig Albanez there, talking about one Blaze Alexander. And look, Blaze has been one of the more consistent bright spots of this Orioles team this year. 310 batting average right now, 788 OPS. Didn't really contribute much today, and we'll get to how today's game ended in the next segment. But Blaze 0 for 3 for the Orioles today. But this has been a guy that has really helped kind of turn this team around a little bit. This team has played better over the last 2 to 3 weeks or so. And there have been a handful of little loss spells in there as well. I just think that's who they are, honestly. Like, again, it's June 18th. I don't think that this team is going to all of a sudden look like a completely different team in a week or so. Now, maybe at the deadline, depending on some of the moves that happen, who knows? Who knows? But right now, it's not like, and a lot of people continue to bring Jordan Westberg's name up. Like, I'm past that. I'm past giving them the, oh, well, Jordan Westberg's not there. Because you know what? He hasn't been there for a while. For the most part, he hasn't been there for them. So I'm not giving them that excuse. Sorry. Not right now. Not anymore. Blaze, though, has been a big part of the turnaround at third base. And this is a guy that plays all over the field. He plays a variety of positions in the middle of the infield and the corner as well. Plays out in the outfield. I like him more as an infielder than I do outfielder, but the guy's versatile. He's versatile. I'm not closing my eyes when he gets in the outfield like I was when they were doing that with Jorge Mateo. That's not where I'm at with Blaze. I think he's got a plus glove. He's got a rocket arm. And you feel good when the ball's hit his way in the field. And when he comes up to the plate, good things usually happen. I talked about some of the other guys earlier with runners in scoring position. Blaze, 342 with runners in scoring position, 881 OPS. When the bases are loaded, he's got a 1,200 OPS, batting 600. 371 when he's leading off. Like, this is a guy that's just hitting. 323 when runners are on base, 835 OPS. I mean, he is looking like one of their best offseason acquisitions, and it's not even close. And you look at it like, all right, Kobe Mayo, he's turned it around. He's been a guy, especially against left-handed pitching, you can't not put his bat in the lineup because they need him big time. His glove has gotten better. He's made more diving stops. He's made better throws to first base. Still a work in progress, obviously. But he's cleaned it up a little bit. But with that combination of Blaze and Kobe now, especially considering how they both contributed at the plate, it makes for an interesting platoon situation. Because if you want to put Kobe's bat in the lineup against the lefties, you could just DH him and have Blaze over at third base, especially on days where it falls on, wanting to give Adley a break. And man, we'll get to Adley in a second. Scary moment for him late in this game. Let's just say it has something to do with the air hole. Not good. But yeah, I mean, they have unique ways that they can find to keep Blaze's bat in the lineup, to keep his glove in the field. I'm all for giving guys a rest and making sure they're ready to go. But I just don't think they can afford to sit this guy. And he's done nothing but honestly get better as the year has gone on. He's one of the few on this team that you can say has gotten better as the year has gone on. You look at his April, only bat 137 in the month of April. But then you get to May, jumps to 365. His OPS 911 in the month of May compared to 405 in the month of April. You get to June. He's 455 right now in the month of June with over an 1,100 OPS. How can you not play this guy? And I think they figured it out. He's played in 4 straight games for them. So I think they understand Blaze Alexander is a big piece. 5 consecutive games for them, including today. So they understand that Blaze Alexander is a big part of any success that they're going to have. But like I said earlier in the open, they've got to get their big bats to really start coming through, because Blaze has at least shown, whether he's batting 7th, 9th, whatever, he can make an impact in this lineup. But it means nothing if your heavy hitters don't pull their weight. Coming up next on the program, let's recap Game 3 of the Orioles-Mariners series. Rubber match as they split the first 2 games. Had a really good pitching duel in Game 3, but it only favored one team. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
From backyard barbecues to homegrown herbs, the best parts of summer start at Lowe's. Right now, get 3 Ferry-Morse 1.3 quart vegetables and herbs for just $12. Plus, get 4 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for only $10. Whether you're planting something new or giving your garden a refresh, now's the time to make the most of your outdoor space. Save more on what you need this summer at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's. And graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Flexible, online, and hybrid classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland here riding solo tonight up until 8 o'clock. My guy Ben, he'll join us in the next segment. We got Mike Pope behind the glass. We'll get to what we missed at 7:15. But right now, recapping the rubber match out in Seattle between the Orioles and the Mariners. Mariners dropped the Orioles 3-0 in a pitching duel between Shane Baz and Brian Wu. And Man, both of these guys were phenomenal. 9 strikeouts each. That 9 strikeouts ties a season high for Shane Baz, but both of those guys looked untouchable. And unfortunately for Baz, it got off to a slow start for him in that first inning. You had some defensive miscues. I don't know what Taveras was doing out in the outfield, trying to one-hand grab the ball. It ends up bouncing by him. You had a mistake by Holiday as well. I think he also had one by Taylor Ward. And unfortunately, it seems like with Baz, you get some of these mistakes behind him. And at least in that inning, he has struggled to kind of stay on track. And it ended up turning into, one run ended up turning into 3. You had the Young RBI double that initially put the Mariners on the board. But then you had the Emerson two-run RBI single as well. And really that was all the scoring in the third inning. In the first inning, Mariners put up 3 runs. After that, Baz was untouchable. 9 strikeouts to 2 walks, 7 innings, only 5 hits given up. Brian Wu, 7 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, 9 strikeouts, the 1 walk. He did leave the game with 2 runners on with no outs, but Seattle was able, Bizzardo was able to come in and get out of that. But scary moment late in this game as Adley Rutschman hits a ground ball to second base. And in the midst of the Mariners trying to turn the double play, they get kind of this little weird tag on Gunnar, as it looks like he might have been somewhat getting out of the base running path, but he slided into second base, and it looked like there may have been a slim tag on him. He's called out, but then as they're trying to throw Adley out at first base, the ball ear holes him and knocks his helmet off, and he ends up coming out of the game. Now, you could argue maybe he comes out of the game anyway for the pinch runner at first base, but Jeremiah Jackson replaced him as the pinch runner. But Adley, not a good sight watching that ball knock his helmet off. I've been looking all over Twitter to see if there's been any update. I saw on Mass and Craig Albanez already did his post-game press conference, but I don't see anything from any of the reporters out there about anything pertaining to Adley. So if I do see anything, I'll definitely pass that along to you guys. But Orioles only 3 hits today, did have the 1 error, gave up 5 hits on 3 runs, just not getting it done today. This offense is just inconsistent, I think, is just putting it kindly. You can't rely on anybody. I mean, look, let's go through this order real quick. 0 for 4 for Taylor Ward and a strikeout. 0 for 3 for Gunnar Henderson, 2 strikeouts and a walk. 0 for 4 for Adley, 2 strikeouts. 0 for 4 for Pete Alonso, 2 strikeouts. 0 for 3 for Samuel Basallo, a strikeout and a walk. That's just not going to get it done. Taveras gets a hit, Kowser gets a hit, Holiday had a hit, Blaze 0 for 3. What are you going to hang your hat on? 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. They left 6 runners on base today. Taveras had the fielding error, as I had mentioned earlier. And it wasn't even on that play where he tried to one-hand the ball. It actually came in the 4th inning. But this has just been an offense that you can't rely on. And it's a shame because I get it. Baz gave up the 3 runs in the first, but he pitched more than well enough to win this game today. And they just can't come through. And I get that that's a hard ballpark to hit for power in for sure. But they've got to give their pitcher much more support than that. And when you compound the defensive miscues with them coming up empty at the plate, that's the major problem with this team. Number one, they can't play complimentary baseball to save their life. It's just not in their DNA right now. They'll get one element of the game to work and the other 2 stinks, or vice versa. And against a team like Seattle, who's actually dealing with a variety of injuries right now, a Rosarina on the IL, Josh Naylor, he came back today, but he missed game 2 of this series. I got to check. I think he might have missed game 1, but he definitely he didn't miss game 1 because he had a huge impact in game 1. But game 2, he did miss. And Arozarena is one of their big impact guys as well. Kyle Raleigh, 4 strikeouts today, 0 for 4. The golden sombrero. Like, this Seattle team, I do think is one of those teams that I can see myself putting stock into as the year goes on. I do think their rotation's getting better. Their lineup has some potential in it. When you look at, obviously Raleigh is having a terrible year, especially considering he was an MVP runner-up last year, hitting way below the Mendoza line right now. He's battled some injuries. The power numbers haven't been there. He just has not been the big dumper. Instead, he's just been a big dump. He's just been awful. Honestly. Josh Naylor's still been good. Ken Zone's been good. Young has been a real bright spot for them. And like I mentioned, they've gotten a lot of quality plays from Arozarena, as well as one of the top base stealers in all of baseball. So I do think when you look at the American League, Seattle is one of those teams that I can see myself putting stock into as we get on into the back end of July and into August. But the Orioles have got to be better. And now you look up, they're on their way to LA to take on the Dodgers. Good luck with that. I look up at the screen, I see Saturday night is going to be on MLB Network. Let me look at the pitching matchup for this series, because that is just it's probably not going to be great. I know Ohtani just pitched, I think yesterday, so they should be able to avoid him, and they will. But they'll get Sasaki tomorrow, Yamamoto on Saturday, and Sheehan on Sunday. Orioles, they've got Trey Gibson going tomorrow, and he's looking to rebound off his worst start to this point as an Oriole, at least this season. Trevor Rogers going on Saturday against Yamamoto, and Brandon Young, who has been their best starter, at least their most consistent starter. He's going up against Sheehan on Sunday. So, yeah, we'll see what they can do out in LA before going out to take on the Angels after that. You feel better about that Angels series than you do that Dodgers series, obviously. But this is a team that's got to start playing consistent baseball. And you look up at the schedule. I mean, you got the Nats after the Angels. The Nats have the best record in baseball against American League teams. They struggled with the Nats when they played them the last time out in D.C. Then you got the White Sox after that. The White Sox, who, let me check, I think they still are at the top of the American League Central these days. So, yeah, they've got to start playing some real baseball and they're not, I take that back, the Guardians, who won today, have a half-game lead over the White Sox in the Central. So the White Sox, they're taking on the Yankees tonight. We'll see if they can take back their division lead in that one. But, yeah, I just don't see it for the Orioles. I think they'll be in the playoff picture for the remainder of the year, possibly because of how bad the league is. But I just don't see them playing consistent enough baseball to where at least I'm buying stock into them, to where at least I'm predicting that they're going to make any noise in October, let alone get there. Still can't rely on the big bats. And who's to say that they're going to remain as healthy as they've been? I just mentioned Adley Rutschman getting hit in the head today in that game. So we'll see if that means anything. And as I look now, it says I see from Matt Wyrick, who covers the team for the Baltimore Sun. He's saying that that Craig Albanese says that Adley Rutschman is getting looked at right now after getting hit in the ear at the end of that game. So obviously not good news. Potential concussion case right now. So kind of got to cross your fingers with Adley, who's been one of their best players. They can't afford for him to go back on the IL. Coming up next on the program, we'll check in with my co-host, Ben Hall, see what's going on with him, see what he's been able to do for his birthday, get his thoughts on the Orioles, because I'm sure he's kept his eye on that, and I'm sure he'll bring up the Knicks winning the championship as well. That's next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you. Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Get your home ready for summer at Town Appliance. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with premium brands and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com today.
Today, we salute you, Mr. My Collection is My Retirement Plan guy.
Better than a 401k.
Stocks go up, stocks go down, but that rookie auto, oh, it's going to the moon.
To the hobby stratosphere.
And whether you're buying, selling, or holding, you trust a place built for collectors.
Baltimore Sports Cards.
Stop in today or visit BaltimoreSportsCards.com, where the hobby lives.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. And my buddies at Pete Cycle Company, they got you covered this summer. So get out and cool off with a new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, Kawasaki. They have the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a two-seater to the luxury of the three-seat model. They even have fishing models. Save up to $2,500 now on selected models. Financing rates as low as 3.99%. They have the area's largest selection of jet skis and have some fantastic deals now through the 4th of July. So get on out to one of two Pete Cycle showrooms on Bel Air Road in Baltimore, just off 695 in Overlake. Go on there and see. They have a huge selection. Or the other location is 800 Ritchie Highway in Sabrina Park to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, and Kawasaki. Yeah, go see my buddy John Leach, the owner. Tell him you want Vinny's deal. Or visit online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com and see for yourself the 2026 lineup jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. I'm riding solo tonight, but reaching out to my partner in crime right now, Ben Hall, who joins us on the Window Nation Fan Guest Hotline. Ben, what's going on?
What's going on, Cordell? How you doing? I'm sure you are holding it down. You know I'm tuned in the entire show as always. You know I'm locked in. Even on vacation, we got to stay locked and doing everything we're doing. I know Cordell's holding it down, so I'm glad he's able to run it. But I will be back next week. I know it's been a while since you guys have heard both of us, but I'll be back next week. So we'll have, and I think we maybe should hold off on NBA Finals talk until next week. But we can get a little bit of it in here just because I feel like it's better when you see both of our faces on the cameras and all of those things. But it's up to you. It's up to you.
I mean, and next week we got the draft too. So it's...
And that's a big day for my Wizards, as you know.
Yeah. I mean, the draft is always a big day for losing teams. So, I mean, that's not breaking news. But yes, I guess to your point, you're right. It is a big day for your Wizards. And yesterday was a big day for you as it was your birthday, another year. Congratulations on that. Hope you've been enjoying your time out in Puerto Rico. Anything cool, anything you've done so far for your birthday?
Yes, we've gone to the beach every day. Food's been great here. The Orioles got a win for me. I know those are hard to come by nowadays. I know we'll get to it a little bit later, but we were able to get to the beach. Did a lot of fun things, right? And Puerto Rico is a very, very fun area. It's very warm. The water's warm, but it's not humid. Like, you know, sometimes in Baltimore it gets a little humid.
Mm-hmm.
So the weather's been incredible. It's been very nice. People are so nice out here. I'm having a great time.
So you mentioned the Orioles. They did get the win yesterday for you. Had Gunnar go yard, Jackson hitting the long one as well. Not so much today as they dropped 2 of 3 to the Mariners. They get blanked 3-0 today. Brian Wu, he and Shane Baz put on a pitching masterclass today. Baz, his masterclass didn't start until after the first inning. But both of those guys pitched to Jim 9 strikeouts each, but no offense. And the offense continues to be, I think, their biggest issue right now. The defensive side, we always knew defense was going to be a problem. But this team was constructed to mash. They were constructed to lead this team offensively. And that's just not what you're getting from these guys, at least on a daily basis.
No, you're not. As you said, this team, we were sold. What they had defensively, you're going to have to deal with. And I'm fine dealing with it if you can score 7 runs. I'm not asking for 7 runs a game. But if you're going to bury yourselves in these types of spots, you go to the first inning, multiple 3-pitch strikeouts. That's the issue. Brian Wu is cruising today. And Brian Wu, listen, you're going to face the Brian Wus of the world and you're going to be in trouble. It's a fact. It is what it is. I'm not asking for them to put up all these runs against every single pitcher because you're going to face aces. You're going to face top-of-the-line starters. They don't run into home runs against some of these good starters. I know they shelled Wu last outing, but today it was almost perfect, and he struck 4 dudes out on 3 pitches. They're not working the counts of some of these guys. They're clearly not seeing the ball well at all. And Wu's in one of those modes where he's rolling, and all of a sudden in the 7th inning, you get 2 guys on, no outs. You think it's going to be a push for something, and it's 3 straight dudes make it out without even moving a guy over. It's just. But that's and every team in the MLB, when they're not playing good baseball, they struggle with runners in scoring position. Their pitching struggles. Like, it's a normal thing. It's not, when the Orioles are clicking, we're not complaining about runners in scoring position. We're just not. But to be fair, they're not playing good baseball all year. They haven't played good baseball all year. And we're going to continue to, magnify what their issues are. They struggle with runners in scoring position in a lot of big moments against good starters. You have Wu on the ropes there. I know it was still 3-0. 3 runs are hard to come by. But Munoz has been a little bit wild lately, and we saw it in the 9th today. The issue is they're not able to move anybody over. Blaze comes up, and I'm fine not bunting Blaze there. Blaze has been their best hitter the past month. He makes it tough out. Holiday flies out. And then Ward, who was another guy for a while, a very long time, I was perfectly fine with what Ward was providing them. But with the way the offense is working, and Cordell, we talked about this off the air, if Ward's not going to be the guy driving the runs with the long ball, I'm fine with it if he's getting on base because they do need that leadoff hitter. But nobody behind him is driving anybody in. And Gunnar, I've been screaming to everybody, he's going to be just fine. We're overreacting. It's early. It's not early. We're 6 weeks away from the deadline. So, my panic meter is absolutely going off. And when I say that, I still believe he's going to break out of it. But it's just not happening. So, when you have a lot of trust in a guy like Gunnar Henderson, and I'm not faulting anybody, it's not the manager's fault, it's not the general manager's fault. I think anybody in the right mind with Gunnar Henderson and his ability would say this dude can carry an offense when you add the pieces around him. But he's not. So now there might need to be an adjustment. Hey, let's move the lineup a little bit. Let's move him out of that spot a bit. And I know yesterday he came through with a big home run. It was clutch. They were able to build off of it and win that game. But it's not just Gunnar. Jackson Holiday's struggling, and you knew he was going to. He didn't play spring training ball. Their young core that we were sold on is not doing what they need to. Pete Alonso hasn't been as great as we want. There's a lot of issues with the bats, and again, I don't see it changing. I've held my breath. I said next month. I said the month after. Now we're in the middle of June. We're a few weeks away, 6 weeks away from the trade deadline. And now all these reports you're seeing, it's a lot of Orioles on one-year deals that are the Orioles' top items to ship out. Because now people are saying this team's going to sell. That being said, you're still 2 games back, so I wouldn't roll them out yet, but I don't know that I can keep saying the offense will turn it on next week because they've shut me up every time I do that.
Well, and then it's tough to say that because guess what? Next up, they go see the Dodgers over the weekend. And look, the Angels aren't much to talk about, and especially now when you see Mike Trout going to the IL dealing with hamstring issues, it just feels like it's always something with him, as great of a player as he is. And, the Angels still suck even when he's there. So it doesn't matter. But
Ohtani as well when he was there.
Exactly. You got to – I've said it multiple times. The Angels are one of the most, if not the most, disappointing franchise in all of sports. You've got how many teams in any major sports has 2 top 4 players, and I'm being generous. They could be 2 top 3 players, honestly.
2 people consider the GOAT.
Honestly. And not even sniff the playoffs. I can't even stomach being an Angels fan, but you got them after the Dodgers, and as bad as they are, you can't even pencil in 2 wins in that series. And then you got the Nats after that. We know how many problems the Nats have given the Orioles with that offense, and the Nats have just really dominated American League teams to this point in the season. And then you got the White Sox right after that. It just feels like there isn't much of a let-up, and even when you do get some of these lesser teams like the Angels, you can't trust these guys to go out there and take care of business.
Absolutely not. The Angels will throw – again, Soriano's been awesome. But the Reed Detmers will shut him down. And dudes just shut this team down in weird spots. Now, I'll give it credit. At home, it feels like their offense can explode. They can get to some good starters. We saw it with Brian Wu last start. I talked about it. But I don't know which Dodgers – because there was a big – the O's are going to have to face Shohei. Okay. Bring their AA ace up, and he's going to have a chance to shut them down. I am interested to see this. The Yankee series was the last one that felt like the real bright lights, and they got bullied. They got shoved around, lost 4 straight games. I'm interested to see how this team responds under the bright lights in L.A., a team that's 22 above 500 or whatever they are, because the Dodgers, again, they'll run guys out because they have 4 of their top highest paid players on the IL. Well, that's fine. They're just all right because they can just roll dudes in and they find ways to win games. But again, to this, for some reason, this team will somehow find a way to win 2 of 3 in that series and have us crack the mic on and say, this team's not dead, they're back in it, and then lose 2 of 3 to the Angels. You just never can roll it out with the way things go for this team. You have to hope that they can get to Robleski a little bit. I know he's not a big strikeout guy. But no, they had their chance earlier in the year. There was a lot of talk the first month was the easiest schedule, or one of the easier schedules in baseball. They didn't take advantage there. That's fine. It's early. You're trying to figure things out. You know how I feel about April baseball. That being said, you need to find a way to take 2 of 3 from the Nats in Washington. They didn't do that. You need to find a way to take 2 of 3 from the Rays in Tampa. You almost won 1, but that game slipped out of your hands. Like, you need to take 1 or 2 from the Yankees in the Bronx. You couldn't do that. There's they bury themselves early in the year, and now we're getting to this point where I keep saying it, 6 weeks, it's going to be like it's going to move pretty quick. And if you're still 2 games out of the wild card, I would expect with a lot of pressure on the front office and a lot of pressure on this team, you didn't break Pete Alonso here to the cellar at the deadline. I would expect them to buy. But what we've talked about it time and time again, what is telling us that it's going to completely change? Now, the seat being a little hot, maybe that changes how they approach the deadline. But, like, if they lose 2 of 3 to the Dodgers here, they take 2 of 3 from the Angels, even that, you're still 6 games under. You're in a really, really bad spot. But because the AL is as bad as it is, you have life, you have a chance. But, Cordell, you said it to me 1 or 2 weeks into the season. I remember you looking at me saying, Ben, the team's just not very good. And I'm like, it's early. They're not. They're just not a very good baseball team. It's not early anymore. It's not, well, if they fix the pitching a little bit. Well, no, because I remember the week that all of a sudden the starters are pitching well. Well, today they get 3 hits in a game or 4 hits, whatever it was, and still find a way to lose. So they're just not a very good baseball team. And it's not one move, right? Skubal is going to be out there. If they add a Skubal, they're still not a good baseball team. Skubal gives you 1 start every 5 days.
Can he hit?
So many things. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, he's probably got a better chance than some guys. It's pretty frustrating because it's a team that everybody in this city wanted to be good and everybody wanted to buy back into because we had 2023, which felt special, but you didn't build off of it. 2024 was a little bit more of the letdown. And then last year was just abysmal. You sold at the deadline. We know how that resulted. They got to turn things around quick, but it's going to be really hard to do so when, as you say, the Dodgers are next, the Angels or whatever, but it's a White Sox team and a Nats team that the Nats offense is still pouring runs on, and the White Sox just are rallying off wins. No matter how they do it, it might not be pretty. They have a lot of young guys, and it feels similar to what the Orioles had in 23. So it's hard to buy into what the Orioles have right now, and I don't think things are changing in the near future.
I'll accept your request to save the finals for next week. That said, though, in the NBA world, the Giannis to Miami talks are like scorching hot. It's scorching hot these days. I'm just telling you, beware. When Miami gets stars, we win. I'm just telling you.
I do find it a little odd. There was some Trae Young hype, and I was going to send it to you, but I figured you'd bring it. I knew you'd bring the Giannis stuff up on this interview here, so I was going to save it for this. If the Wizards are getting it done with Trae Young, that's no.
Sure.
But there were some critics that if the Wizards couldn't,
then Miami would scoop in. I saw it.
Miami would be very interested in.
But
now,
see,
I didn't
really say anything because I don't buy stock into that because I know Trae's not going anywhere, and he's going to. He literally can force the Wizards to hand him a blank check and have him stay for however amount of money. The Wizards are paying him
be 3 years,
to sit through it.
You would have been excited. You would have been excited for the Trae Young era in Miami, but because you know he's coming to Washington, I was hoping that it did. First off, everybody in the right mind.
I don't hate Trae Young, though.
When Trae Young opted out. Now you don't hate him. You just hate him when he's on the Wizards.
I just said the Trae Young for the Wizards alone doesn't do it for me. I mean, with that group, it doesn't do it for me.
What about a top 75 player of all time in Anthony Davis? What about A.J. DeBonso or Dan Peterson? Come on. What about Alex Sarr, who's recovering from the foot injury? I mean, this team is right where
I still think they're the Wizards.
That's why you're a hater, and you guys are the Miami Heat, and you're going to just miss out on Giannis. Even if you get Giannis. Even if
we get Giannis, then you know what it is. You know what it is.
Okay.
Then you know what it is.
You still won't beat the Knicks. You
don't believe that.
You still won't
You don't believe that. The Knicks are scared of us. I tell you that. We get Giannis and we get Bam. They don't want to see us.
I don't think the NBA champ is scared of the Heat. I think they're the last team, maybe, on their mind. You don't have Jimmy Butler to save the day anymore. I'm sorry, you just don't.
We'd have Giannis, a guy who's actually won a ring.
Oh, you have Bam.
Bam's a beast, too. Mr. What, 80, 83, 84? What is it? I forget, honestly.
You set the record. I think it was 84. I think it was 84 was the record. That was it was a pretty impressive night from him. That's what the Heat are known for nowadays. They're scoring a bunch on the Wizards.
We're known for winning championships. We're known for winning championships. It's cool.
It's been a while. It's been some time.
When's the last Wizards championship? Right. Ben Hall, everybody. Appreciate your time, Ben. I hope you're enjoying your vacation. I hope you enjoyed your birthday. And, I'll see you early Wednesday next week on the Big Bad Morning Show. Yeah, so I'll see you bright and early on Wednesday.
I appreciate the kind words. I'm so so excited for Thursday night to talk NBA Finals, to talk Orioles. Hopefully they take 2 series by then. I don't know that we're buying it, but I appreciate all the kind words, Cordell, and appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, hopefully Thursday we can talk about the Wizards' first-round pick, and we can talk about my Heat not even making a pick with that 13th overall pick because it's in Milwaukee. So wins for both of us. But yeah, Ben, I'll holler at you, man. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Appreciate it, my dog. Appreciate it.
Coming up next on the program, we'll get to what we missed. We'll visit that Knicks championship. The parade was today. We'll talk about Giannis potentially being on the move. And Patrick Mahomes, it's been a while. Haven't talked about Mahomes' extension and how that may or may not impact one Lamar Jackson. That's next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. I'm riding solo tonight. Still got Mike Pope on the ones and twos. We're getting to what we missed, and we do miss a lot. We're on once a week, and it's kind of murky these days as I'm doing a Big Bad Morning show, even going into next week. I did it last week, did some this week as well. Ben's on vacation, but we're both back together next Thursday. But yeah, we do miss a lot, so we made this segment to try to get to everything that we missed, and to help us out, we got Mike Pope.
Starting with the NBA, I'm excited for this one, Cordell. I really am personally. Recently, the San Antonio Spurs and the Knicks ended in 5 games, and the Knicks ended their 53-year drought. Jalen Brunson scored 45 points, which gave him the Finals MVP. Today, the Knicks celebrated their parade, and I was surprised to see you here, Cordell.
Yeah.
Why aren't you there celebrating? Can you give the Knicks their flowers now?
No, I can't. You know what? I'll give them a flower. They won it. They get a flower. They beat an inexperienced team that led for 72% of the series and lost in 5 games. This series magnified the Spurs' inexperience, their immaturity, the youth. And we'd say it over and over again in the NBA, it humbles young teams, especially in the postseason. Most times, these young teams don't even make it to the finals. So the Spurs broke through sooner than they should have. This is why I wanted the Thunder to win. This is exactly why, because I needed to make sure that the job got done. The Thunder would have gotten the job done. I have no doubt in my mind the Thunder would have gotten the job done. The Spurs beat them, yes. I think the main reason the Spurs beat them is, A, they got up for that series. They got up for the Thunder. The Thunder have become a quick rival for them. You've got Chet on that team, who Wemby obviously cannot stand. You also have the defending champs. You got the 2-time reigning MVP on that team. I just feel like they got up for that team, whereas, look, if they can't get up for the finals, that's on them. I'm not making excuses for them. That's on them if they can't get up for the finals. But, you know, it's not the same thing. And you got Wemby in them crying after winning the Western Conference. I just think they emptied the gas tank. I can't even say they emptied the gas tank because, again, they led for 72% of the finals. They fumbled.
Nah, I can't let this go off the hook, Cordell.
They fumbled.
Because you said whether it was the Thunder or the Spurs to win. You said this about 3-4 weeks ago on this show. You said whoever wins the West, it is their ring.
That's how it should have gone.
Whether it was the Spurs or whether it was the Thunder.
It should have gone that way. They had no business losing game 2. They really had no business losing game 1. But at game 1, all right, fine, whatever. Game 2, they shouldn't have lost. Game 4, I mean, come on. And game 5, even on your home floor, like, they had control of that game. You've got Dylan, I mean, it's so many reasons as to why they lost that series. Coaching is a big reason.
Dylan Harper not playing in the fourth quarter.
Give De'Aaron Fox being in the fourth quarter, like being in crunch time, having the ball in his hands. I get he's your vet, but he's not playing like your vet. He's playing like one of the more inexperienced players on the team. Dylan Harper's playing more composed than him. Dylan Harper's putting his head down and going to the rim every chance he gets. You got De'Aaron Fox, who in game 4, I think his first 3 shots were threes. Like, what are you doing, bruh? What are you doing?
We at least gotta give credit to Jalen Brunson's 45.
Brunson is a beast. Yeah. I've maintained Brunson. Individually, it sucks that I hate the Knicks because I like their players individually. I like Brunson. I've always liked Brunson.
OG?
Always liked Brunson. Always liked OG. I respect OG. I have never been as down on Cat as other people have. I get on Cat, but I don't look at Cat the same way it feels like the general public looks at Cat. And look, he nosedived as that series went on. He came out hot and looking incredible. And after game 2, you didn't know who Cat was anymore. He looked like the old Cat. But Brunson, big body Brunson, I got no beef with him. He's a dog. Always has been.
Sticking with the NBA, Giannis Antetokounmpo is open to a trade because of his desire to contend for a championship. While he stated that he wants to retire with the Milwaukee Bucks, he is reportedly growing impatient with their current trajectory, and he's open to making a new team his option. He's eligible for an extension, a massive extension at that. And some of those teams, Cordell, Miami and Boston, could we see a trade happening there? And what does this mean for the Knicks, who just won a championship in the East, and the rest of the Eastern Conference?
Well, it's definitely happening. He's going somewhere, and I think it's happening any day now. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens sometime over this weekend. I think it's definitely happening before the draft, without a doubt. That I'm almost 100% sure on. I think, and from what I've been reading, I've been obviously keeping a close eye on this situation. It seemed like Boston was about to kind of swipe him away from Miami. It looked like they were engaging with a third team to end up sending Jaylen Brown out there. I've seen the Clippers as one of those teams floated around as a third team. But that noise is quieted. It's quieted quite a bit. I don't think that Boston is as open to trading Jaylen Brown as maybe some of the initial reports had mentioned, or maybe not for the value that teams are offering for him. So it does seem like Giannis is Miami's to lose right now. And I've also seen that Milwaukee isn't blown away by the Heat's offers. And that's been an issue for Pat Riley in Miami for the last couple of years when it comes to them trying to throw their name into the hat to get one of these big available stars. They lowball these teams. It's got to be now. And when you talk about what does this mean for the Eastern Conference, I think the Knicks winning the chip this year is going to light a fire under all these Eastern Conference teams. Look at their path. They go through the Hawks. They go through the Sixers. They go through the Cavs. There's no real comp in the Eastern Conference, and we've known this for years.
That's all about. This is years, though. This hasn't been like just when the Knicks went there.
But I think this year has actually shown it. At least you get at least at some point in the Eastern Conference playoffs, you get a true matchup between two of, if not the top two teams in the East, two of the top three teams in the East. And I'm not even talking about seeding. I'm just talking about how we view those teams. We didn't get that. Realistically, who were the top? Boston.
It was supposed to be Boston, but
Boston getting knocked out by Philly.
Yeah, and they came back from 3-1.
Do you put stock in the Sixers? The Sixers ended up getting swept. The Sixers had no business winning that series in the first place without Embiid for most of that series. Like this is a team that was overachieving. So I think if these teams are smart, they're looking at it like we're in go mode now. I think all these teams are going to be looking to elevate their rosters and dominate the East. And I think a lot of these available stars should be looking to come to the East if they're smart. The East is wide open. It's wide open. I don't think the Knicks were the best team in the league this year. I'll stand on that. The Eastern Conference, most of the year, we all said the Celtics were the best team in the Eastern Conference this year, especially going into the playoffs.
But even the Knicks beat the Celtics, too, last year. That was in the playoffs.
And then they lost to the Pacers.
Yeah.
So do we disregard?
But the Pacers were a good team, though. And they put OKC to 7.
And the Pacers were ravaged with injuries this year. Ravaged with injuries.
For sure.
So, we're taking into account that the team that represented the Eastern Conference wasn't even in the playoffs this year, wasn't even competitive this year. A lot's going to change, I think, going forward. The Knicks took advantage of their path. Give them credit for that if you want to, fine. But I do think I seen a big talking point this morning that's been people are disrespecting the Knicks by not making the finals favorites next year. They shouldn't be. Are the Knicks your favorite for next year?
They're not my favorite, but they're a top 2, top 3 team.
Top 2?
Top 2, top 3.
So you have the Knicks.
If Giannis goes to the Celtics, obviously, I got to put him up. If he goes to the Heat, I'm like, yes, it's going to amplify the Heat. But am I going to put the Heat as a championship contender right away? No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I would put like I said, when we had Ben, name a time that Miami has had a star and didn't win a chip. D-Wade with Shaq, obviously with the Heatles.
Yeah.
Like, when they get elite talent, they win. And they still have Spo. Like, Spo's been doing what he's doing with them. But I wasn't even saying that to big up the Heat. Like, I've said it before. I think if the pace, and Halliburton is going through so much, like, who knows what that looks like.
Yeah.
We don't even know if he's ever going to be the same player again. I'm curious to see what Detroit does this offseason. Like, they need more.
They need one more piece. But, I mean, with the Knicks, this is a different team, though. That's what me and Ben were trying to tell you, too, because of the coaching. The coaching plays a big factor, and you saw it with Mike Brown, how he was able to unlock a new level in Cat. That helped in games 1 and 2.
I also
then he got
can't
in foul
ignore
trouble.
that there were multiple times this year that people were saying that Mike Brown looked like he was going to lose this job too. Like, yeah, they got hot. They got hot against piss poor opponents. Like, it just is what it is. I can't make up the opponents that they played. But they beat them.
If you say that about the Knicks, you have to say that about the last.
Who?
The Celtics when they won the championship.
The Celtics went through the Knicks, didn't they?
What, that was at 2023?
2 years ago?
When they played the Mavericks? They played a beat-up... Because remember, they played a team that Donovan Mitchell was barely playing on with the Cavs. And then they played a Pacers team that was all beat up and Halliburton didn't play.
I'm looking up that playoff bracket right now. Celtics played Miami in the first round.
That went to 7, right?
I don't think that went to 7. I actually think that was the year that Miami was pretty banged up. Yeah, they beat Miami in 5 that series, beat the Cavs in 5.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell barely played.
The Celtics were just dominant. Then they swept the Pacers in the Eastern Conference.
But with the Pacers, though, the Pacers were beat up too.
Pacers beat the Knicks that year. I'm just saying. And then the Pacers went to the finals the next year.
I still have the Knicks as a top 2, top 3 team, regardless.
And then
because this was domination.
And I'm not just talking about the East. I was saying the NBA when you talk about.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about the East.
No, when I say team, when I brought up the talking point that people are saying that the Knicks aren't the favorites to win it all next year, I'm pertaining to the league.
Oh, to the league, I would say top 5.
That's more respectable.
I thought you were talking about specifically in the East.
In the East, sure, I'll buy that. They could be a top 3 team in the East, without a doubt. The East isn't, especially as it sits now, they should be. But yeah, I don't have them as the finals favorite going into next year. Top 5, I can buy. I know we didn't get to the Lamar thing. We could talk about that in this next segment as we look at the Ravens, and training camp dates have been announced, as that's about 5 to 6 weeks away as well. We'll look at a little bit of a preview of Ravens training camp next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Popeye's $20 family meal is so good to your people and your budget. This Bowl Louisiana feast has, count them, 11 hand-breaded tenders or 9 pieces of our Shatter Crunch signature chicken. Then we're looking at a large side and 4 biscuits. And did I mention it's all for $20? It's time to gather your crew and make them all happy. Order for your whole fam today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Got Mike Pope behind the glass. Ravens training camp right around the corner. They just announced that tickets will be made available July 9th at 9 a.m. to PSL owners and 11 a.m. to the general public. And we know how quickly those training camp passes disappear. So make sure you jump on that when you get the opportunity. Big change this year. A lot of their practices, all of their practices, I should say, are in the morning. 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. practices for the Ravens. I personally, if I'm being selfish, am enthusiastic about that. Any of you guys out there that may have seen my Ravens training camp or practice recap videos, especially in training camp from last year, you saw your boy was out there dying. I'm out there drenched in sweat, just praying for anything, any type of breeze, any type of water. So, yeah, I am perfectly fine with avoiding the hottest times of the day and knocking practice out in the morning. I'm all for that. But yeah, I mean, going into this camp, we had mini camp. We'll see what the Ravens do between now and then if they want to add anything to this roster. I talked about the pass catchers being a position that I think that they need to add in. For what it's worth, though, Jeff Zrebiak from The Athletic, who obviously is one of the more respected members of the media, he's talked a lot about how he hasn't heard anything about the Ravens looking into adding a pass catcher. Whether it's a wide receiver, or I know a lot of people have. You want to know what one of my pet peeves are, since I'm on this subject? I cannot stand, and I mean I can't stand, these Bleacher Report trade assumptions. These, Bleacher Report says that such and such is a good fit, or that the Ravens are a great trade for the Ravens, according to Bleacher Report, is this. Those trades never happen. They never happen. And all of a sudden, after Bleacher Report says that the Ravens are an ideal fit for Kyle Pitts, everybody thinks the Ravens are going to trade for Kyle Pitts. I'm not even entertaining that. I'm just not. Not the fact that I don't think Kyle Pitts would be a good fit for the Ravens. I think he would be. I think he'd be a great fit, actually. But I just don't see it. That tight end room is tight as it is. They used 2 draft picks on tight ends already. Now, I know somebody out there is like, well, Cordell, you said they need to go get a wide receiver, and they drafted 2 wide receivers too. Yeah. Not the same. Like, they could. Like, I didn't say that they could go trade for a wide receiver. I said that they would go sign a wide receiver. I don't see them trading for a Kyle Pitts, giving something up to get him. I don't see that. Nor do I see them trading for a wide receiver. I could see them signing a wide receiver. But one of the big talking points of camp, of course, is going to be some of these guys that are up for extension. Zay Flowers is a prime candidate of a guy that I would not be shocked that it being very similar to last year when we showed up and Eric DaCosta kind of broke his news that they had reached an agreement to extend Kyle Hamilton. I would not be surprised if the same thing happens this year with Zay Flowers, that we get there for the start of camp and they've got a deal done with Zay. I think a deal with Zay is imminent, and it's just a matter of when, not if. That's just my thinking. I don't see a scenario where Zay Flowers isn't in Baltimore for the next 5 years. I don't. Going hand in hand with that, I think Lamar is going to be in Baltimore for the foreseeable future as well. I'm not saying that his extension will be done by the time we get to camp or even during camp, but I do think Lamar will get an extension with the Ravens at some point. I'm not panicking. I know there are people out there that are. I'm not. Everything Lamar has said on the record, everything that I've heard behind the scenes pertaining to this, Lamar doesn't want to leave Baltimore. That has always been the constant that I'm being told whenever I ask about anything going on with Lamar and his future with the Ravens. So I'm not panicking in that regard. But this isn't an easy deal to get done. But I do think it will get done eventually. Speaking of Lamar's extension, Patrick Mahomes didn't get to it in the what we missed, but Patrick Mahomes did get an extension with the Chiefs. Signed a record-breaking restructured extension that makes him able to make up to $504.75 million. Well, I'm sorry. That entire amount is secured. It's the $522.25 that he can earn up to in incentives and escalators. The first 4 years of new money are all guaranteed at signing for Mahomes. Mahomes, when it comes to the new money average, will make $64 million a year. So, of course, immediately people wonder, how does that impact Lamar? I think Lamar is smiling ear to ear. I think he obviously knows where he ranks among the league's best in terms of not just quarterbacks, but best players, period. And he's going to bet on himself this year. It will be lunacy for Lamar to negotiate a deal after the year he's coming off of last year to get a deal done based off that. He knows he's better than that. And he's rightfully going to bet on himself. What happened the last time Lamar got an extension with the Ravens? Oh, yeah. That next year he won MVP. That next year they went to the AFC, hosted the AFC Championship game. Didn't win. But that was the most successful year in Lamar's career. So, yeah, good things happened the last time the Ravens paid Lamar. I'm just battling to figure out like where he's going to slide in at, because we are talking about Patrick Mahomes. And Mahomes has a resume that nobody in the NFL can compete with. They just can't. Regardless of how you feel about him, regardless of how you feel about the Chiefs. When you mention Patrick Mahomes, everybody else comes in behind him. They just do. I don't make the rules. But Mahomes has been the winner of this group of quarterbacks. Lamar's right there. Josh Allen's right there. Burrow's right there. Now, Burrow has had less team success than those guys have, especially here recently. But individual talent, all of those guys are right there at the quarterback position. I do think Lamar's going to pass that $64 million. I could see him anywhere between 65 to 68. 70 is probably a reach. Would 70 shock me? Probably not. But I think if you're talking 70, we're talking about Lamar having another MVP-esque season this year, which is not out of the realm of possibility because history has shown us when he's healthy and available, he is an MVP candidate. So I do think the deal gets done. I don't think the Mahomes extension necessarily complicates things because Lamar was always going to shoot back to the top of the charts. I think he's waiting on some of these other younger guys to get their extensions as well. The Jadens, the Calebs, the Bo Nixes. Nobody brings him up when you bring up these quarterbacks. Obviously, you go out to New England, you talk about Drake May, who's coming off a Super Bowl appearance. But Bo Nix is right there in that group as well. He's going to get his money from the Broncos. Believe that. I think he's waiting for some of those younger guys to get their bite at the apple, and then he probably is going to swoop in behind them. But I do think a Lamar Jackson deal gets done here in Baltimore. Coming up next on the program, we'll wrap things up, get you my final take, and get out of here next here on The Fan.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till September 26 on every new Hyundai. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, get you Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. Get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame, just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. No Ben tonight. He did join us in the 7 o'clock hour. I've been holding it down solo. My guy Mike Pope, he's in the studio as well, helping us out on the ones and twos. We're getting to our final take tonight. And, you know, for me, my final take, obviously, I've been chronicled as the Knicks hater, and I am. I wear that. I'm fine with it. What sucks, though, is that during this Knicks run, there was a crossover with the WWE. And Danhausen who's in the WWE, he is known for being the guy that curses people, curses whatever. You are cursed. That's his motto, right? That's his thing. And at one point, he cursed Stephen A, and by default, he cursed the Knicks. And then Stephen A had him on, I think after the Hawks won their second game, Stephen A basically like came shriveling up and begging him to uncurse him and everything. He gave him a lot of what Danhausen likes to ask for, which is human monies, which cracks me up every time he says it. Human monies. I don't know why that's hilarious to me. But then it flipped. And then Danhausen became a Knicks guy, and he's cursing all Knicks opponents. And then the Knicks go on to do what they did and win the NBA Finals. I'm blaming Danhausen. This is all his fault. And I pray that he never hears this, because I don't want to get cursed. I don't want any parts of that. But the bit that they have gone with him and the Knicks, the WWE, they've struck gold, and they know it. They know it. I've seen the reports that when the WWE goes to the Garden, Danhausen is going to be all over that event. Danhausen, I gotta see. I'd be shocked if he wasn't at the parade today. Which, speaking of that parade, there was some wild. It's New York, so we know it's going to be wild stuff out there. I see dudes sucking toes on the school bus. What am I watching? You're out there celebrating the Knicks championship, and somebody's taking five minutes out their day to suck somebody's random toes on some random bus in the middle of the city with like hundreds of people surrounding them. Have you no shame? Have you no shame? My God, Knicks fans. That's one thing. They have shown their ass this entire postseason run. I don't know what's worse, them throwing eggs or whatever they were throwing at Wemby, or this dude out here sucking somebody's pinky toe. Like, I'm just disgusted with Knicks fans. I hate that they get to celebrate. I hate that they get to enjoy this week. And they get the parade going into a holiday tomorrow. Oh, they are showing their ass out there in New York. I'm glad I'm not out there. And shout out to all you bandwagoners out there that I saw. I got a lot of my folks that I'm friends with on social medias that I see y'all out in New York for the parade. What y'all doing out there? Y'all didn't have nothing to do with that. Y'all ain't Knicks fans. I don't condone people going to parades that aren't of their teams. Unless you are a hometown guy. If your hometown team wins a championship and you're not a fan of that team, you can go to that parade. So if Ben is listening, when I say the Wizards have 1% of my heart, that's what I mean. I have stock in them from the hometown. I get that hometown discount. When they win it all, if they ever do that in my lifetime, that's a win for the city. I'm a part of the city. I get to go to that. I got friends that are in Baltimore that are Cowboys fans. When the Ravens won Super Bowls, where were they at? They were in the city at those parades because it's for the city. So I do condone that, but all you people that took trips out to New York to be a part of that parade, shame on you. And shame on that guy that was sucking the third toe. Shame on him. That'll do it for us. Another great one in the books. Appreciate Mike Pope. Great job on the board. Shout out to my guy, Ben Hall. Happy belated birthday to him as well. Appreciate everybody that called in. Always love talking to you guys. Appreciate you, the listener. You could have been listening to anybody in the world, but you were listening to us. We appreciate it. Until next time, I'll see you when I see you. Happy Juneteenth. Peace.
Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. Interested in a grad program or MBA at UMGC? Earn an MBA with a specialization in one of 10 key areas, from finance